It is Speedy here with Rex. Rex, how are we doing today?
We're doing pretty good, pretty good. You excited for this matchup?
I am excited for this matchup. So, Phantoms are actually one of the first teams that I casted when I
Okay.
first got here. So, I watched them when they only had 4 players up, but I've been hearing that they have a pretty good roster and some good potential. So, give us a rundown of this matchup here.
Oh. All right, so let me start with the Gorillas real quick.
All right.
So we have Carnage, who came in probably the best Fortnite, one of the best Fortnite players. Now we have Vape. Vape came in as a rookie, as somebody who's supposed to be their sports game player, right? Global is a fighter. X-Ray Gurns is a little bit of a mixed bag. And then you have their leader in Mers, who got traded here last season. Wasn't really not much known about him, but he's a really phenomenal shooter. That team is full of phenomenal shooters. So that's one thing I'm looking forward to seeing. Now on the opposite side, on the Phantoms, we have Arbiter. So had some struggles last week, but came from the trolls. You know, was a good shooter. Did that Dead by Daylight. Um, I'm gonna skip over a few people because I want to talk about them at the end.
All right.
There's Dad Hat Tony, second year player. We didn't get to see him that much developing, right? Dolo, sports player. He's not here yet, so he has to sit out the first rotation. You have Rebellion Batty, who is a rookie. Um, some shooting games, some strategy, Dead by Daylight. So Dead by Daylight will be an interesting game to see. Now, there's 3 people that I'm really interested in, but we'll see after this rock paper scissors. Okay, so that's Deezy, Rory, and Black Diamond. Those are 3 important people to me because they have not been in the lineup a lot. Excuse me, and I want to say those are 2 out of their 3 best players in Black Diamond and Deezy. Their whole structure changes so much because of them. But we have
We're
Fortnite.
kicking it off with Fortnite, which is something we mentioned here at the top. So, and they sound like they're excited about it out there. So, yeah, we're gonna have a good Fortnite match. It looks like to kick things off, which will be cool. Um, So yeah, Black Diamond is one of the players that was definitely a standout when I first got here. One of the first people that I noticed was 6-0ing through fighting games and really pushing himself. There were comments that he had made even about not being the best at shooters, and then I believe he also carried that category. So he is a very humble player, but a very well-rounded and talented player. So definitely someone to keep an eye on.
So I have a question for you. Did you play Fortnite? Really? Did you play Fortnite?
A little bit, got a little bit of experience with it.
All right. You play other shooters?
I do.
So when you first started playing Fortnite, how did you approach learning that game as opposed to like some of your more traditional on the ground, not
Yeah.
so much building shooters?
So building was difficult to get into at first. I remember the first game that I ever won. I don't think I built once. So I just let everybody else do it. So at the beginning it was slow, but I think it was when fast building came into play that I kind of realized I wasn't up to it. That quick building is something that takes some seriously like hard training. It's all about accuracy. You really have to know your DPI and mouse sensitivity because you have to understand where you are in a grid format, which direction that you're facing.
And it chose the
So
respin. So the
yeah,
Phantoms,
the
yeah,
respin. So we're actually not going to get Fortnite
Wreckfest.
first. We're going to get Wreckfest, which is a really fun one to kick it off with. So
Me personally, and I'll get your opinion on this. Wreckfest is one of those games, unless you have a 5-man, right? That I absolutely hate starting off with.
mm,
And I say that because, at least to me, Wreckfest is one of those games that's kind of a 50-50. Like, there's teams that have more success, but for the most part, people haven't really optimized it. And why that messes with me is because if you're running a 7-man, you have to choose who you're sitting out. And having to choose who you're sitting out on a game like that, because it's like, oh, do I just sit the people with the best coverage and then they get a game that those two, right? Like, say you leave out your best players and then a fighter and a shooter, and then a sports game comes up. So it's like it's a weird rotational type thing. But what's your opinion on Wreckfest as a as a player if you played it? Yeah,
So what's interesting about Wreckfest in terms of the format of UEL, when you talk about who you sit out, Wreckfest is a game that anybody can be good at. It is not just for racers. It's not for strategy players. It is one person can take the lead, and then you just have 4 grunts that are just doing everything you tell them to do. So it becomes a lot less of who are we going to play and a lot less of who are we going to keep.
Mhm.
And so for right now, starting off with the Phantoms, because they don't have Dolo, that's a single player.
Mhm.
So they are looking at only 1v1 games, usually strategy games. When you're in a situation like this, just sit out your guy who could play a strategy game, who could function it well while being coached by one of your other members. So, yeah, I do. I think it comes down to who you're keeping and not who you're playing at that point.
Okay, that's a really good viewpoint. Now, you've seen it played a few times. Is there a map that you particularly like? If I wasn't playing in UEL, this would be fun, but it might be chaotic like in UEL, but for how I would want to play it.
So for the one that I would want to play, not in the UEL but casually, it would be Loop
Definitely.
because Loop is hilarious, and I've convinced myself that I could get a bus around the top. So, but outside of that, that would be the most fun to play generally in the game. The most fun to watch for me is I'm not sure which map it is, but the circuit. That
Oh
I
yeah.
believe we casted together last
Yeah.
time. It was a general figure eight circuit,
Mhm.
and they were all running buses. So it actually did come down to who was better at the game. It became who understood the game better, and the bus strategy of just trying to wreck each other and shut each other down. At one point, I think we saw, I don't remember who it was, it might have been Hollywood or somebody, drove a bus backwards and just went around the map trying to push people from the front. So um, it's a pretty fun game to watch, but they have to take it seriously, which is the fun part about us watching it.
It's a stressful game too.
It does seem like it is, because you're not only trying to survive but score points on top of it. So it's almost a battle royale of sorts.
So one battle royale to the next.
Yeah, we really did, in a very strange way. It's the first car battle royale. Rocket League didn't get to it first, so
I never really thought of it like as a battle royale.
Yeah, you're trying to score points, trying to get kills so you could get new skins for your guns, but at the same time, you got to win the game. So, yeah, it is. I mean, it's a team-based strategy game, and it looks like Black Diamond is going to be sitting out on this one for the Phantoms. Everybody else is going to be in. What do you think about that pick, leaving Black Diamond out?
I think because he covers the most, I think that makes the most sense to me, right? And there's a little bit more to rotation, at least in my opinion. So say you said, so you can say, oh, he'll be available for the next game regardless, right? But then you have to think about it, right? So say you said Deezy, right, instead of Black Diamond, and then you rent the next game Rose, right? And it's a game that you want Black Diamond in for. And it's still like a 2v2 or 3v3, right? Yes, you get to get Black Diamond in again, but then he's not available for the next rotation. So it's not about just setting up the next wheel spin, it's about setting up the one after, because eventually it's going to catch up. But I mean, UFC, you definitely want him in for Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh are coachable as long as the person has touched the game before. More like Yu-Gi-Oh is a little bit more difficult to navigate. I want to say than Pokemon, because Pokemon is very simple. But if you know how to navigate those should be fine to be coached out of. Um, the only other 1v1 I would say is like it's not Call of Duty. F1. F1 because but I'm not sure if they have a solid F1 player on that team regardless. I think it's a safe pick, but we'll see with the future, right? This is the first game. Whether you win or lose, you still have 32 other games to potentially win.
Yeah, there is still a lot left on the board there, so there's plenty of reason. It looks like we're going to have a timeout of some sort here, just to give a little bit more time for them to set up the first game. So, yeah, but sitting out Black Diamond, it is a difficult choice, and it probably has to do with his well-roundedness because of the fact that he plays the most, and there's still plenty left on the board. This is only the first game. You're gonna have 32, I think it is, left on the wheel. Yeah. So, at that point, I mean, it's like rolling a dice at this point. Who you leave out, because there's still so much to roll.
Because like if you look at it, and this is not a shot at anybody else on the team, he would be their primary fighter. He's the only one that really commands that respect in fighting games. There's other people who are okay, but he's the only one that commands that respect, and that's the point in this matchup. Because on the opposite side, you have Global Figure, so that's a matchup we're going to be looking forward to seeing. And they have to play it a little bit different too, because last time we saw them, they were running a 4-man, and if a game that Black Diamond came up that was good, you could put him in because you almost guarantee that he's going to still be available at some point. Well, 7 people, things change a little bit.
Yeah. So is there a game in particular that you're looking to watch? I know that you did mention that fighting games between Global and Black Diamond are going to be an interesting matchup. Is there anything else that you're interested in seeing?
So Pokemon will always be something I'm interested in seeing, but in this particular matchup, a game that I'm interested in seeing, I want to see Apex played. I'm trying to think. I kind of want to see Guilty Gear.
Okay.
Because Global's a really good Guilty Gear player, and Black Diamond's a really good Guilty Gear player. I think Global is better when Global sometimes does this thing where he has a character crisis. It seems like where he's playing all these different characters, but if he plays his best character, he's one of the best players in the league. Black Diamond is somebody who isn't at the top of it right now, but I want to see where his level of progression is. Um, I want to see. It's weird because this matchup, there's not a lot of things I particularly want to see too much. Shooters primarily. I want to see where Rebellion stands because we haven't really seen Rebellion too much. But other than that, I just want to see good gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you there on Pokemon as always. I mean, that's such a fun one to watch. It's interesting to see what they build. So it looks like when this hits 1 minute, the timeout is going to be over. That's a Phantom's timeout that they called for their setup. So we're going to wait till the end of this year. Right off the bat, got a timeout already. So,
and hopefully this isn't a foreshadowing of things to come, because we've seen times in the past where teams have struggled with timeouts early on, and but now
oh my goodness. So we are into Wreckfest, everybody. This is UEL Wreckfest.
This is one of my
here. We're going to go straight into, all right, so it looks like it opens up here later on the map. So you were saying this is one of your favorites here?
Yeah, this is one of my favorites. So there's that little fire thing down the middle you can jump through. And the fun part is, if your car gets messed up, this is one of the stages that'll kind of show it the most, because it'll become to the point where it becomes difficult to get up that. If your car is messed up enough, it's not quite like Deathloop, but it becomes extremely difficult to make your way around.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, it looks like we already have somebody here setting up, or maybe is getting out of getting pushed. I thought they were going to set up to go backwards, but there's a push right there. So we've got our car runners who are going to be primarily focusing on trying to score points, while everybody in a bus is mainly trying to wreck and set up blockages. It looks like we've got something going on here. A lot of people are...
It doesn't look like they're quite on the correct... Well, maybe that's a save. But either way, we have 2 points for the blue team, and that team would be...
Oh, and there's 10 for the red. We just had a red bus get through. So
Also looks like
we had a game crash. Okay, got it. So I believe we're going to reset then, and we're going to try that again. We were right out of the gate, so this gives us a little more time to explain what was going on and whatever we saw there. So go ahead.
I really do like this map for kind of not anti-bus truly. Like at the beginning, you have all those people crowded and it's a lot of damage. But when you get to the end, you really start to see it open up and there's a lot of space. And on top of that, with how the middle is, it's kind of clustered, but at the same time, it gives you a little bit maneuverability because you can always go up, and that becomes difficult for the buses to kind of challenge at times.
Right. Yeah, those buses are primarily going to be used for wrecking. They are roadblocks that are going to try to set themselves up and crash themselves into the car runners. The ones that are in the cars are going to be primarily trying to score points because they can move much, much faster. The difficulty is going to be maneuvering around not only the enemy team, but as you saw at the beginning, everyone, including your own teammates' buses. It's going to get clustered on some of these maps and some of these spots. So,
I mean, you just need one person to finish, essentially. Get those points, have somebody finish. And it'll be interesting because it looks like, at least to me, that people started to think a little bit more about Wreckfest opening it up, because that's a map. The last 2 weeks, we see maps that we haven't really seen often in the league, and we see more teams kind of explore it, which is going to be interesting because I want to know what else people. This is a game I feel like it's so untapped, and thankfully you're coming in at the right time where you start to see people like, maybe this isn't a 50-50 game. Maybe there is some strategy. Maybe I'm just looking, like, people look at it like, oh, it's Wreckfest. We won't practice it at all. We'll just come in, race, when there's a little bit more to it than that.
Yeah, there's definitely flexibility in strategy. So it seems like right now a lot of people are comfortable with just sitting on the same ideas that they've had for a little while, running those buses, running a single car. We've even seen games where everybody just runs a bus. So, yeah, it seems like everybody's kind of comfortable with it. It's an interesting game it doesn't quite relate or translate to any other game on the wheel. So a team that got good at that game, even just moderately decent at like 5 stacking on that game, could get themselves a guaranteed slot against even like really, really highly considered teams in the league.
That was interesting. It was Eclipse did this a few seasons ago, where they had their vehicles reset within each other. so that they won't ever get out of that reset. So they were
Interesting.
like, I think the drawback was they moved slower. So if you just started a race, but I mean,
Yeah. There's a lot more wrecking going on than racing in the UEL, so it definitely targeting each other. Timeout is we're not on a timeout. We crashed, so we're still
Yeah.
waiting. This is technical timeout. We don't have to worry about time here. So yeah, we're still resetting. We rolled FC24 next, so this is going to be 2-on-2 with a goalkeeper defender that can be switched to. But so we are going to have Black Diamond in on that one.
Which is somebody that you want in, and I imagine that on the opposite side, we're probably going to get DZ. A little bit of early league lore. Before we played Volta, we played standard FIFA. DZ was undefeated, and it was pretty much no contest. Like there was no way at that point. Now it's a little bit different, but are they choosing a different? They chose a different map.
Yeah, it looks like we switched maps here, so
It might have been a map thing. But so let's see who.
Ooh, so we've got Arbiter in the car.
So the Gorillaz look like they have the top spot right now. But this person, so we're watching from the perspective of the Phantoms. All right, so now we're back.
Yeah, so PC 11, PC 8, PC 10.
So
So we've got
that's
7,
Gorillaz.
8, 10, 11, and 12 are all Gorillas.
Yep.
Then Phantoms, we have PC 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So those will be most of their names, besides a few of them who have their own tags, and that's easy to tell. That's a big hit right there. So that is PC6. So that's going to be Phantoms, and that's Rebellion in the car for this. So we've got Rebellion and Arbiter are our two car runners for the Phantoms. So they're running 2 of them. They're going for a lot more points than they are wrecking here. It's going to be tough for them to defend their players here, but we'll see if they're able to pull it off because more maneuverability means a lot more easy to get through.
Well, if you look at the inside of that map, yes, it's bus favored a little bit, but you still have your room with the maneuver because it's hard for those buses to go up and down those lips. So it's about precision at that
Might as well
point.
keep going because this actually benefits us, honestly.
All right.
Hit her up.
So it looks like 32 points. That is looks like right now we have a Gorillaz lead. But it's not too far gone yet at this point. That
43. It's racking up.
that DNFs won't matter. Ooh,
I'm with you, Gozo.
that is critical damage, and that's Rebellion out.
Yeah, we're ahead on points.
That's one of the car runners, so that's one of the ones you wanted racking up points. That was all he's doing, and as you could see, that wasn't really working for him.
They
So.
got 4 cars left.
And see if you see, yep, the bus, and a lot of that had to do with him going off the edge like that. But it looks like we have quite a bit of. So there's only one gorilla left alive, and that's 11. So at that point, you
Interesting.
just start trying to wreck that guy.
Yeah, that's really interesting because they started off with a point lead, but focusing on wrecking really heavily early on. While we talked about how the points were getting a little out of hand, now they're going to be able to get points 5 times as fast, or maybe 4 times. I'm not sure how many are still in Phantoms, but
If you ask me, I think the cars favor early game. I think the longer the game goes on, so you don't have to it's not only just about
He got the drift.
getting in first place. It's about finishing quickly because the more you're out there, the buses obviously have the more sustainability to them.
I'm out of here.
But gap is down to 5. So points.
You got this, Rory.
I mean, even if they survive. Oh, wreck. So that is the last one, and
that's another wreck. There's only 3 left in now, so it is 2. I mean, the points are going to go more in favor of the Phantoms for sure because they are 2 against 1, but we're seeing on PC 11 here,
Gurren.
that's Gurren. Gurren is still keeping this lead and going to be trying to score even more points.
But if you look at one of the other buses, like he has the advantage, I think. If you look at one of the other buses is low, and then the other vehicle is a car. It may be one of those situations like there's 2 of them, but
Yeah, they don't quite do anything great. They're a little bit split right now. 1 bus, 1 car.
actually, I think the opposite strategy is true from what I said earlier. I think if you are the people with 2, you want to try to finish the race based on health and everything left. And if you're the one racer left, you try to wreck
Yeah,
at least one of them.
right. Which it looks like he's trying to get some damage out on Arbiter here because I think he knows it's going to be a lot easier. He's going to take less damage while Arbiter's going to take more in the car.
And you can see the health of that bus that just passed by is extremely low.
It is very low. This isn't the takeaway yet. This one's not over. There's still time to go.
And if you see the points, right, you see how they're going to start accumulating more points. And if he's able to get that hit, if he's able to finish him here.
And that's a wreck. So now we're in a 1v1 with 2 buses, and one of them is low health. This is from a 1v3 situation. Gurren actually has a chance to not only score enough points, but just completely wreck the Gorilla. Yeah, the Gorillas here.
And I mean,
or the Phantoms.
The Phantoms, yeah.
Yeah, so the Gorillas might be able to take this one on the back of Gurren. And we talked about how this isn't a specialist game, but I think we've got somebody who we're going to be giving props to on this one. This is a really impressive showing, so we're going to see. It looks like he's still just opting for the points, even though the laps right now are coming low.
I think it benefits him because he's in first place, meaning when he finishes, he's going to get more points. Now, the only thing that could really mess with him potentially is if whoever's left on the opposite side gets a decent hit at a decent spot. Because health-wise, you can't trade, so you have to use the terrain to your advantage, right? Like, when he's going across the middle, you have to hit him probably on the side and hope him flipping over does enough. But if you look at the health disparity, I don't think it matters at this point as long as Gurren finishes, which he's on his 7th lap.
Yeah, this is going to be the last lap here. If Gurren can finish this one in first place, that's it. I mean, he not only will the Gorillas win, but Gurren will win this one.
Yeah.
This is a big trophy with his name on it that's got a destroyed bus on top. So,
Can we get that?
just Wreckfest champion, Wreckfest 1v1 champion. And this will be the end of the 7th lap here as he comes around the final loop.
And it looks like, despite all odds, that Gurren is going to clutch it up.
Wow. And a less than 50-second lap. So
On a
not
bus.
Only, yeah, on a bus. So not only did he wreck most of the enemy team, but he also set an under 50-second time in a bus. So that was a very, very impressive showing. So that'll be 0.1 to the Gorillas now. That's Wreckfest finished.
So we have FC coming up, and hopefully somebody was setting up. So this looks like this is we'll get a setup thing in a minute, but Black Diamond's definitely going in, and I want to say DZ would be the natural person, the second go in, but I'm curious if because there's strategy to be had, right? Like if you think that your one player is good enough to carry, maybe you put somebody else who's maybe not as good as your other best player, but you can carry through but they have less coverage. What's your thought on this?
It is a difficult game to carry because of how close quarters everything is in the 2v2 format. So it's a little bit tricky to carry, but it's not impossible. Last week we did see in one of the matchups during FC, we saw a lot of whiffed shots from both sides. But yeah, it seemed like a tricky play style because when you have that goalie in that tiny net, you do kind of have to have both sides of the field active at the same time. So you do have to have 2 players that are a threat. If you do have one weak side, it's going to be easier to counter the better players. So they might still be able to get some stuff done, but it's going to be easier to predict what's happening.
So with your thinking, with how you approach it, I believe that it's going to be Black Diamond and DZ. That makes the most natural sense. Now, on the opposite side, I think it's probably naturally Global, Vape, or Global Gurrens or Vape Gurrens. I think it's definitely one of those 3 in the middle, and I could be complete. Oh, they just forfeited.
Oh,
okay.
Right. So that'll be interesting. All right, so we had Fortnite was what we rolled first. That was skipped
naturally.
Yeah. So that was it wasn't it wasn't forfeit or skip, but it was we postponed it, so that'll still be on the wheel, but it'll be coming up later now. So has it been forfeit?
Oh. So this is Gorilla setup. It has not. So
okay, so we're still in it. Redacted. I guess that's Gorilla setup. And so was it? Yes. All right. So then we had Fortnite, and that was Who did we see win the rock paper scissors at the beginning? Who
We
got
saw
first pick?
the Phantoms win rock paper scissors.
That was
Scissors to
Phantoms.
paper.
Okay, so then they skipped Fortnite, and we had them on Wreckfest. Very good. Okay.
So there's different ways to play FC in terms of maps, walls or no walls. What would you rather play, and what do you find most entertaining?
Walls keeps the game high paced, and it's more fun to watch when you're guaranteed to have a scoring play every time. But no walls requires a lot more skill, so if you have better players, you want to play no walls, and that's what it looks like we're gonna get. So
Soccer versus Manchester United. If I had to take a guess,
Manchester City. Whoa,
Manchester City, yeah.
Don't make that mistake again. We're gonna have an angry mob going on. Overwatch 2. I might like that game or something.
Ooh, that looks fun.
So yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. All right, so it looks like right now Soccer 8 is that Phantoms.
Soccer 8 is actually Gorillaz.
Soccer 8 is Gorillaz, and Manchester City is Phantoms. Okay. So opposite of what you see at the top of the scoreboard is what we have for the FC scoreboard.
All right, so we have Black Diamond and Arbiter in. That's interesting. And then for Soccer Aid, we have Global and with Vape. Oh no, with Carnage. Okay. So people have been practicing a little bit more. That's good to see. All right, and that is a go for the Phantoms.
Needs tap as well, which is something that's important. A lot of people on walled maps like to use a lot of power when they're going for shots because there's a lot less to risk. But going for those, softer tap-ins.
Yep.
Ooh,
and they answered back. So the colors are Black Diamond is blue, Arbiter is yellow, Global is red, and Carnage is purple. All right, so is that going to be a go? Yep. If you use a little bit more power than that, that's going right over, and that would be an unfortunate whiff. But we are seeing the Phantoms. That's just walk that in.
Wow. And a little bit, the further you get from the goal, the more particular your accuracy has to be. Every single degree off with your aim is going to be really, really consequential when you're shooting from midfield.
And it'll be interesting to see as the game goes on if that point, how much that point matters.
Yeah, that's true, because this could end up being a high-scoring but close game. Wow, and a very, very nice header into a quarter field shot. That was very impressive. Yeah, that's the strength that you want. You need both of your players to be pretty consistent at this one. When you have pressure going in, from the outside, from the edge of the field into across the field and then straight into the middle. I mean, it's so hard to watch where the direction's coming from. It's so much harder to predict. So, yeah, we're seeing how having two players is just a huge advantage. And this one is not as close as I was predicting a moment ago. So,
I mean, this is a strength for Black Diamond. And then he's bringing his players along with him. And that's what you get from... That's what you expect from somebody like him, a strong leader.
Yeah, definitely pushing the envelope on this one. They are going to... Okay, so we're going to see Gorillaz start to bring it back up. We're 4-2 now. So this is a little bit closer, but they still have some time to make up. They have to be, when they get pressured onto defense, they seem to collapse. So we need to see better defense for them, not just scoring plays.
Mm-hmm. Because you can't trade back and forth, not being down.
Yeah, that's how they seem to want to play it at the beginning, and it's not going to work for them anymore. Nice setup for a play, but they're a little too close to the net. The defense got a little too easy, and now there's a little bit of open room past the goalie.
Doing it, and I believe that was Black Diamond.
Oh.
And then he's going to just tap past it. Pass. Nope. I mean, they seem to be a little bit more consistent on defense now, and that leads to a goal. I mean...
Yeah, we're closing the gap here for sure. Gorillaz now 3, Phantoms 4. Still plenty of time to go, so bringing it back to closer. It was 1-4 a moment ago. This is how easy it is to bring it back in such a quick style of soccer. We're going to get some good goalkeeping there. We're going to play the midfield, but it looks like they want to make a pass straight up. There was no open room to do so. And a nice crossplay is going to even the game up 4-4. So from 1-4 to 4-4, that's how fast this one can go.
All right, so let's see what we have going on here. And it seems like they're getting a little bit predictable of what they want to do.
Just like right there, they did the exact same play as last time.
So I'm curious to see who chose to go. This was a Gorillaz setup. They need to shoot this. Just go ahead and shoot. Well,
nope. Sadly, the time was already over.
Well, depends on. It's sad for depending on who you're asking.
Yeah. All right, so now we're going into the second half here. We're gonna have another 3 minutes. We're tied up, so we're pretty much just playing a one-half game. They just have to reset, and that's an easy open goal. That Gorillaz are gonna get their first lead of the game now.
And you have to wonder, going in, if this was one of the ones that maybe the Phantoms, overlooked the Gorillaz in, just because I don't believe this is their optimal lineup. And it's nothing personal against Arbiter. I just feel like even if Arbiter has played Baltimore, that with how good DZ was at regular FIFA, that it'll be easier for him to transition to this, but.
Yeah, completely possible.
And
gonna fumble an open net there off of the block.
And that's what twice now we've seen them miss scoring opportunities.
Yeah, definitely less errors than we've seen at defense. So that's going to be another Gorillaz goal. They're up 3 now. Previously, we saw them down 3 and started counting them out. Now they're up 3, and we're only 2 minutes left in the second half. So looking completely opposite from how this game started.
I mean, once you get momentum, once you start figuring things out, I remember there was a game last week where the players' icons were so close in color that they had a trouble at the start figuring out who was who.
Interesting.
But yeah, so once you start figuring it out, and then
that's open net.
Walking in. That's what you have to do. They've gone on it started off 1-4, right?
It's 1-4, yes.
So the Phantoms, the Gorillaz have gone on a 7-0 run.
Yeah. They're on a 7-goal streak right now. That's no need to get risky because now you're just letting the timer stop. And when you have control like that and you can count the seconds down on your forehead, you should probably be keeping control.
I mean,
that would have went in. That would have been nice. Yeah, leave the risky plays for the guys who are down by 4 at the moment. Don't be shooting from the midfield.
You don't have to win you don't have to get to 10 points. It's not first to 10.
Yeah. And
good defense. But the rebound is so hard because they're not true goalkeepers most of the time.
Yeah, just defenders standing in the goal, so.
Essentially, all they are is speed bump.
Finally, we see Phantoms get another goal, but they still have 3 to make. I meant
2
2 to make up. They have 2 goals to make up. They have 1 minute left to do it. That is not nearly an impossible feat, so.
We've seen crazier things.
Yeah, this is certainly still a game. Gorillaz are going to take time. I thought they were going to keep it on their side of the field for a moment.
Is that a go?
That's
yes,
another
go.
goal. It's a 1-goal game now. 8-7. We're going to see the turnaround. Black Diamond looks very happy with himself.
And if you think that missed goal right now, it's a tied game.
It really is. So that's, yeah, like you said, it could be important down the line. There's a lot of pressure on the offense, but we're not going to see anything come out of it. So Phantom still trying to close the gap. Putting it out of bounds, though. We've got less than a minute to go now. To see how much defense.
They're being aggressive with how they're playing defense. You saw how he pushed up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they know that they have to get possession. They can't let time just tick down because they need as many shots on goal as they can get at this point. That's going to make a little bit of separation now. Now you're at 2 goals with about half a minute left. That's a little tougher than when you had a full minute to work with, especially now that they're playing so cautiously.
As opposed to they were just kind of throwing up reckless shots before. But now it's just you have to create good shot opportunities, and you have to do that with your movement. And that is not a good shot opportunity. And he has 1 man to beat.
Oh, a shot off target, but they're not really the ones who need to have them anyway. They just need to play hard defense at this point. A lot of close coverage.
And if they're able to get a goal here, wraps it up. But if they don't get a goal within the next 10 seconds, I would say that's pretty much
But
Perhaps.
getting possession back is the difficult part. So we need to get a goal to come through. All right.
Oh.
We need to see something quick in the last 5 seconds of this.
They
one.
need
This
to
has
press
be,
them. They have to be in their face, force the issue.
They're going to opt to.
Oh,
Gorillaz
wait.
are going to give up possession. Phantoms are in a scoring.
Oh my!
The clock hits 0 just as the ball goes into the air. That's rough. That's rough. That was a very good game. That was a high-scoring game. We almost saw 10 points on the board. But Gorillaz are going to take a second game now. Going to be up 2-0 off of that FC24. So
And now we have Overwatch.
Back to that full roster, full lineup participation that we were talking about from the Gorillaz. Everyone's in. So we're going to have to see, Global and however you pronounce that other name.
Carnage.
Okay, there's a V in there. It was throwing me off. Carnage and Global are going to have to go right back in now with the rest of their team. And we'll see what kind of lineups these guys want to play because there's no definitive meta from what I've seen in Overwatch 2. They don't follow any kind of standard format.
So I believe that we'll see another instance, in my opinion, of Black Diamond sitting out. One person I'm really looking to see is Rebellion Batty, a rookie. Last time we saw her play, they sat her out of 2 shooting games, which is kind of what you want her for. And then she had to play 2 or 3 sports games, which is not what you want her for. What are you looking for right now in this game?
So I want to see, because of the fact that there's not a definitive meta yet, I want to see what kind of teams these players have been strategizing and that have gotten their coaches to strategize through for them, because I want to see which team understands this game better. I've seen a lot of teams winning off of, weak offenses and just simply playing 3 tanks, 2 supports, and holding the objective. There is absolutely a way to counter that kind of play style, and just nobody's figured it out yet. So I want to see who really understands that, how to cut those large HP teams down and how to counter them. Bastion's a tough one. So the other week we saw there was it was a Ramatra, Orisa, and I believe a Sigma and a Mercy.
I believe that was the Reapers. Was it the Reapers?
That might have been the Reapers, yeah. So it looks like.
And speaking of Reaper,
yes. Speaking of Reaper, right here, Vape's gonna be playing the Reaper. So after Overwatch here, we're gonna get Dead by Daylight. Very fun. Okay.
So let's see.
That's a lot easier of a game to understand than people think. Even when you don't completely understand the survivor abilities and stuff like that, it's very easy to follow when you're watching the killer perspective.
I think it's easier than Texas Chainsaw, at least in my opinion.
Okay.
But for the lineups, we already know who we got for the Gorillaz, but just a reminder, we have Merns, Carnage, Glober, Gurns, and Vape. Now, from the Phantom side, we have Dad Hat, Dolo, R-Dub, which is Worry, DV, and Rebellion.
Okay.
So, left out Black Diamond.
So it looks like here on the defense, so we are going to get some DPS play, which is nice because I've seen a lot of teams be a little bit nervous to play DPS and just want to go for the large health pools. So it looks like we have an Orisa, Lucio, Soldier, Baptiste, and then looking for the 5th here on defense. Then on the offense, we do have a Sigma, which is really, really good for this first objective here. He's going to block off that high ground, which is exactly where the Orisa wanted to set up with a lot of that Baptiste survivability. So they've got Orisa pretty low here. Healing is coming from afar on a projectile heal from Baptiste, so there's definitely a way to there's definitely a way to take down this Orisa. But we're actually going to see Bastion go down first. So that was the Bastion set up in the back on defense. Didn't have enough support to stay alive. Baptiste goes down now. It's going to be a 5-on-3. The defense is actually behind the objective now. Not in a good position at all. This first objective is going to get capped really, really easily.
Do you think that they're playing too passively?
Absolutely. I think that with a heavy comp like that, with Orisa Bastion should have been set up together on the high ground. I'm not sure why. It looks like
No. He has Steam open. So when you have Steam open for some of these games, for a lot of these situations, what happens is you get that little keyboard, and it'll mess with.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. And actually, speaking of unfortunate, we're going to get Bastion burrowed deep in the church there. So they're already going to be almost halfway through the second objective. They're just picking off play. That was a good gold for me, defending Orisa. Offense here, this is the Gorillaz.
And if I remember correctly, and I didn't really get to see him play too much last season, Gurns is an extremely high rank in Overwatch, like probably one of the best Overwatch players in the league.
We're going to see the Orisa go down on the side of the Phantoms. That's a little rough. The survivability on both ends, they're definitely pumping a lot of the healing into their Orisas here.
And there goes the flex.
I mean, this is we're about to get the second objective capped here. They are sitting on a lot of time, so it looks like we're gonna get a Sigma ult in a small room. He did not lift the Bastion. The Bastion actually stayed grounded in that turret mode. And a Baptiste lamp came out, so they're gonna survive that, and these PPS are gonna stay alive in here and keep putting out damage. Tanks have come in from main. We've got a Diva now on the side of the Phantoms.
Do you think that's a good switch?
I do, because I think there's a lot of projectiles coming out from the Sigma and Orisa that the healing on an Orisa on the defense just couldn't support. There was no damage going out. So I do think there's a good chance to kind of negate some of the stuff coming out from the Gorillaz, but you're not going to see it quite yet. That Diva's still alive even with the supports down, so it shows you that at least there's something going on. But not playing the high ground. The other tanks aren't holding up. Diva's the kind of tank that you want to play against something a lot less tanky, I guess you'd say. You want to play in a Diva into
Probably like a squishy kind of.
a squishy composition in general, something with a lot of projectile output. So there's a lot getting canceled out here, but not that damage coming out.
And to have this man just all in your spawn like that,
And tactical crouching as well on the enemy team. This Bastion is just...
Did he die in spawn?
They only have one on the objective. I mean, they haven't capped yet because they're holding so far up. So
I think this is a flex there.
There are other places to come from. I mean, there's going to be another hold from the defense, so they're not going to cap this before 6 minutes, I don't think. And here comes a Diva Bomb. The Sigma Shield does not go out in time, and that's going to be a 4K Diva Bomb. That's why you need more than one person on the payload. That's why you don't hold up in the spawn. That's going to be an ace team kill for the Diva, and we need to know who that is. That's a PC. Which PC is that? We need to know who that is. When that comes up again, that was Dolo. Dolo with a 4K Diva Bomb, and then finishing
That's play of the game.
The enemy. That's play of the game. I mean, we don't even have to play the rest of the game. I'm pretty sure you get a point for that in the UEL. You do not.
Don't make suggestions to Titan. You'll have a full game of people just trying to get one play.
Yeah, just trying to 5K Diva Bomb. So it looks like we're coming back in. Still that Ana Moira, very interesting composition. It's clearly going for more damage. And this Diva playing on the high ground is huge. This is where the Diva should have been playing on that first push that she came out on.
All right, and she's out of her mech. So I wonder if anybody's going to pay much attention to her. Okay, it looks like the rest is targeting her down.
We just went here.
With this being all that's left, and that is going to be a cap, but bought themselves a little bit of time, but that is going to be a quick play format, so that's actually going to be a victory. That was Gorillaz on the offense. So it's going to be Gorillaz' third win now. Definitely starting to take it away. 3 different genres.
Oh wait, no, they be able to. I think both sides to get the ability to contest.
I believe I just saw a victory just came up on the screen. This was a quick play format, so it looks like they're just gonna go ahead and turn it around.
So
that's the cap.
So what happens
is
is
go ahead and play again.
If both sides, so for game modes that both sides get to attack the objective, like a push or a capture the point, then we play one round. But if it's something like this escort, both sides have to have the chance to.
Yeah, but strangely, it was set to quick play format. I don't know if that had anything to do with setup, but the game ended and they started a new game. If that payload were to start in the middle or stop in the middle, we wouldn't have a checkpoint because we started a new round. So we're very lucky to see that we had a map finish there because I'm not sure exactly what the rule set is, but that might have been a mistake on the setup, honestly.
I believe so, because then it comes to the point where if there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? if they're able to push it all the way back, then that changes things because how quickly did you change it affects how much time you have when you go into the overtime.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a tricky situation. We won't have anything to worry about here if the Phantoms aren't able to finish the map. But a little bit of error on setup, and I don't know if we see both teams finish, they're going to have to come to some sort of agreement. They might have to play the tape and see how much time they both finished with.
But it looks like we had an anti-nade right into their spawn.
Yeah, that's a good way to start because you're going to get that Diva out of mech. No healing, even the defense matrix couldn't stop it, so... Bastion's low here. This Mauga is pushed up really heavy. Mauga Orisa is not something I want to see.
So is this something... Would this... They switched their comp, obviously.
Yes.
Do you like this comp better for playing defense?
For playing the defense, I think I do like this composition better. I don't know that you want to play the Sigma here because you want to be holding the high ground, not countering it. So the Sigma's not necessarily necessary here, although it would be nice to see some kind of strategy with a shielder up on the high ground and then place some kind of DPS behind it. But this in-your-face strategy looks like what the Gorillaz want to do. They don't really want to play. They don't want to play preservative. They don't want to play the high ground. They don't want to get any distance push on this payload. They haven't even let an inch go by. That might actually be a goal of theirs, looking at how they're playing. I don't think they want to let even 0.1 meters.
Absolute victory.
Yeah, just utter destruction, which is what we're seeing right now. It looks like the Reaper here on the side of the Gorillaz is playing on his own and a little bit low right now. So if the team can regroup, that might be something to execute on. But we're going to see the Reaper actually regroup, so not really an opening for that anymore. This Diva is going to get staggered. I believe the Orisa was trying to push her off the map.
So if you know that you're the better team, right, do you try to play more aggressive and force the issue, or do you try to play more defensive so that you potentially make less mistakes?
I think playing aggressive is going to work to buy them time, but I think as soon as the Phantoms get out of spawn here, if they're able to get a team fight win, and there goes that Reaper, they noticed that Reaper wanted to play on the side on their own, and they've got him down now. If they can get this purple to wear off, this anti-nade is killing them. As far as playing preservatively go, I think that if Phantoms are able to get out of spawn, Gorillaz have to start playing this game the right way. You know, not just play it in a team deathmatch 5v5.
Oh, and a Bastion. Let's see if he's able to survive.
So Mauk is able to survive through it.
Oh, Diva. Oh, okay. That's definitely a way to get people off of spawn.
Yeah, that Diva Bomb's going to pick up a kill, and actually Moira ult here is going to pick up 2 more, so we're only going to see Reaper, and it looked like that Reaper going down to Phantom's Soldier actually was pretty big, but Reaper did just get a 3k ult, I believe, so that was close, but they are going to get out of this spawn, which is nice. I think now if... It's interesting because when you're playing Mauga, you do want to play aggressively, but you also have an Orisa, which is a little bit of a mid play style. Okay, so now we have So now we've got a Zarya here, and they really want to play this aggressively, but this bubble is getting melted.
They're not around.
Yeah, Phantoms are gonna buy themselves some space here. We're not gonna see that kind of timid play that you need to play once you lose the forward spawn. You talked about that aggressive play style that you get when you're winning so heavy-handedly. You can't do that anymore, and they want to keep trying to push the issue. And that's not going to work at this point anymore. This Orisa, once his gold comes down... Oh, actually going to get nano boosted. We're going to try to look for...
Oh, and they anti... And who... Oh, wow.
This could be a pretty big ult. Did not wait for the Diva to come out of mech, so going to have to get the kill themselves, but...
He's like, I won't play the game.
Yeah. That Nano Orisa comes out, and with
it's scary.
2 support ults and all of their survivability gonna hold, and the Gorillaz are gonna go straight back to the spawn where they found a lot of success on defense.
I wonder if they touched the payload though to get it to start moving back, or they just kind of ignored that part.
Yeah, we'll see. So it does look like the payload is moving back right now. So it looks like they did get a touch. The payload is going to start moving back.
And we have the Lucio ult there.
Yeah, so Lucio ult just for survivability. We don't see any aggression following up. Oh, and Moira gets slept in the middle of her ult. So that's going to get canceled now. No Moira ult, the Lucio ult. That's 2 support ults for nothing.
Yep, I got control. Yeah,
We're going to see 3 kills come out. So actually, despite the fact that the support ults were kind of just thrown at win, we're going to see some decent team play equaling a little bit more of a push here at the end of this first objective.
So I have a question for you. So you know how you touch the payload, you move back, right? Are there spots or ever times that you're like, okay, we're not going to touch the payload because it's in a very defendable spot?
There definitely could be. I could see a situation where maybe if the payload is sitting right in front of a high ground, in front of a choke point where there's high ground to sit on, I could definitely see that being a situation. But in some kind of point where you don't have a sight line on the payload, you want to get it moved back as far as you possibly can.
But I mean, it looks like the Phantoms are moving the payload, not as quick as the
definitely
as the
not.
Gorillaz did, but
I don't know if anybody can move it quite that quick. But we're going to see Orisa setting up here, pushing forward, I think looking for an ult. When D.Va gets out of mech, I think this ult's going to come out.
and it looks like they're anti, but a little bit too aggressive there.
Yeah, didn't give any respect to that anti-nade that he had on him, so...
It looks like now we have Gurns matching. Gurns just look like he's swapping a good little bit between... Oh, it's Baby D.Va versus Baby... Oh, there's a Bastion there, though, yeah. You don't win that Bastion right there.
So when both of your tanks are
D-Mac.
16-year-old Korean girls, it's not quite as effective. It's a lot better when they have the giant robot. So, but they do both end up going down, I believe. So they're going to reset with their mechs now.
But D.Va out now.
Yeah, we do have a D.Va bomb here now. And we saw how effective these can be from the Phantoms. We'll see if the Gorillaz can put it to the same use.
And I think he's about to do that now. Oh, no,
he is in the back line, doesn't have the thrusters. He's not going to thrust the ult, so somehow ends up getting a Lucio out of that. Bastion with the blaster? With the bunny blaster? Bastion, you have a gun.
Turret.
You have a gun. Here's another Baby D.Va is going to go down right before the remake. Honestly, probably optimal. I think that's kind of a save there for the Phantoms D.Va because if you're the D.Va on the Phantoms there and you remech, you're not only feeding them ult charge off of your 600 health pool.
Ooh, looks like there's a PC crash.
All right, so we're gonna wait for word on what the decision is gonna be, but we might have some technical issues on this round, and we'll see what comes of it.
Oh, he's trying to murder that D.Va. D.Va on D.Va violent.
Yeah, so we get 2 D.Va remechs here now.
And okay.
Yeah, so something you don't want to do when you're playing the defense as a D.Va is give them an opportunity to stagger you, because that's something they're going to want to do. D.Va's damage output isn't the best, despite us seeing her take out a Bastion in this game. Is not really the best, so they want to try to stagger you, and when you remech, instead of trying to put out enough damage, what ends up happening is you feed them more ult charge, and you give them more time to stagger you. So you're just separating from your team even more and taking more time to actually get a push going.
Because the worst thing we see people kind of do is there's like a bunch of people dying, and then like they come back one by one, they drip in, and then now it's constantly 2 versus 5, 1 versus 5 situations.
Yeah, a lot of people want to try to go for hero plays, especially when they're playing DPS roles, and it's not really going to work. Unless you're like Widowmaker on an uncontestable high ground, you're just not going to get it. So we're going to wait for word on the technical go-arounds of that round there. We're going to get a replay on that round. So because of a PC crash, so if you're the Phantoms there,
you're
you just got another chance at life, honestly.
And you know that now you have a little bit of time to think, right? Like you know that the Gorillaz are gonna be playing in your face. So who do you play based on how the Gorillaz are playing? If you're the Phantom, what role, who do you choose differently?
So I think a D.Va is a good idea. But because we're in open queue, I don't think you solo tank D.Va. I don't think it's enough. I think you need something with a lot of health that can eat up damage, like maybe an Orisa on your side as well when you're playing into one over there. Orisa has so much sustainability, can keep herself grounded, can stop herself from being affected by almost anything in the game. So I think you put that in front and use Diva's defense matrix to counter all the rest. So the Mauga with his excessive amount of ammo, the Orisa with her spear and her constant, just endless barrage of bullets. I do think the Diva is a good pick, but I think you need something that can eat up more damage. I don't think you want to go triple support and just invest everything into supporting her because you need some more damage output. So I think you play something like a I mean, I almost want to say Reinhardt wouldn't be bad here. The shield would go down quick to a Mauga, but if they don't play that Mauga, Reinhardt could be an interesting thing to see for defensive purposes, not for aggressiveness. Yeah. So it can get pretty weird because of the open queue format. There's a lot of creativity that can go into it.
And a lot of interactions we haven't seen. Yeah. Now, okay. So with all of the new characters that were added, all the new heroes that are added, and with all of the updates, which character in its current iteration do you think will fit the best? Would have fit the best in Overwatch 1?
Would have fit the best in Overwatch 1?
Anybody?
It's a good question. I think the first 3 that they added,
Kiriko,
right off of release,
Junkrat,
the Kiriko, the Junker Queen, and the Sojourn.
Yeah.
I think the 3 of them were probably designed around Overwatch 1. I think that idea for those characters to release kind of came about back then. I know for a fact Sojourn did. Maybe not the Junker Queen as much, but Kiriko and Sojourn both feel like they could fit into Overwatch 1 pretty well. I think Kiriko would have been a lot of fun in Ana Lucio is probably the most dominant support duo of all time. So if that cleanse had existed back then, I'm curious to see how that would have ended up.
Anti-nade and...
Yeah, just to counter things like the anti-nade and a lot of other defects. Burns from the likes of Ashe.
Diva ult, if you time it just right.
It's really, really impressive when you see people do it. It is really, really and so I'm going to head right now. So this is going to be... it should be Phantoms on offense again, right? Phantoms on offense, Gorillaz on defense is what we had. So in the setup phase here on the offense for Phantoms, we are going to still see that Diva, but once again, it doesn't look like there's going to be any more tank support. Looks like they might be going for that 2-2-2 play style. Yeah, and they will. So the 2-2-2 playstyle works, but I don't think in open queue, I don't think you play the Diva as your tank. I do still think it's the best, honestly. Even when you're playing in open queue, I think. Sorry, it's not 2-2-2 anymore. Obviously, it's Overwatch 1, but 2-2-1 with the one tank. Yeah, I do think that's like the optimal strategy still, even in open queue, which is why it's the most competitive version of the game.
Oh, is it really?
Well, yeah. So 2-2-1 is the actual competitive format for when you're playing online or in like professional leagues, and so the reason that is because it's the strongest, most solid base that you can have in a team. You have your support, your damage, and your front line all evenly distributed. So I think in a format like this where you have players who are supposed to be multi-talented in different games, I don't think that quite applies the same way. I think other open queue strategies end up being stronger because of what people are good at. So I think it becomes a lot harder to counter something when you don't have, professional coaching and stuff in just one particular game.
Yeah, and that Mauga needs to back up a little bit because it's getting pushed, and that's Gurren's. Yep, and we've seen Gurren's time and time again be aggressive, and that's just his play style.
And that's right off the bat that we're going to see them push out of spawn. So this, because of the PC crash, we're going to see Phantoms getting a lot better attack than they had on their first go-around.
All right. Yep. And that Ana playing a little bit safe there. That Rissa, I wonder if they're going to notice the Ana. Yep. And they noticed it. Missed the sleep dart. Did he miss? Okay, he hit the nade.
Nailed the anti-nade. And it looks like the support's going to come in from the rest of the team. So we're not. Yeah, they're not going to lose anybody. Did that Ana even go down?
Yeah,
I threw it down like
should have. I think we skipped through that.
Alright, so this Sigma shield's gonna get melted by this Bastion. It's gonna be hard for Sigma to keep that shield up if he's playing just the front line. Yeah, it goes down immediately again. Yeah, they're gonna have to rotate between Orissa's block and the Sigma shield because there's so much projectile damage coming out on these shields.
Alright, and they're holding that little choke point right there. And is that okay? Ult, was that Sigma ult?
damn.
I believe that was a Sigma ult. Alright, so Lucio's ult. How do you feel about that? Do you use that more of a counter ult, or do you use it to help you push you personally?
Looking at this composition here, if I were playing into this, I would be using it against the Orisa ult. It seems like their only line of defense against a really strong Orisa ult, and considering that Orisa is probably, besides Reaper, actually they have a Reaper as well, right? So Orisa and Reaper can both get nano boosted into an ult. This isn't the decision I would have gone for, but we're going to see Sigma ulted here on the front line. I'm not sure if this was a survivability thing or if they really just want to shut this down and sit in their spawn again.
Alright.
So Orisa using an ult on 2 squishy targets. It seems like they're expending a lot of resources. This might not be the hardest push out of spawn for the Phantoms, but we'll see what happens. As far as that Lucio ult goes, I think because you have the Orisa and the Reaper who can be nano boosted during their ult, I think you absolutely use Lucio's ult defensively if you're the Phantoms on offense here.
Alright, and they have a Sigma of their own. Let's see. Alright. And the Sigma. Right
Oh,
back to
don't ult in the spawn. Alright, well, he doesn't pick anything up there trying to ult in the spawn, trying to get
it's a lot of ego pushes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're a little bit upset that they got out of spawn in the first place. So while they did get out of spawn quicker, we're going to see them get held to it. It's still the same. Got a minute 40 left on the clock here. And they're catching anything. They're not letting anything go. This Bastion's taking damage now. Fall back to heal up. They got to regroup as 5 because if they keep dying in spawn, I mean, this is...
Yeah, like you're dying almost immediately. You only have about a minute and a half, which is only a few more respawns, and push it together.
Yeah, you probably have 2 team fights left if you start the team fight right now. So if they can push out of this, and Lucio going down means that this 1 minute left is not going to look very good for them. But they haven't used ults in a while. They've been putting out a lot of shots. You got to wonder if maybe they're building up for one big push here.
I mean, now that you mention it, yeah, that could be the play, especially if we see some of these characters just burn their ults, and he's probably going to use his ult into their spawn again.
And we're going to see that Reaper go down on the side of the Gorillaz. Just like last time, they're picking off that Reaper. So if they can get the respawns here, which it might be a little too late for because of that kill onto the Lucio.
Oh, they have the...
Looks like they are. Oh, that hook is going to shut down the Sigma ult, so he gets nano boosted, and he's not actually going to get the execution on his ult. So this Orisa is going to ult. No nano boost means no kills.
Alright, so they have a little bit of time to hold off here. Are they going to be able... Looks like they're able to touch payload.
The Orisa was antied, going to go down. That's a big front line out of the way. Moira goes down on the side of Gorillaz.
And able to push them, body block them from the payload. And that's all you really need, because this should be ending relatively soon if they're not able to touch payload. And that's game.
Yep, that's going to be game. Gorillaz are going to win. If I were Phantoms, I would actually wish that we didn't replay it because that was not
worse.
as good of a showing as their first one. So Gorillaz are going to go up 3-2 here. Or sorry, 3-0 now. And yeah, next we're going to be heading into Dead by Daylight. So that was a tough game for the Phantoms. I think they had a rough time figuring out, like I was talking about at the very beginning, is cutting down that massive health pool. When you have 2 supports, 2 tanks that are already difficult to kill, you have to have a lot of damage output, and they just were not utilizing it.
So this is a Gorilla setup. So teams opt to choose more often than not killers. I need to know who they're going to put in. I would say, if I had to guess, I would say Murs is probably their best. But out of the ones available, I'm not 100% sure, but I imagine Murs is going to go in. So this is where we get to really see a little bit of the Phantom. So Black Diamond's gonna go in. I imagine we're gonna get Rebellion, Batty, and Arbiter in, and I'm guessing Dad had Tony. But this is where we want to really see Arbiter and Rebellion. Rebellion plays a lot of Dead by Daylight. She's plays primarily Survivor. Every time we've seen Arbiter able to go in, or for the most part, we've seen him play Killer. Now, I'm curious to see if he is more of a, I don't want to say a one-trick pony, but I'm going to say a one-trick pony, and he's more of a killer, because even when we see him play Killer, it's always Trapper. It's
Okay.
always Trapper. So I want to see how good he is at the other side.
All right. Yeah, so we'll see. It's interesting that not only do players have to be multifaceted in what games they can play, but then when you come down to even a single game, if this were just a league for Dead by Daylight, you still have multiple roles that you have to know how to play. So it is. I mean, it's very. These players have a lot of requirements that they have to meet to even be able to play on this level. So when you see a team like the Phantoms that are down 3-0, right, and they're 1-3 in the season, you're like, oh, well, maybe that team's not that good. No, they're really good at a lot of things. There are just so many things that you have to be good at. So we're going to see plenty of impressive stuff from the Phantoms all season long. It's just about how much of the board can they cover at once.
So, have you played Dead by Daylight?
Oh, not much. Not much.
Okay, as somebody who didn't play Dead by Daylight, do you understand how it's played?
I do.
How would you approach this as somebody who doesn't play it? Because it's always interesting to see people translate other skills from other games they play into some of these games that they may not have touched as much.
Yeah, so something that I saw last time that was really interesting, the first time that I watched this game played in the UEL, I saw a lot of separation of teammates, because I believe the Killer may not have been I think they were really down on their options. The Killer was not somebody who was like their optimal pick. So what they ended up doing is the Survivors had one person every time he locked onto somebody. The rest of them would spread out and get different tasks done at different times. So that one person was kind of, while there's 4 people on the board, if you're making them put their attention only on one, you're going to be pretty successful in most of what you try to do. So I think the separation, if the Killer isn't maybe the most experienced player, the separation making them hard focus on one thing. If the Killer is experienced, what I would do as a player is die a lot and then say sorry to my team. Yeah, I don't know. I think you have to play. I know that there are abilities and things like that that you have in this game as Survivor perks, right? That you have in the game. So I suppose just if you're the Survivor, there's a good chance you're gonna have somebody that's not an experienced Dead by Daylight player, because you have to put 4 people out there. So I think you have to designate somebody as the bait, maybe. Designate them as at least some kind of supporting position. Maybe
so you think they have to be Scooby and Shaggy?
They do have to be Scooby and Shaggy. Yeah, they do. So, yeah, I think you have to have somebody. If there's someone who's weaker at the game in general, don't give them as much to do. You know, put them in a position where they can easily give feedback and kind of let you know what's going on. If they're being hunted by the Killer, try to get them to spend as much time with the Killer as they can, so that the people who are good at the game can get what they need to do.
And I can say I do like your way of thinking about getting value out of the game.
Yes.
Like, don't put them on something that you don't think they can necessarily handle. So look like.
Yeah, so we're setting up the match now, looking for which map we're going to be on while we get the wheel spun.
F1.
F1. Okay, F1. Last time I watched F1, it ended in a double DNF. And that was pretty fun. It turned into Wreckfest at the end. It was a really, really close match. On the last lap, it turned into a Wreckfest. So it was pretty fun to watch. I thought I was having deja vu, but apparently you can play that game that way too.
Hey, welcome to the UEL.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to play these games. So, all right. And so it looks like for the Survivors, we are going to have Black Diamond, Arbiter, Dad Hat Tony, and Rebellion. So, yeah, we've got Survivors are the Phantoms here, and then the Killer is going to be Gurren for the Gorillaz.
Let's see. Is he playing Huntress?
All right. So we're going to keep it in the setup phase here. We're going to keep waiting for this to finish up so we can get into game. So F1 coming up next. That's interesting. So looking at the board and looking to see who we've got left, because I feel like racing is something we haven't talked about as much. With this
Well,
lineup.
sorry, Mers is going in. I
Oh,
can
yeah?
almost promise you Mers is going in for the Gorillas.
Okay.
Now on the opposite side, that's a little bit harder. Maybe Dolo. I don't know anybody on a team to be a particularly strong racer. So kind of like Wreckfest, you just kind of throw somebody in. I mean, maybe DZ, but we'll have to see how Dead by Daylight goes. Will probably affect that a good little bit. But who knows? It's so hard to tell because we don't want to typecast anybody into this person plays fighting games, this person plays shooters. No, that we're all in gamers.
Mhm.
So I'm really curious to see who goes in for the Phantoms. I'm not as quite familiar. Maybe Rory at the end there, but okay. Also, is there a killer from what the killers you've seen? Is there a killer that you find to be particularly fun or fun to watch or look at?
Nothing in particular. So the last game that I casted, it was the killer that has the bell that goes invisible.
Oh, Wraith.
That's Wraith.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Ooh,
Wraith has an
ooh.
interesting play style.
Could be. I'm gonna get butchered on.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna be butchered in the chat if I'm wrong on that. I know I know you're talking about though. You have to uncloak and cloak.
Yeah, right. When you ring the bell. So
Yeah.
if that's Wraith, we'll see. We'll certainly find out when we watch this back. But yeah, that playstyle is interesting because I think it's really well balanced in terms of the advantages and disadvantages you have of being invisible and having to actually stop being invisible. So like I said, the killer in that game was a little bit less experienced with Dead by Daylight and ended up using the uncloak right next to survivors a lot, and you slow down a lot.
Right.
Oh, great. Okay, so we're actually. What was I saying? I have a
difficulty
yeah. So difficulty players. Let's get into the game. Okay, so we've got
Petrified Oak. Petrified Oak.
All right, so it's 3 branches, a map, and a skull split in half. So tell us what that means.
You keep putting him on the spot. So what happens is, and oh my god, I'm gonna get butchered. But the skull is Mori. So what happens after that? After they get to the second hook state, instead of hooking them, you can just kill them. So why that matters is, so yeah, Huntress. So you can get essentially get them out of the game. Now you don't get points for doing it, which is going to hurt you if it comes down to points. But so let's see what we have here.
Yeah, so it could lead you to more points, but you're not going to actually end up getting the points for the kill on that one. Take an easy win.
So I am going around looking for. Oh, so there's somebody right there. I don't think he. Oh, okay. Yep.
Oh, you see for sure.
That person's just.
They are oblivious to the fact that they're being chased at the moment. They're making a grand. Oh, and just got multiple teammates busted as well. There are 3 of them now running around from that generator. He's going to keep chasing the same target rather than going for more injures here. So, see that injured target. I actually end up going down right here. Oh, right before he could get to the pallet with the pallet as well. So that's going to be a really, really early down. And that leaves you at an advantage for a lot of the game because now that person is going to be walking around injured even if they do get down. So,
and I mean, you have to know how to play against like any kind of killer. You kind of have to know how to play against some of these killers. But it's looking for more axes or hatchets. Sorry. But she has 1 person on hook. Let's see if they opt to go immediately, because you don't have to immediately go get the person off a hook, and especially if the killer just wants to stay in a general area, see that you're going for hook. But they already have 1 gen done, which is a lot quicker than we've seen other people do. So so Gurns has a perk on right now that if he hits them, he can only have one hatchet, but if he hits them with it, it's an instant down.
And that's the
Alright, Tony, here we
throwable.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
look,
Okay.
go in this
So
direction.
that would be an
Follow me.
instant.
Oh.
Go in this direction, and then let's pick a
There's
corner.
been a few. There's been a time or two where I go into a place and I see the killer, and I'm like, you know what? Let me go around the other way.
Let's go right here.
Oh, a little bit of help plate, I think.
40%.
Oh. Okay. Good timing on the pallet though. Didn't get the stun, but
I wonder if they know that he has that perk. Oh, well, they probably. Ooh, and that is a down. And he is. Gurns is a very, very cocky player.
it looks like it. Yeah, if you couldn't tell from Overwatch, you can tell now. And so that's going to be one hooked again. Gonna have one on the hook. Still has not used that insta-kill perk yet. So maybe looking to see if he can get the points first or if he's going to have to use it at like a mid-game point, to secure a kill and make it a little easier for himself. With how fast they're moving on these generators, do you think that he should try to use that insta-kill on the hook that he's got or no?
Oh no, that's that second one.
Oh.
Yeah, so you have to
okay, I
have
see.
him. Yeah.
So that'll only be on the second hooked survivor.
Yeah. Well, no, like the second time somebody's been in a hook.
I see. Okay, so... All right, I understand. So that's 2 players now that have been hooked, so... We'll see. Oh, Tomahawk for an instant down.
In that building.
So he
And then
hit it.
he continues to.
Okay, let's go right here so I can heal you up real quick.
But it looks, nope, they're really close to hook, so they're not able to break out. And goes and grabs another one. He's just trying to.
So is that might be 3 now that have been hooked then, because that's not an
That's-
instant kill. So that's 3 players now that have been hooked. 3 players that are, going to be on their last legs.
Potentially, but they got somebody off of hook just now. Now the generator being done seems like it has slowed down a little bit. I expected another one to be done. But I guess it depends on who exactly you're knocking down. We haven't seen the gens, somebody mess up on a gen in a little while. So I'm curious. And they could, okay, there's another person right there with a toolbox. So let's see what he does. Yeah, is he going to go around? Oh, yep, and then he just baited them out of that. So let's see if he finds them. Yep, and he knows exactly where they are. He's like, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and. Oh, there's somebody right there. Let's see if he catches on to them. You have to be careful about that. They have another gen done. 3 more to go.
She's not chasing me. She's not chasing me anymore.
So let's see.
It looks like he lost him in the Rex.
Yeah, and you get points for that if you
Near where I
as a survivor. And it looks like somebody's healing somebody else up. In-game is PC3, which would be Dad Hat Tony. So it looks like Arbiter's the only one left that needs to be healed. He's trying to regress the generator there. I mean, Phantom's playing it. I believe they're playing it well. I mean, they could be messing up, but just from my perspective, they seem like they're playing Survivor well. So good on them right now. They really need this win to kind of get themselves back into the game.
It's very efficient. It feels like they're working in steps and everything is kind of working out how they want it to. Even with, a few people having gone down at this point, gotten put on the hooks, they're moving pretty quick. So.
All right. And then somebody else right there. Let's see if he's able to get them down.
Ooh.
Nice. He
Somehow
got it.
knew that he was going to try to juke him out there.
And able to
Down.
get them down. So who is that? In-game of BC1. So that is Black Diamond.
So I believe Black Diamond was the only person who had not yet gone down. So now, if I have the perk understanding correct, every single player at this point, if somebody gets hooked, they will be done.
Well, potentially. I think they
If
have the
it's-
option. To,
Okay, so they have the option, so it's possible. Okay.
I
And
thought
at
you were
this
gonna come
point,
to
with
us
how
too.
fast they're moving,
gonna get you, Mike.
I
I'm
might
gonna
want to
get you.
use that and risk the points. Get them down on their numbers.
There's 2. But then it becomes an issue if it's a
Oh, okay.
stop press because if they get
Alright, we're
down
gonna
to
go
the
back,
point
back
where
we
they
came. I'll give you some.
what's the word I'm looking for? If it comes down to point.
Mhm.
But yeah, like you said, they have 2 gens done. 2 gens left to go, I should say. I'm sorry. That. are trying to address that one. It looks like somebody messed up a gen way over yonder. So
Gonna
he's
have a little time to get out.
I wonder how many people are working together on gen, because I'm not sure if you fully know, but the more people you have working on gen, up to 3 depending on how the gen's located. Ooh, he has another one down. And 2 people, yep, and there goes more of them.
Alright, we're gonna go get Reb.
And if he has a way of knowing who's getting like a lot of these points, then he's able to probably maybe more of them, take the good players out.
Right.
Alright, I need
Yeah,
to
so
get
that's
healed if
one done.
possible.
That's that hat Tony
Okay.
is,
No,
is
you're
dead
not.
now.
No,
There's
you're not.
one on Hook
Damn it.
who is
Who's
also
dead?
going to die. So there's only going to be 2 left. This is going to slow
So
down by
now,
a lot.
now it's up to Rebellion, and no, there's one person dead. PC, is that PC3 still alive? No, PC3. Oh yeah, no, you are correct. So Arbiter and Rebellion, they're both 1 hit away. All right, so he's gonna pick them up. So now this game completely changed.
All right, so all we've got is we've got Black Diamond and Arbiter. That's going to be Black Diamond's going to be going up on the Hook now. So Arbiter is the sole standing teammate for the Phantoms. And we're going to see how much he can get done. But, I mean, at this point, as soon as he gets found, it's going to become a game of cat and mouse because it's really, really difficult once they've got their...
Well, he's also 1 hit
eyes
away.
Right, right.
So, I mean, honestly, he needs to get his teammate off the hook and need to work to get these gens done quickly.
Yeah. And we don't see Gurren guarding the Hook completely either. But
Well,
it's
because
not going to matter anymore.
Yep, and then there's perks that allow you to get off the hook, and you can take chances to get off the hook. But I think this is good as done here.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Go up on the Hook and...
He's got the 4K.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. So he's got 4 kills. That's, you know, I don't see any way that points don't end up going to him. So that's gonna be Gorillaz.
And another game.
Scoreboard come up here, yeah.
Another game
Might
that Gurren
still
has.
be undefeated.
Yeah.
Very, very likely that they are.
Yeah, he sat back down because there are perks that can allow them to get off. And if you close the game out, let's look at the point. 20,000. So who's Megan? You can see a really imbalanced amount of points there.
Yeah.
But now we have F1. And I'm at the Sky Guys going in here. And who are they putting in? Dolo, maybe? Rory? I'm really interested in who they opt to put in here. So, what do you think about the Dead by Daylight overall?
Well, I think Gurren looked really strong on it. Because it honestly, it looked like the Phantoms were really efficient with their work, and Gurren was just a little too good. I mean, that was kind of scary how good he was because the Phantoms, from what I could tell from the outside, were moving very efficiently. They got, you were talking about how quickly they knocked out that first generator, and then it took them a little while, but they got that second one as well. They still didn't have anybody dead. They were really moving along, and Gurren found opportunities to just be able to separate them from each other and eliminate them in time. So he really, it seemed like what we were talking about that whole time, building up to being able to kill them on their second down. When he did get that kill, that opened up for sure. You don't get the points for it, but that opened him up for being able to get the other 3 because they slow down so much while missing a teammate. It's so much easier to catch someone off guard. So
they can't heal as well because we saw the last 2; they were both 1 hit. They weren't able to heal each other. But, I mean, you have to play to your win conditions. So, let's see what we have here. F1 coming up. It should be only a 2-minute setup timer, so they should be just about done. F1's also one of those games that could potentially... It's not the quickest of setups. So, I'm curious to see it looks like maybe the Phantoms burned another time out. They're down to 3. I don't remember them using the second one, so they probably used it on this game
to be able to set up more. Okay.
I really am interested in who they throw in here because at some point you have to stop the bleeding.
Right.
But Have you seen F1 played much?
I have
Besides that,
once. It was just the one time. Yeah, I believe I saw it. I might be actually getting the. No. This is the 1v1 game. So yes,
Yeah.
I have. I've seen it the one time.
okay,
Yeah.
the greatest F1 game ever played.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Where it was actually a really, really, really close match, and then
F1 X or F1 Cross Wreckfest.
Wreckfest. Yeah, it was the event, right? The seasonal event. They had a whole battle pass for it and everything.
Oh please, no battle pass in F1.
The F1 battle pass. Yep. You get to be Louis Hamilton through different stages of winning championships.
Or you can be like how Rocket League added Lightning McQueen.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Some people have Lightning McQueen cars in real life, which is even cooler.
I have a player on my team who I have two players on my team who bought the Lightning McQueen for.
It's funny because there is one car. It's horrible because I can't remember the name of it, but it's actually the car that I use in Rocket League. It is shaped exactly like Lightning McQueen. I mean, it's so rounded over the top and in the front. It looks exactly like him. So
Yep, it looks like we're losing Rory, Dub, and for the opposite side we have Smurs going in.
Yeah. Yep. So R, Dub, and Mers. That was okay. So like you said, with Phantoms, it's going to be a little harder to predict. But Mers was the likely pick for Gorillaz, and here he is. So,
and they have a really strong sports lineup available. So I imagine that. Okay, outside of Rocket League, that's the one sport game they probably don't want right now. Granted, they'll be able to send the rest of the people left and put Arbiter in, but still, you want like a Madden, you want a UFC. I'm not sure about NHL, but you want like a 2K would be amazing right now. But so we'll see who ends up. Because like I said, I think Murs has the advantage here, but with how Wreckfest, with how F1 is.
I mean, might as well be.
Oh man.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens once we get in. All right, so we have that 3-minute timeout coming out. Up on the board now, so now we know what's going on. Okay, technical timeout we're being
on
told.
F1.
Interesting.
I don't think I've ever recalled that.
It's a 1v1 game. There's not that much to set up really. So, but we'll see what happens. Maybe they just need a little time.
Controller issue, maybe.
Very possible. Anything could happen. So, yeah, we'll see what they set up with. But still a lot of games left on the board. We haven't seen any fighting games yet, which is rare because we have a lot on there. We've got Street Fighter, King of Fighter, Tekken. We have a lot of stuff on there. So
in defense, though, we're only 4 games in.
Yeah. So I haven't gotten to take a break quite yet. But as soon as Street Fighter comes up, I'll just sit back and let you do everything, and I'll take a look, and I'll learn Street Fighter. That's what I'll do.
Look, maybe you shouldn't be so knowledgeable on so many games, and then maybe you get a break.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's a key to any job ever. Don't
Play
be good at everything. Don't be good at everything.
How do you turn on this computer?
Yeah,
I see a power button.
So explain to me, what's a video game? So still a couple. We've already seen a little bit of racing come out. Is Wreckfest in the racing category? Yeah. So it is in the racing category. So this will be our second racing game, but we do still have like
CTR.
Yeah, CTR, which
Need
is
for Speed.
Super fun one I've been learning about. Need for Speed, which is really, really fun because that's like a mix of like racing and combative driving.
You mean Wreckfest?
So Wreckfest, we just kind of have like 4 Wreckfests up.
So let's look at it. We have Need for Speed, which Wreckfest.
You win if you wreck. Yep.
F1.
You win if you wreck the enemy.
We have Wreckfest.
You wreck if you wreck.
We have CTR, which is a combative race.
Right, which is a combat racer. Yeah.
So which one? Forza, I guess Forza you could,
Forza,
but
it's you get a reset on Forza though, don't you? If you crash, you get a reset. Okay.
But so it's funny because my sister, when growing up, I have a sister 10 years younger than me. Any kind of fruit, she'll say grape and then the fruit. So like it'd be like grape apple.
Grape apple. Okay. Okay.
Don't ask me why. So are we gonna just say that for all of the racing games? It's Wreckfest. Slash F1 Wreckfest meet CTR.
We're gonna play F1 Wreckfest now. And we'll see what happens. Set up here on the Xbox. Looks like they're about ready to go. Looks like we're Gurren is just, or sorry, not Gurren. That's RO Dub. Just
Yeah.
kind of vibing a little bit, getting into it.
He's just in that what happens kind
Yeah.
of.
And then the shadow assassin of a man, Mers, with his hat shading his face. He's ready to go.
Oh, that'll be a
He's in there.
perfect picture.
Yeah, he looks intimidating. Honestly, I wouldn't want to go against him in this. You already, I mean, with how certain you were that he was going to go in for the Gorillaz.
But we've seen good racers get wrecked instantly.
Yeah, F1 is very, very difficult. I noticed, like the racing aspect of it in particular. You have to keep an eye on your gauge for damage and the likes.
So it looks like there's a point for the Gorillaz.
So that was our Dead by Daylight.
Okay,
so they got
okay.
Wreckfest, FC24, Overwatch 2,
Okay.
Dead by Daylight to catch everybody up who didn't see it. Anybody who has tuned in at the end of our first hour here, we started with Fortnite. It got skipped immediately. I do feel like every game that comes out first gets skipped, but anyway, Wreckfest was our first game we actually played. That was Gorillaz' first win. That was probably the most exciting game that we've had so far. That was really cool.
Because it's like one of those games that came down to the end, and then at least me, I thought there was one win condition for each team, and it turns out it's the opposite.
Yeah, it turns out that the team that had 3 cars still left in the game had to be really, really scared of that one bus. So yeah. Then we had our FC24, which was a super back and forth. Overwatch 2, which was not back and forth at all. Gorillaz heavy-handedly took that one. And then Dead by Daylight, which I would say Gurren did a pretty good job of making that.
I think a few
solid.
things different here and there. Dead by Daylight could have been different. FC could have been different.
Definitely.
Despite the score, there's a little bit of things here and there, and this could be an even game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about right off the very beginning. You actually pointed out that one throwaway shot from midfield that didn't end up going in.
Mm-hmm.
That could have made it a tie game when we had only 50 seconds left in the match. So it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with F1 right now, so we're going to skip the game and we'll do a comeback later.
I don't think I've ever seen
back
that
around
with
to it.
F1.
Interesting game to have setup issues on.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
So
Master Duel.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So what we're going to be doing is attempting to read very, very tiny text from back here. We will pray to the production room that we get some assistance on
Trust
that
in
one.
the heart of the cards.
I believe we have somebody back there who knows Yu-Gi-Oh!
The guy that's in.
Yeah, so we might request assistance on that one. It's a little bit hard to read from here, so even though. All right, so we'll have some assistance on that one, which is good.
One thing we can hope for is that one team, turn 1, gets all 5 parts of Exodia.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting, huh? Yeah, I did see an Exodia deck played recently, which is funny because you don't get to see a lot of that playing on the ranked ladder.
Oh.
I mean, you can make it a couple turn game and get your Exodia out at this point, but I believe there are a couple cards that are legal in UEL that make it easier to play that Exodia.
Not
deck,
just a couple.
It's
if it's in a game, it's legal.
Yeah. So you don't really what I did to play the ranked online game. That wasn't something I ran into a lot, so it was fun to see Exodia get played like actually in a game. It's pretty fun to watch it and see how it highlights the fact that deck building is super, super important, like the minute details of deck building.
So, what are you looking to see two Exodia decks? What do you want to see here?
I'll tell you what I don't want to see. I don't want to see the thing that ruined the game. The thing that ruined the game, in my opinion, are link cards. I think link cards are absolutely ridiculous. I hate the color light blue because of them. They're just dumb. I don't want to see the game get won on round 1. So I don't want to see the game get won on round 1. That would be very unfortunate. So we're gonna hopefully we don't get link decks. That would be unfortunate. It's not really fun to watch, but something I do like to see are classic decks, honestly, which is why I think Exodia is so fun to watch because
Dark
that's
Magician
something that
Girl.
I like. Dark Magician decks. I like Blue Eyes decks. I think those are really interesting. If we see a Karibo deck, I might just walk out because this is a joke. But there's some really interesting things that can be played in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't know if these players just kind of go online to figure out what the best things are, or if they actually like open some packs and figure out what they want to play.
Hopefully they're not watching the show because I remember watching the show and it was just some of the
Yeah.
we're gonna make him win. It's not the heart of the cards. Like that was the biggest like what was it called plot armor I've ever seen. Like
yeah.
I'm gonna shoot this undying mammoth at you and it's gonna decay you, but like and then you look at the cards and you're like, what does it say that we could do that?
Yeah, where did they made that up? So
What was it? As the British said, screw the rules. I have money.
all right, so here we go. We're gonna go right in, and we might get a tune in here from a little bit of assistance that we're gonna get.
Right here?
And that's gonna be we're gonna see some pot of greed repetition off the bat, I believe. All right, so we've got some assistance now, and we will let Zach give you the rundown on what we're looking at.
So we have right here, looking at Dolo. He has an ash in his hand, Ash Blossom, with Ash Blossom. If anyone summons or tries to use an effect from their hand or anything to draw a card, can straight up negate that effect.
So, a question from somebody who's a little less experienced at the game: what is the end goal for an Ash Blossom type deck? What are they looking to do? What is their win condition?
So, pretty much, and with the Ash Blossom,
So, with it being a card that helps deal with our fees off of players adding cards in their hand or their graveyard, effects like that, does that do well against a Exodia type deck? Since you're going to want to be drawing cards consistently, and then like there's certain graveyard play. So, do you think this is a countermeasure to what we've seen a lot, or do you think that this is just a good deck in general?
Okay, hey, you're wasting my time. Go away, man. Wasting all my time, bro.
good Exodia deck. Right now, he doesn't have any
Chicken
monsters.
game, we've seen that field spell card a
Yep.
lot in the league.
So with Chicken Game, with that you cost pay 1,000 life points in order to draw a card.
And then he has that card where he can put X amount of cards back into his deck and then draw that same amount out, hoping to get more Exodia pieces.
Yep. So with Pot of Greed, plays it to draw 2 cards from his deck. Right now it's waiting on Dolo to see if he wants to activate Ash Blossom in his hand to cancel the effect of Pot of Greed.
But he doesn't look as familiar. Do you think it's one of those situations where he doesn't quite understand the game as well? Because we've seen in the past Arbiter play more often than not.
Canceled Pot of Greed, so he's not able to draw the 2 cards from Pot of Greed. But he has 4 other. So right now he's doing he drew 2 cards, and now he's about to discard 2 cards because of Graceful Charity.
And he has Magical Mallet in his hand as well.
He's doing another one, so he's going to draw 3, and he's discarding 2.
It's that second piece of Exodia.
But he discarded 1 piece of Exodia, showing he really doesn't know how to play
Navigate.
this deck if he got rid of that.
Do you think there's something in the deck he's going to rely on, like something like a graveyard reviver kind of card that he's going to be
If
able to pull back with?
If it's like
Revolt.
any other Exodia deck we've seen, there will be the Dark Factory spell card where he brings all normal monsters from the graveyard back to the hand.
Oh, okay.
If they have that, then it'd be fine. But we'll see. Now he's getting another chicken game out there, so he can pay another 1,000 life points to draw a card. And because of chicken game, it has a secondary effect where if his life points is lower than your opponent's, then you take no battle damage from any battles.
And it looked like he just shuffled the 2 pieces of Exodia that he had back into his deck, so I think he's probably trying to run down this deck until it's like at the very bottom where you can just consistently draw those cards and them all at once.
Which
Gets one back.
could be good, but it also runs a risk of decking out if you are running the deck down. Because if you run out of cards to draw in your deck,
Yeah, you
then
break.
you straight up lose the game if
Right.
you can't draw any cards.
Right. So, it does look like he has a consistent draw cycle here, so.
Yeah, and I mean, all it takes is him to get the right ones, but yes, 2.
Right
He's
back
had
where he started, yeah.
yeah. Only piece that he hasn't drawn right yet total is the head of Exodia.
That's true. He is
Yep.
keeping us on the edge of our seats here.
And that's the kicker, because the head, that's unlike all the other pieces of Exodia, that's not an effect monster, that's a normal monster. Or with the effect, that's the whole point of it giving the effect of winning the duel instantly when you have all 5 pieces.
So Harpy's Feather Duster gonna come out
Get rid of all the
here.
spell cards, right?
He's thinking about using Called by the Grave, where target 1, this would be a great one for him to use, because with this you pick 1 card in the graveyard and you banish it.
Oh, so he'd be able to banish one of the
Yep, so
pieces
he's
of
about to
Exodia.
banish 1 piece of Exodia, so that is now banished. And with that, I don't think he has any card in his deck that will bring it out of being banished. So just from that,
That's a done deal. That's
And look at you see
and he just used the Harpy's
Feather
Feather
Duster.
Duster to clear that field spell. So now he'll be able to take battle damage, even though his life points are lower.
And see, we see that monster face down defense position. He can flip that up and just have that for the extra damage if he's not worried about any monsters being out on the field.
Exactly. It all depends on how Vape goes about. If he's not worried about, because we see that it has 800 attack points and 1800 defense, so he's playing it safe by keeping it in face down in case he does. Dolo puts out a monster that has an attack point above 800. It's
But-
playing it safe, keeping it face down, so he's protected.
But at this point, you're turning it from turning it from 3 turns to win to 2 turns if you attack. 800 plus the 1600 is 2400. He only has 1600 attack after
But
that.
it looks like he reactivated Book of Moon, which, when it's activated, he already selected an area, so it has to be played. He has to pick 1 face-up monster and put it face down, which is going to negate him attacking, so he's going to have both monsters face down defense position.
And that's really unfortunate.
He misplayed it. He must have hit yes just to have the message
Go
stop
away.
coming up, because it will keep spamming you with the message like, do you want to play this card now? How about now? How about now?
yeah.
So instead of constantly hitting no, he probably just hit yes, let's just get it over with, and it stopped him from attacking.
So I think this does show how easy it is to kind of counter an Exodia deck, and it shows why it's like a lower level kind of play. Like for players here, it's a first built deck kind of thing. It's the
Yeah.
thing that you can
Baby's
understand.
first deck.
Yeah, baby's first deck. It's how you learn how to dig into your cards. So I think when we see what kind of decks these teams play, it tells us how prepared they are.
He just did Royal Library and then Into the Void. Playing that Into the Void, if you don't play and if he doesn't get all 5 cards of Exodia in his hand, because he played Into the Void, all cards in his hand go straight to the graveyard.
I got copies, so I'm letting them go.
So right now he has 2 pieces of Exodia in the graveyard
One
and
dead.
1 that is removed.
He is attempting to make himself lose instead of being beaten by the enemy, which is extremely honorable. He must defeat himself before anybody else can defeat him.
Nobody can beat me like I can.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so gonna make sense. He's gonna flip them both over. Let's see what he does here.
But looks like he just drew a evenly matched trap card, and with that one, if he had less cards on the field than Dolo, or than what he would be able to do is make the opponent get removed from play all cards on the field except so they have the same amount of cards on the field.
Well, so it evens them out.
Yep. Hence why it is called evenly matched.
Hey, I see what you did there.
So he's drawn other types of fairies in his hand.
Looks like he's got the ability to maybe set up a fusion. I see on the left
Oh,
there.
There he goes, setting evenly matched.
Just in case.
Because this is good, because if he puts out another one to be
That's 800. And one more hit, put him down to 600. 1600, sorry. And then next turn, if he's not able to do something to protect himself,
well, if we saw he had a royal library in his hand.
put that in the fifth position.
Well, he did. But before he did Into the Void, he had royal library. That would have been good to protect him
I
with.
gotcha. Oh, hey, look,
Oh.
there you go.
1 day of peace. I don't believe that would be enough to keep him alive for this round.
All right.
Because
And
if he doesn't have anything that will put up a defense,
put it down as bait.
each player draws one card. So,
Well,
with that, the only thing he has to do, he has to put that Exodia in face down defense position. That way he survives this round at least. So he can get another round in.
and
But
hope,
if he doesn't, then it's over.
trust in the heart of the cards, I suppose.
I was showing like he has pretty much all of his. He needs to go to main phase 2 so he can set this monster. He needs to set the monster or he is done.
It depends whether he wants this game to be over or not, I think.
That is true. And he ends it.
Yeah, so I think he's about ready for this one to end. I think maybe we all are.
Ooh, Book of Moon. Please don't play that. Don't activate the effect. Alright, so summon it in attack position. And he should be able to directly attack.
And did we spin the wheel yet? I don't think about it. I think we.
Well, we might be going back into.
Might be going back
F1.
into F1. Right. Okay. Yeah. We'll see if we got that set up.
I mean, this particular game had been taking a little while, so. Alright. And then attack, and then that should be it.
So those aren't taking. Should be over right there.
Don't do it. 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 All right. And he's not taking it. Why is he not taking it?
I think one of his cards that he summoned makes it so he wasn't able to deal any battle damage.
That
It's
is
unfortunate. But
So-
is there a win condition left for the Gorillaz in this situation?
So the Gorillaz, depending on how much cards are left in Dolo's deck, would really determine whether or
Oh,
not.
but he has to do it right now, right? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Beam Monster, the one that has 800 attack points on the left, is the reason why they weren't able to take any battle damage. So he's doing that to put that monster face down, so he can take some damage next turn.
Okay.
All right, so let's see.
This is like a
And it
game
was,
of who cannot lose the fastest.
It was
Like, it's not even
because
about winning.
on the last turn, the Gorillaz, the spell card, the 1 Day of Peace, where they both drew one card. That's why
Okay.
wasn't able to
Yeah, go ahead
take
and hit.
any battle damage.
Go ahead and end that big dog.
Yep, go back to bait. See what he draws. Another Into the Void. So this is one where, again, if he'll be able to draw 3 cards, but if he isn't able to get like all 5 pieces, which he's not, because I'm pretty sure 3 of the pieces are in the graveyard and 1 is in the
Banished.
So
Let's see
he
what.
has 2 there. Let's see some more. Yeah, no, he only has 2 in the graveyard, 1 banished. So right now he only has the head that's in the deck. And even then, I don't think he has any cards in his deck that will help him get a card out of the
Banished. Right?
banished.
Yeah.
So the only way the Gorillaz can win right now is if they delay it long enough to hope the Dolo just decks out. But he went through so much cards in his deck, he'll deck out like first.
And he is protecting himself, so we might actually get.
I mean, since he can't get it out of the banishment, there's no reason to have it in his hand since he can't draw all 5 pieces of Exodia now.
He's just delaying potentially the inevitable, but we've seen crazier comeback.
I don't know if we have.
Well, maybe not in Yu-Gi-Oh, but what I mean,
have a win condition anymore for winning damage wise. He's gone deeper into his deck.
you have to trust the heart of the card. Hasn't Yu-Gi
So right
Boy
now,
taught you
what
anything?
Dolo could do, he's going to do that Raigeki
Yeah,
to
destroy
get
off.
rid of that face down
Yeah.
and attack him directly with the 1600 to end the game.
But we've seen him not take opportunities that he's had before.
Lightning Storm might be a better way to start, just in case that trap card on the other side. Something dangerous that can chain, but it can't. So
All right. Is he gonna?
oh no! Oh no! Wait, is this? Is he gonna? Is he still gonna be able to do damage?
I mean, maybe not. I mean, if we're going off of what's happened,
So right now we have to see if he got rid of the face down. If he's smart, if he wants to end it right now, he could just go straight into the battle phase and attack with the Exo Sister.
but based on what you've seen, like
Right now it looks like he's just
Don't
trying to
know.
if he does anything else rather than just going into battle position, this is pretty much him, I would say, just flexing on them.
Okay, so we finally get a battle
So
phase.
getting an 800, trying
Okay.
to whittle it down as much as he can, and then ends it right here.
Very nice. Okay.
For the
Hey.
Dolo taking the win.
all right, and that's a victory for the Phantoms.
It's finally happened.
Alrighty.
Phantom's gonna take a victory.
I don't know the percents on Yu-Gi-Oh, but Exodia deck, but I feel like their win percent is really low right now.
I could see why. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of ways to counter. I mean, just the fact that a single banishment, like from that point, from like that second turn that Dolo took, the game
Yeah.
was done. There's no way to win anymore.
Anyways,
That will throw that one over the shoulder. That one's gone.
like, hey, how many turns do you want to lose in?
And so we are going to go attempt to go straight back into a 1v1 game here
F1.
with F1. So, we'll see how this one turns out. We've got about 30 minutes left until halftime. We'll get a little break in there, and we'll see what the score is looking like at that point. The games have been pretty long so far, which is nice because sometimes you people have to look at our ugly mugs the entire time while everybody's setting up. So it's nice that the games have been long and it's not a low-scoring game because the setup phases have been so
Mhm.
long. We've gotten some seriously close games here. Wreckfest took a while because those buses at the end were just making their laps. FC was a high-scoring game, so that one took us a while. Overwatch 2, we had to do a replay, which is only more fun for everybody else. So we're going to get another spin here as we start up on F1. we're gonna let you know here in a moment who we have on each.
So top is the Phantom, bottom is gonna be the Gorilla. Ooh. Oh! What did I was saying? That no matter how good you can be at that game, how good you could be at that game, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that was a win for the Phantoms.
I don't even know what that course looks like. I have no idea what that course looks like now. I thought I was going to learn something about F1 today. Okay, was, believe it or not, that was a round. That was what you just saw was a round, and that point goes to the Phantoms.
Now we're on CTR.
We are now straight into CTR. I think they saw CTR come up on the wheel and just got too excited. They wanted to go straight into it, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to go straight into CTR.
We're going to see Global here. I don't know who he's going to be with, but it's going to be Global definitely here. On the other side, I think it has to be DZ and Black Diamond. Now, Black Diamond was on the Ravens, was with them for a while, so I'm curious to see if he's picked that game up a little bit. And DZ has been around in the league for a while.
And from what I understand, DZ and Rory both have a little bit of like coaching or managing places on the team. Mm-hmm. So are they more well-rounded players because of that? More studied in all the different games?
So I can't fully say on Rory, but best player in the Phantom is either DZ or Black Diamond.
Okay, so then this is two good players going in here. They have good options. And actually, what's interesting is going into the half, Gorillaz still have used no timeouts and no forfeits. So
good management.
Very good management, keeping all their resources. They can either use what they have at the end of the half here, or just decide they're gonna whatever they have left at the end of halftime, just go ahead and stick with those.
But yeah, I imagine we're gonna see Global. I don't know with who though. Maybe it's hard. It's really hard to really say who's going, but I 100% say we see Global, and he's not half bad at the game. Maybe Carnage, maybe. But let's see. So Global and Carnage, all right.
So this isn't looking too bad for the Phantoms now when you look at the lineup, because they have two players who are pretty
veteran,
prepped and ready for CTR, veteran players. They could, pretty much take anything. They're going to put them in on CTR. If you win that becomes a 3-4, and you've still got another game, maybe two, before halftime.
Depends on what the next game is.
You have your entire roster. So it doesn't matter what the game
is.
And
the fighters haven't started rolling yet.
The fighters haven't even started rolling out. So we very well may just see Black Diamond go right back out. So we're just gonna leak some private
Discord information,
quick, and then we'll come back to us. And we're
somebody screenshot. No, so
yeah, yeah, it was nothing important. Okay, so here we are. This is CTR. I do like the little polar bear guy. I'm gonna be honest.
So it looks like DD's gonna be bottom right. So and Black Diamond's gonna be bottom left. Top left is gonna be Global. Top right is gonna be Carnage.
Okay, so we're doing top half, bottom half. Oh, so we have Madden coming up next, which is a game that actually I haven't cast. It's been forfeit every time.
So we're probably going to see. I don't even know who we're going to see for that one, for the fan side, because there's a lot of people that you are wanting for Madden.
All right, we're going to kick off CTR, and now that we're looking at it here, the bottom half of the screen is going to be the Phantoms. The top half of the screen will be the Gorillaz.
So top. Oh, this is set up wrong. You can see how they're 5th and 6th place. There should only be 1 through 4.
Oh yeah, they should.
But it hasn't been called. Nothing's been stopped yet, so we continue.
Huh.
So if they continue to do this point thing, forfeit Phantoms.
I do think I just heard somebody call out forfeit, so we'll see what happened. We'll see. But like you said, the setup was wonky on that one. So I feel like every time the wheel spins, we get too excited.
Okay, so
we're getting a call right now. It looks like if this goes through, it looks like that was a Phantoms forfeit then. We've got a Gorillaz point.
Oh, we
on
also
the
gave a
board.
point to the Phantoms.
Yeah, they did. So yeah, there is a point for both teams right now. Actually, you're right. So we'll figure it out. We'll get you guys.
Why don't we just leave it at this and go to the next game?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just leave it.
It's funny that CTR is one of the games that's set up incorrectly the most, or a lot, because it's literally like you just click over twice, you make it 4 players, and you just change AI off, and it's extremely simple. But those 2-5 Gorillaz, and Madden's up next, and it's hard, like, because there's only out of the 7 people, there's 3 people I probably don't fully want in there for it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Phantoms forfeit because of the setup.
So Arbiter, Dad Hat, Tony, and Rebellion are probably the only ones you don't want on there. But like Rory Dub, DZ, Dolo, Black Diamond, I imagine you're gonna get something like Dolo and DZ, or Dolo and R Dub. On the opposite side, we're going to get Vape and probably Gurns. Vape came in being a sports player, so probably going to be Vape and Gurns versus Dolo, DZ, Dolo, R Dub, one of those 2 combinations.
All right, so we're about halfway through our setup here.
And we get DZ and Dolo on one side, and we get Vape and Gurns.
So on one hand, there is a 3-point difference now, which isn't great. You were thinking, as we were looking at the lineups, we were thinking maybe Phantoms actually did have a chance on that one.
But looking like from the limited gameplay, this did look like this was going to be a clear Gorillaz win.
Okay. So Gorillaz still favored in that one.
Yeah.
So, but now, with halftime coming up, you definitely want to try to close the deficit.
Yeah.
So I guess rather than taking up time and losing that one, maybe the forfeit's
not
too
the worst
bad.
thing in the world.
Yeah, maybe you get a win on Madden here. You're looking at 3-5, and then you have a shot at another game. We'll see what happens. Still plenty of time to bring it back. A lot of games, a lot of the faster setup and played games are still left on the board. So, we already, barring like StarCraft and Pokemon, you've got some pretty quick games. Fighters, a lot of them have the system for you to
with
go back and forth. So
how we've seen Black Diamond go through people in Fighters.
Yeah, seriously, that might just be maybe that's what the Gorillaz are saving their forfeits for.
Well, no, because like Global's there. And Global is a really good fighter.
Well, we'll see. When you're running with only a 5-person roster, Global might not be available. There's a couple of situations in which when you have a limited roster like that, you're going to start running through your players and find yourself with certain people unavailable to play. So that's the one thing about making sure on game day you have a pretty deep roster. When you're sitting on just 5, you have just enough to make it work, and it's going to be a little bit crunchy when you get to.
And now we have
a certain point.
Setup timer up, and you're going from same console to same console. You don't have to switch over. Madden is on the Xbox, same as CTR. It should be relatively simple setup. No timeouts yet or anything of that nature.
Well, Gorillaz timeout.
As I say it.
So we've got a Gorillaz timeout. And
So also, it looks like the Phantoms are going to be the 49ers, and the Gorillaz are going to be the Ravens. We're going to have DZ SQB and Vape SQB.
This is what I think everybody wanted the Super Bowl to be this year.
I'm going to be honest. I think everybody wanted the Super Bowl to be Detroit versus Bills.
That's true. I guess before the conference championships, when they were still in. That is what it looked like. Everybody was kind of
2 teams never won a Super Bowl. One team that's never been to the Super Bowl.
That would have been pretty cool. Yeah, it is crazy that Detroit. I mean, it's not when you watch football. You understand why the Lions have never been, but it is strange to think that in the NFL, which is something that most people think of as even older than they are.
Yeah. There's a lot of parity in the NFL, right? Like, for instance, the Vikings have one of the best win percentages,
right,
in NFL history. Like, they're probably like, I think I want to say they're like top 10 in terms of like win percentage, but they don't have a Super Bowl. But then you have a team like Tampa who has one of the worst win percentages and they have 2 Super Bowls. So make it make sense.
It is interesting how you can just have a good year or two and really, really boost those stats.
John's been doing that for years. Shout out to Mr. Green and AJ Little Blue and King of Fighters.
Shout out late 2000s Giants, early 2010s Giants, when that division was a joke.
Was anyways.
Well, now it's a joke, including them. They're in on it now. They used to dominate.
All right. So they get back to the 21-yard line. So we are going to see Vape and the Ravens. Now, this is one thing I will say about Vape. I think he's a good player when he isn't like really overthinking things. I think he's one of those players that sometimes when he gets on the stage, he outthinks himself. So it'll be interesting to see as the season goes along how he really starts to progress, get himself. We've seen people struggle early on and go on to have a lot of success.
Right. So we're gonna see, and like you were talking about right there, Vape. He's gonna be
QB
there for the Ravens.
And
short pass into a first. Ooh, maybe.
Yeah, first down.
Oh, it is.
We see a lot of that where people are attacking like the flats and such, not necessarily willing to take those deep shots. And I don't know if that's because of the limited amount of time that we have. You know, with it only being 3-minute quarters. Like you're a sixth way through the first quarter
on one play.
Yeah.
Definitely limited drives. So
I look like he's running.
That's what you expect when they're playing
Lamar Jackson.
So you're going to see a lot of that. I'm sure those stats are extremely high.
Especially with there being really no injury, so you don't have to worry about him taking too big of a hit. Like, and one thing you have to do is worry about him fumbling, but like that's not going to happen a lot with him unless he puts himself in a bad situation. But I think I feel like they're taking a shot here. So let's see if they run. They're running too high safety. So probably taking something short here. Probably putting somebody on a short route. Let's see. Or he's just gonna run it. Yep, and that's the kind of play that could potentially fumble. But you can see you have to kind of a lot of times you look at the safeties, see how they're playing, and that kind of help you open up the what zones you can attack.
Set up next here, 2nd and 4.
So 2 high safety split in the middle. The middle should be open if they decide to, but
looks like the first down there. So yep, that's going to be just enough for a first down.
And good footwork and handling a little bit of power, and you find a way to pick up first downs.
I
believe they're on the 39-yard line now.
Yeah, well within field goal range, but within field goal range, but they want that touchdown.
And still plenty of time. First quarter's not over yet, so they have a couple more plays to go through here.
All right.
It'd be interesting to see if they just keep playing the short game to kind of march it up the field, or if at some point they're going to try to take some risks.
Oh, he buckled up there trying to take that hit, but the person completely whiffed out.
Yeah, definitely gave him a little time to catch him on the second side, but that's all right because you get the first down and some. So this short game's really working for them. 13-yard rush there is plenty to get yourself toward the end zone. So, and if they can push this, what's interesting is if they spend enough time pushing this last half toward the end zone, they can really cut into the second quarter and give the Phantoms a lot less time to work with before the half.
Yeah, and it's essentially they're running everybody really runs West Coast offense, short passing game, set up the deep pass.
That's a fumble, but did it go it fumbled out of bounds
at like the 1-yard line, which is a controversial rule that if you fumble and it goes into the end zone, the other team gets possession.
Oh, right, but it went out at the 1, not in the end zone.
3 at the 3-yard line.
Oh, at the 3. Okay, so plenty of room, and now you get a little bit of time cut into that. It took them about almost exactly 1 full quarter, and they're gonna cut a couple seconds here into the second. So
but they're able to stop them
Actually,
there.
that's a stop. So even more. So.
It's funny. So they're running essentially like a lot of West Coast offense concepts, and West Coast offense made popular by the 49ers with Joe and all of those guys there. Funny enough, West Coast offense didn't start in the West Coast. It started in Cleveland.
Huh.
It's just Cleveland was a bad team.
Was?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah.
Back when
Well,
West Coast offense was.
not that long ago. I mean, they were consistently bad for a long time.
Yeah. But of course, you're not going to hear about it if it's a bad team doing it.
Right.
But-
Ooh. And that's a pretty big loss there on the sack.
Yeah, it's going, especially on a third down. I wonder if they're going to attack those corners there. Oh, but let's see. I think that is on. Let me look. I believe that's on the Ravens, though. Let me see, because a lot of times we'll get back to the game. Oh, okay.
Oh, no penalty on the defense.
Ooh.
So they're going to decline it. Go for a field goal here.
Go for a fake if you got it. Whew.
That's in. So that'll be 7-0. Only a 2-minute drive here for the Phantoms on the 49ers. So they might have to go for some longer plays, longer passes, or just have some really efficient runs.
Well, honestly, you have Chris McCaffrey, who is the Swiss Army knife. So they have they can do that. They have options, right? If you get the ball into their hands, a lot of what the 49ers like to do, because they have Kyle Shanahan as their head coach, calls the plays. They like to do there's a lot of plays that they have that gets players open in space. So when you get some of those people, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, when you get them open in space, they become dangerous. So it's almost like an extension of the run play. But you probably gonna run out of. Oh, yep.
Oh, and just like you talked about McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Pretty far down the midfield, so.
Yeah. Comes from a long line of, well, not long line. His father also played at McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
His father played for their head coach's father.
Huh.
So it's
Setting up on the 45 here. Looks like everyone's done long, but he's gonna go for first down here.
and there's a minute 47.
Yeah.
They are full control of this right now.
He's keeping control of the clock too, not letting himself get tackled in the field, running out of bounds.
Because any kind of points here, especially if you score a touchdown, you have full control over the second half. You can make it so that they don't even touch the ball again.
It's true. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they go for a 2-point conversion and then, like you say, take control and just. There's a lot of open field there. So
Yeah.
they're getting a lot of distance off these short plays.
And honestly, now they have the opportunity to slow the game down. They're probably going to end up slowing the game down because they don't want to give the ball back to them with too much time. Madden is funky at times where things that shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, they, like you said, they have some time to work with. So, yep. And that's going to block a little bit as well.
Right. Oh, safety. One safety up high. So A, yep. And again B, and then get George Kittle, yep.
Touchdown if they want it, and they wanted it. So, yeah, now it will be interesting to see.
I wonder if I'm curious to see. Okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Well, I think we know.
We want to win right now. We're probably going to see McCaffrey get the ball back here with everybody getting the attention. Okay.
And he gets his hands on it before he goes down, so that's going to be 8-7.
So if honestly right now, I feel like if you're the Gorillaz, you have to put a little bit more pressure. Like you have to get in the field goal range, so you probably have to play a little bit more aggressive. You have 3 timeouts. With how some of your chunk plays been going, you don't necessarily have to change what your game plan was. Be able to get to the 21-yard line.
21 again.
And here comes the horses. Let's see if they're able to block long enough. Because the 49ers have an amazing defensive line. with former Washington player Chase Young on one side and Bosa on the other. So they have the safeties down deep. Flowers is looking out. I wonder if it's a screen to him or a short pass. Let's see what we have here. That's to be intercepted.
That is a clean, easy interception,
And yeah, that is a very bad thing right now because all they have to do is go down, and it could easily make this a 2-possession game. Because they kick this field goal, you have to. Yeah, no, it's They need their defense to step up here. I don't know if they're going to play a little bit more aggressive, or if they just opt to.
They still have their timeouts, so.
Yeah, that's. And one play, and they're already that far in. Are they going to call a timeout here? So they only going to get probably.
They really want to go for it. Gotta call a timeout after this play here. They have to snap this quick. No, they are going to try to score with their last seconds on the clock. So let's see if this pays. It is not going to.
And they are really. I want to know the thought process because I know DZ and Dolo well enough to know that they know better clock management than this. In a situation like that where you could have just gotten a field goal, if they don't score, they leave it up to the other. If they don't score in its first possession, they leave it up to the Gorillaz a chance to go down and just kick a field goal.
All right, so we're going to kick off the second half here. It's going to be possession right back to the Phantoms on the 49ers here.
All right.
Start off.
What we have going on here. Oh, we have somebody on the linebacker. They don't have the Darius Smith. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And I don't know if you noticed, they had their linebacker. They had somebody him covering over a cornerback. He probably would have been right around that gap where they just ran the ball. So moving him out of position, you have to move him back and then switch off of him.
Oh, interesting. That was a really well-timed play then.
Yeah.
To make sure that middle was open for him to cut into.
Pounding on the defense right now with the running game and truly
All right.
establishing themselves here in the second half.
So A. All right.
Down with it, still possession. So they're getting a lot of quick yards down, which is interesting when you consider the fact that they're in the lead and have the ability to run the clock down.
But I mean, they're probably just comfortable. Like we're not going to worry about that. We're obviously the better team. We're just going to play our game.
Yeah, and it's working for them, so I don't blame them at all.
And that's
right down the sideline. Overthrown though. He
Out
was
of bounds.
Well
Yeah.
open and very, very well overthrown. Wow. Yeah, you'd think that would be an easy one, but
Hey, he misses the easy one, makes a hard one. Don't ask me why.
Here, looks like he's got that.
Just right out of the backfield. That's the dangerous part. You have him, like you're not going to be paying all that much attention to him at times, and then he just kind of sneaks out, and then he gets these crazy catches.
They cut up middle for a first down. Halfway through the third quarter here, and we're coming up on a scoring play. It looks like if they can keep possession out there, too messy. Did miss an opening in the end zone, which is unfortunate, but they still got a couple yards off of that one.
I mean, completion is still better than nothing at all.
Right. But actually, I didn't even check. That was okay. That was 4 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. So definitely got a little bit of room to work with. Now they're doing a better job of cutting the clock.
Yep, and then attacking those flats again, and able to get the Kittle again.
Yeah, so pretty much gonna wrap up our third quarter with
potentially a touchdown.
Yeah, potentially a touchdown. That's what it's looking like with how much movement they make. I mean, they've had, I don't know if they've had a single
Negative.
play where they lose or, where they lose any kind of yardage. So, so far for the Phantoms, no sacks, no fumbles.
And now they have to match them. They have to go down and get a 2-point conversion.
Yeah, that's true. It does become a lot harder for them. So,
but this is probably if you're gonna get scored, it's probably the best case scenario because they still give you the ball plenty of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wait, oh my! Because if
was dangerous. That was very, very
I don't know
dangerous.
what he was planning to do there because that could have been the awareness there. That wasn't quite. Now you're backed up to the 3-yard line.
I'm not sure if he thought maybe he wasn't the one in control of the receiver there, but yeah, that was very dangerous. Now they're going to start pretty far back, so they're a little bit grateful that they have some time to work with here. And they're just going to run this way. He's got space to run too. So
he had a lot more wiggle room to. He could have gone probably another 5 yards potentially, but playing it safe.
Yeah, I think it was important for them as well. I think they wanted to stop the clock to make sure that they got another full play here.
Give them some breathing room.
Right. I don't want anything messy to happen. Definitely when you're running with a quarterback, you are concerned about fumbles. So, and they've got open room to run again, almost another first down.
And you see the receivers taking the defenders out of that space, and he's just able to cut behind it. And that's the difficulty about playing against a mobile quarterback. Now, I'm surprised that we haven't really seen the 49ers play like bracket defense to keep him contained. That's what you need to do. You need to keep a quarterback like him contained and have the pressure up the middle.
And we're talking about quarters and halftime. If you look at
that's an interception.
It is intercepted, and that's gonna.
That should wrap it. That should just about wrap it up.
Yeah. No matter what they do here, whether they try to run down the clock or
field goal.
Yeah, I mean, even exactly like you said, field goal will do it. So
let's see. Or they look like they continue to be aggressive here.
Let's see. First down and a touchdown. So they're gonna just extend their lead to make sure that there's no comeback possible. So.
And that's the kind of coach Black Diamond is, too. When he was on the Ravens, he was a little bit more want to just keep pressing the game, not one to really try to hold back. He's not going to play to not lose. He's going to play to win.
Mm-hmm.
And he's looking at every possession as if they're down. All right, so, 22. Well, that, I mean, it's Madden, right? You could still very well.
There's still 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, that's not a whole lot less time than they started with on their last drive.
Let's see. Hopefully he
actually received the ball on kickoff this time. It's 30-27.
But like we've talked about before, with them being down, well, anytime you're down in the game and time becomes a factor, you have to start playing a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've seen the Gorillaz play a little bit more conservative, but now we need to really see them push the envelope.
Just like that. And that's going to be a reception for
likely
almost 50 yards. That was,
And that's what we needed to see earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's always funny seeing people when they're down and they have to push the envelope, how far they push it.
And wide open for near a touchdown. There's going to be a couple of yards to go.
It's funny because, like where was he opening up like this earlier? Like, it probably becomes one of those situations where you're not confident in those throws, but when you have to make those plays, you can. And it's like, oh wow, why didn't I?
Yeah, you don't want to gamble when you still have opportunity to play strategically. So
we're probably going to see a run play here. I think they're definitely going to kick the onside. Okay, so we don't see a run.
And a short pass into the end zone. Now the most curious thing is whether we're going to see an attempt at an onside kick, or if they're going to
I
try
think
to
we
force
have
something through
to.
the defense.
I think we have to with how one, you don't have the, what's the word I'm looking for? You don't have the 2-minute warning to stop them, and with how good they've been at moving the ball, they just need. He got it.
Old reliable. Yep, Lamar Jackson runs it in for a 2-point conversion. So now they're only down by a touchdown and an extra point.
However you do it, get the ball back and
They
then
just
manipulate
need-
the clock with your offense because you got to get the
That
ball into
doesn't
the
look
end
like
zone.
an onside, does it?
Tucker now
No.
to kick it away following the touchdown.
Yeah, they want to try to force it through the defense here.
Oh, he don't.
Touchback.
He don't. Whew. That was almost no bueno.
So we're gonna get a touchback to send it to the 25.
They probably didn't want to risk fumbling it on a, what's the word for, on a kickoff.
Yeah, no reason to.
Now, I'm curious to see if they play a little bit more aggressive offensively. And what do they do defensively? It looks like, oh, that's
Okay.
Okay, so you don't necessarily have to call a timeout here, but because you either way at some point you're going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? You're going to be short a timeout unless they opt to put the ball in the air and you.
It looks like there was a timeout though.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Okay, good stop. This has been, I mean, offense-heavy game. So seeing these stops coming in when they matter most, this is the change that they needed. Just like we talked about, how they switched it up on offense.
So they're going for a pass play here, and that should just about wrap it up.
Yeah, when you've got a minute to go, you get a first down there. They could.
I mean, there's still opportunities to be had. It's just, statistically speaking, it's a tall mountain to climb, and then you still have to stop them, and you have to get a touchdown.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of turnover play here. Obviously, you can't wait until fourth down.
If you have to hit stick them in every time.
Yeah, these stops are nice, but you do need a forced. Well, actually, with that's going to be the last timeout. So on this specific set of downs, they do still have a chance to get the turnover on fourth, but with an opening like that, it's going to disappear, and now they have to try to force something, or the clock is going to run down.
No, you can just kneel, honestly.
Do they have the time now? How much?
No.
I mean, there's no time. Yeah, they can.
Unlike, you can't force the issue with this. And that's going to wrap up the game.
Yeah,
and the Phantoms win an exciting game of Madden, so it's 3-5. With King of Fighters up.
Right, King of Fire. I almost wasn't even paying attention to that. I almost forgot about that. So, yeah, King of Fighters coming up. We'll see here. It looks like we have 2 minutes to the half in this Phantoms Gorillaz.
Maybe
matchup.
more just because of some of the tech issues.
So it looks like we already rewinded the clock because we did get under 2 minutes before.
Okay.
And it looks like they just added the time a moment ago. So
okay, so I want to know if either team is going to call a timeout here.
Right.
To get this played.
Yeah, it depends on whether or not they want to play this before the half or if they want the break. So we're looking at a 3-5 game right now. Phantoms 3, Gorillaz 5, and that doesn't
Timeout by the Phantoms.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, that's a Phantoms timeout. Okay, so they want to. It looks like they want to play King of Fighters before this half. Maybe confident in their abilities, want to catch the Gorillaz while they're weary. Maybe not feeling it.
So Black Diamond's going in. I don't know who else is going in for them for this. If I'm being honest.
Okay.
Well, I feel like Black Diamond's going in. I could be completely wrong. Maybe Black Diamond, Arbiter, Dad Hat. It's so hard sometimes with these lineup of newer people. So I know for a fact that we're getting Global in. We're probably maybe getting Gurns in. Question mark.
We'll see. These lineups aren't coming through yet, but yeah, we'll be rolling up on that. This will be our last game before the half for sure. 3v3. So we do have to have Mers on the side of the Gorillaz. What do you know about Murr's fighting game capabilities? Is there anything there? Anything we know about him? Anything we've seen impressive from him?
Not in fighting games. A lot of stuff that we've seen impressive has been the shooters and some of the races.
Okay.
Now F1 didn't particularly go like.
Funny that you say that.
F1 is a very volatile racing game.
Yeah, that one ended a lot quicker than we thought it would.
Yeah.
Definitely made for an interesting difference to the games we had seen come before it. Everything had taken such a long time before that, and we finally got a quick one on F1. CTR.
It's funny they did all that work with setup and stuff just to end up having the game end like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Oh, so we're not seeing Black Diamond. We're seeing Arbiter, Dad Hat, and Rebellion.
Very interesting. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe they've been practicing it.
Yeah, they've got some confidence in some of their other players on King of Fighters where, Black Diamond is a well-rounded fighting game player. You don't want to keep him for a couple different things. It's nice to see that King of Fighters, which probably not the most common fighting game to see people pick up, they feel confident enough.
Unless you're South America.
Unless they're South America. That's their fighting game of choice?
I believe,
popular?
yeah.
Oh, okay, very cool. Yeah, everybody's got their thing, like where you don't see Japan very much play in FPS games, like have their own primary leagues, but when it comes to Rainbow Six, for some reason,
really?
Korea and Japan both have their own region because those countries have such good rosters. So it's really interesting how sometimes you'll just see things get picked up like that. That's the weird thing about esports and how every single game has their own, and now you get to see a collective of people bring their talents to all these different game categories. So
but now we have King of Fighters.
King of Fighters, yeah, this is a fighting game that people are definitely less familiar with. Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, people see plenty of. This King of Fighters is going to be something new. So give them a rundown.
Wait, are we seeing? Are they going random?
What? No. Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. Number 2 and number 3. We've got randoms, or have they just not chosen yet?
Maybe that.
Yeah.
But on the other side, look at the other side.
And
we have
DNF Duel. Speaking of not common.
Omega Rugal. So we'll get the player side for you in a little. Okay, so the side that has Terry Bogard is going to be the Gorillaz.
Oh, that's Terry from Smash.
Anarchist is probably going to kill you.
Yeah. I'm going to do it every time, so better get used to it.
Are they looking for the character, or are they signing who looks cooler? You see him confused look on his face. Oh wait, both sides have a Terry. This is terrible.
What? That just registered in my head now.
Alright, so we'll get. Okay, I don't know who's who, because does Global want to go first and get the sweep potentially and try to go for sweep, or does he want to go last and anchor? The world will never know.
Yeah, I do think when you're put in a position to kind of lead a team on fighters, I do think it's nice when you're anchoring because you kind of know what to expect. And your teammates have a chance to lighten the load for you first before you jump into it. So
I think it also depends on what kind of personality you have. But I think there's certain people, like, okay, for instance, Silver can anchor, but I think he likes going first. So player one side, I believe, is going to be the Phantoms.
okay.
Just based on the fact that Terry's first pick and we don't see Global sitting down.
So then they should be on their designated sides of our scoreboard as well.
Yes. Oh wait, is Global not able to go in for DNF? Ooh, that's unfortunate. All
Yeah,
right.
it always gets interesting with back-to-back fighters.
All right. So it doesn't look like either side is super. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Phantoms are the left side. player one.
Yeah, the Terry would probably be playing a little bit more, a little bit different.
What's like the Gorillaz?
Right.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like actually player 2 is the Phantom, and player 1 is the Gorillaz.
No, one is the Gorillaz.
All right, so it looks like we have Rebellion active, and Rebellion gets the win? Question mark? So it looks like
If
now we have
that's player 2, yeah.
so button check. Oh no, actually, yeah. So Arbiter is player Arbiter's in. So let's see what we have going on here. So Arbiter's playing King. I'm surprised because you can just zone out, especially with how everybody's playing right now. Just zone out with King. All right. Yep, that's all you need to do. At least at the level that you're at. Yep. Good job there from Arbiter. And gets the kill. Good job, Arbiter. All right, so now we are going to see Mers, essentially. There he goes, the Shadow Man.
Yeah, with the hat. In his face. You can hear him the Omega Rugal.
I like how they have the symbol. They don't even bother to spell it out.
Yeah. If you don't know Greek, just figure it out.
It's all Greek to me. All right, good zoning. Just got to keep zoning. I mean, Arbiter's showing promise in this game. Yep, Phantoms are... Okay, so Phantoms are player 1. Okay.
Yes.
Alright. Let's see what we have going on here. Just a lot of zoning. Not letting him get close. And this isn't going to kill. It's going to get close. Just ship him out. If you want as many people alive as possible when you get to Global, because Global is a different type of monster. From what I've been told.
Right. And it looks like Arbiter here is kind of finishing with the same strings. He'll use that
super, and then
yeah,
at the end he auto combo
sides into an auto combo. Yeah.
And we're gonna get a button check here.
I have a feeling he's not going to be able to pull that one out here, but we will see what happens. Maybe he will really surprise us and take this.
Let's go, Let's go, Arbiter. All right. Put into a corner. All right, good job. We're able to get some damage out on him. Trading. And honestly, trades aren't super bad in this situation.
He left himself a little open there.
Don't press there. Don't press there. Just block, block, block. Okay. Good job there. Arbiter's doing, yeah. Arbiter's doing a really admirable job here. And he's going to be punished there. He's probably dead. Yep. Able to get a good little bit of health off. And now we have Dad Hat Tony is the last one. All right.
Respectable handshake.
All right, button select. Now he did recover a good chunk of that health left that he had.
Yeah, it was... Which that's why it's important that he took any of it at all. Just doing a little bit of damage is one thing, but doing enough to actually leave him off of full health by the time Tony comes in.
All right.
OD is voting.
Yeah, not
98% voting.
Is he on super tank? Yep. He should be dead here. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, dude, supers are no joke in King Fighters. Wow.
Yeah.
That's you really want to build those up. That's a big deal. Okay.
Yeah, they had to hug him. They had. Yeah, I would need a hug after that too.
Yeah, he didn't say good game. He said I'm sorry. That was a really, really quick rack up. So it looks like 98% of people were right. About
Shout out to
who's
the
gonna win that
2%,
one.
right?
Yeah,
2% everywhere. 2% milk. 2%.
Milk. Yep.
Hey.
Milk, exactly, just like you said.
But it looks like we are going to be heading off into a half after an exciting first half. 3-6, Gorillaz leading. We will see you in a little bit.
We often stumble or trip, don't mean to mumble my shit. I'm chewing on boulders and bricks, complete with a soda and grits. It seems the order I get, can't leave, don't know where I've been. I mean to sober my mind, detoxing, I'm holding the wine. We talk but she blowing my high, no sense of controlling the riot that's boiling inside. I'm blowing her mind, wow, she blowing on my blunt to ash shit. I'm blunt, no asking, I form from passion. Now on to classics, a living, breathing legend, but I'm up for practice. This world is plastic to another bastard. I said, round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
Round and round, ups and downs, center of attention, but I was the clown, frequency ain't vibing, I'm feeling down, shitting on me, fuck how, tryna make a new plan now, any nigga in my way getting gunned down, put his body 6 feet under the ground, new king walking around, now I got a brand new crown, nigga hating on me and I got this bitch, why you frown? I'll turn that motherfucker upside down until the merry go round, around. Money keep spinning and the team keep winning. 2 B's in the air, I'ma keep on sending till they burn me in hell. But oh well, I'm the hottest nigga out. Ouch, don't touch me, bitch, just bounce. Get the fuck off my couch. That's my ounce. Round and round we go. Lost your mind. Waste my time, oh no. I'm on mine, yeah. 24/7, I'm on that grind. I gotta get mine. Make sure the team shine, we doing fine, yeah. Fuck with mine, I'ma do time. I'ma sleep with myself, I'ma do fine. Time gon' keep on spinning, yeah, 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 yeah. Time gon' keep on spinning, yeah.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
A miracle in the making. Pen strokes when my soul feel vacant. Getting hard trying to find a replacement. Open up your vision, every verse does LASIK. It's hard to relate. Everything feels basic. Follow where my heart can't face this. You running out of time. Too easy when I chase it. I'm busy getting a grip. Finding a balance, no challenge will slip. Caught from a floor, she served me a zip. Loving her eyes with a blade on her lips. Once in a while, it's cutting too deep. Dragging the brush in my head when I sleep. Pain is a beauty and anguish. They cannot fuck with my language. I enjoy when it's dangerous, so I hang from the cliff. One hand pulling strings when I switch up the riff. The other a torch to light up the spliff. Leading the pack as I fall to the ground. Land on my feet, then I float in the sound. Can't skip rotation with merry-go-round. You wanted it pathetic, you could feel this. The synthetic, I'm a realist. I'ma grind off a heel flip, unsolved problem. I'm the wrong one to deal with. Study the finest of arts while searching for truth. Working to grow. Tap into my roots. Blunt in my hand while she's playing the flute. They're causing me issues, I chuck up the deuce. I step up to bat, man, they treat me like Bruce.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows. Round and round we go. Where we stop, no one knows.
back.
Woo! All right, we're back from halftime. We are sitting at 3-6, which is a little bit better for the Phantoms than the 0-4 that they started off with.
Just a wee bit.
Just a little bit. So let's give a rundown of what happened before the half. So we started with a roll of Fortnite. That is still on the wheel because we opted to respin. That was a Phantoms respin. We've got Wreckfest was our first game. The Gorillaz ended up winning a really, really good one. If you haven't seen that, you're going to want to go back and watch the VOD. That was a really, really cool comeback. FC24 was a win from the Gorillaz. Overwatch 2 was a dominant win from the Gorillaz. And Dead by Daylight, a killer win on the side of the Gorillaz. So that is how our game started, 0-4. Since then, Phantoms ended up winning a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! On a very easy technicality against an Exodia deck. Then we got an F1 win in about 7 seconds, I
Something
think it
like
took,
that.
for the Gorillaz to have Mills crash. And that ended that one. Then we had CTR. We had a little bit of a missed setup, which ended up being a Phantoms forfeit into a Gorillaz win. And then we had Madden, which was a Phantoms win, but it was a close one.
Yeah.
That one was a closer one than it looked like at the beginning. And then we finished off with King of Fighters, which was a Gorillaz win as well. So that's how we got to where we are, 3-6. So far, Phantoms have a 1v1 win with Yu-Gi-Oh!, a 2v2 win on Madden, and got a like F1 technical. So
has there been anybody from either team that's really impressed you so far?
Yeah, so far I'm gonna take a look at the lineup again, and I'll answer your question after this one. I'm gonna take a look at the lineup and give it one.
So player 1 looks like it is the Phantoms, and player 2 is going to be the Gorillaz.
Again, we're gonna have Warzone next, so that's gonna be a 2v2. All right.
Oh wait, no, that's for King of Fighters.
Oh, that's for King of Fighters. Okay, so we will get a update for you guys on who's who. So we're gonna see a launcher and a hitman here.
All right, I think based on what I heard before, the hitman is going to be the player 2. I think is the Phantoms.
Okay. So we've got the launcher here playing extremely ranged right now, just keeping hitmen at bay, really just utilizing the entire kit. And the inability to approach, it looks like.
All right, so whoever is doing a good job so far. Yep, Gorillaz are player 1.
Wow. All right, so that is going to be a quick round 1 with a whole lot of distance play. It looks like this hitman is just not able to find a way to approach right now.
You have to roll at the correct times. All right. But once you get in, you can be able to do some work there.
Starting to get these approaches down too, finding the
timing.
Yeah.
Because it's all about timing, honestly.
The difficult part is that during these blocks, it looks like he's getting pushed all the way across the screen, and it makes it even harder to approach him.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to deal with this. Very strong options here. And yep. And that
well, that's going to be round 1 for the Gorillaz.
And it's going to be DR up next. I mean, if they can figure out how to get past that, they should be good and in the clear. But the issue is they aren't. It's been so difficult for them to really figure out the timing, and he's in RW. They're just gonna have to go back in and figure that out himself. Let's see who he plays here. Told him to play Enchantress. Let's see if he's a smart man and listens to me. All right.
So he's taking a little bit of advice from teammates as well. Let's see what we got loaded in here.
Launcher versus launcher.
This is going to be funny.
This is peak gameplay. This is what peak.
Yes, absolutely.
Me personally, I would love to see a tie, a draw.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty funny, right? If they mirror each other.
So player 1 was the Gorillaz. Oh nope, we already got some damage.
It's like not learned how to utilize the kit yet. It's gonna be hard to figure out how to do it with all this range damage.
It's not giving you a second to figure out what buttons to press because you mess up a button and you're getting hit by a projectile. You wouldn't have to deal with all that if you just, play the chances. But neither here nor there. Is this a perfect?
That's a perfect KO.
All right. Hey, those rankings came out today. Those are rankings based on different awards in the season potential, based on win percentage. And Carnage is trying to get his fighting game win percentage up.
Yep, and it looks like it's gonna happen because we're still not getting any kind of
double KO. Are we going to potentially get double KO? Double perfect.
Double perfect. It looks like that's gonna be the case. There you go.
Hey.
And
that's
nothing but talent and pure unadulterated skill coming out. Oh man, proud of himself there.
So Call of Duty Warzone. So we're gonna get Dolo in here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now who is the second? I feel like you're gonna put R Dub back in.
Think so.
Yeah. So Dolo. So interesting. The first game, was it their first game? They played against the Wolves, and Call of Duty was one of the games that that game would have given them a 1-point lead, right? And the other team ended up having a forfeit because they didn't have the account set up, which was beneficial to them because they were able to play more games and end up winning. But at that time, I was like, hey, why didn't you put Dolo and Rebellion batting? Because Rebellion bat is supposed to be a shooter, and then you have better rotation after that. He was like, well, we thought Call of Duty was going to be our last game, so we sent our best two in, and Dolo was one of those best two. So Dolo's definitely going in. Who's next to him is yet to be determined. I'm guessing R Dub is going to be the other one. Now on the opposite side, you probably put in Gurens maybe and Carnage. If I had to take a guess, I mean, I don't know. They're better shooters. I think the two best shooters will be Merv and Carnage, but I think that Gurns looks like he's a Call of Duty player. I don't know what it is about him, but he gives me that kind of Call of Duty energy, and I could be wrong.
Okay, interesting. We saw him do well in a lot of different types of games. So if he is also good at shooters,
he was the one that was doing really well in Overwatch. He was the one making the ego plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true. He was holding up front and spawn, so he definitely has some familiarity with some kind of FPS stuff. Warzone is an interesting one because the more you press the crouch button, the more skilled you look.
So Vape. That makes sense because Vape plays Madden, a lot of Madden players. For one reason or another, gravitate to Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, yeah. It's like you just gotta get through all the games that you played in high school.
Yeah.
Just all the stuff you were into, so...
I was always bad at Call of Duty. When me and my friends used to play against each other, I used to just put down the bouncing Betty, run around, and hope he bounce.
Just try to stay alive so it doesn't go away, so it doesn't despawn. Yeah, Call of Duty's an interesting one, but this one... So the way that Call of Duty Warzone is played in this league is 2 versus 2, but they will be on the same team. They will load in together, drop into a game, and then whichever player ends up getting the most... I believe it's point-based, correct? Not kill-based?
So, yeah, it's point-based. Whichever team ends up getting
Whichever team has the most points combined, they'll all be on the scoreboard together as part of the same team. But what you can either do is work in 2 and 2 and go to separate parts of the map and fight, just as 2 different teams, or drop all together, try to kill steal from each other, try to, don't revive your teammate that goes down when it's not actually your teammate, things like that. So it's like an internal friendly competition between the 2 sides of the team.
It's always funny. I just want to know what the people think about, when they see it, oh, they're going to just revive their teammate. Like the people who we're playing against, they're going to revive their teammate, and then they're like, nope, they're not. Why aren't they reviving their team member?
Yeah. Why is he throwing a grenade at his down team member? Okay, so it will be kill-based, not point-based. So it is going to be whichever is kill. And then if it's tied for kills, if, say, 7 and 1 on one side, 2 and 6 on the other. It's 8 and 8. We'll go to points, and that'll determine who wins. So yeah, it'll be all kill based. And then at the beginning of the round, there will be respawns as well. Very easy respawns, so you have a lot of time to work with to try to just rack up kills and stuff like that.
So do you think it's better to drop hot or to not?
I think since it doesn't matter if you win or lose, I think it's better to drop hot. I think you drop hot and try to get the most kills you possibly can, because if you can get an early lead and get those resurgence drop-ins, then I feel like you just have a better chance in the long term. If you could start really, really well, it becomes a lot harder to come back for the other side. So I think you want to start really, really hot, because also, as you go through the map, there's going to be less players alive. So you want to go for as many people as you can in a cluster, because say you do make it to the late game, you're not dealing with as many people. Even if you play well, you're not getting as many kills for, your as a reward for your gameplay.
And do you think we ever see a resurgence win?
Oh, man. From what I hear, making it to the top half isn't even common. So I believe they did say one time there was a final 2.
Twice we've seen
final 2. That's pretty amazing. That's really impressive. A win, though? I think at some point it will happen if this stays in the rotation. I think at some point it can happen, because you're not always going to go against a full stack.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of times at the end, you're just going to run into like a team of people who stayed alive together. And since you're leaving your teammates out to dry, it's not the easiest thing to win. But we'll see.
What I would love to see personally is like this game to roll near the end, where like the scores are so different, it doesn't matter. But people are like, hey, you want to just win resurgence?
Yeah, that would be a really, really interesting thing to see. If we did see a win, yeah, I mean, does that even count as a game over? Or do we have to play a second round? Nobody died. Nobody even died. So, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that'd be pretty cool if we did see a win at the end of, at the end of the season. By the end of the season, maybe. We'll see if it happens. We play a lot of Warzone.
I'm gonna call out the Call of Duty players in the league. I'm gonna need y'all to get me a win. I need to see a win. Just once. That's all we need. Go ahead and get that resurgence win. Just do it for the stream.
Yeah, I think it might have been Hollywood. I think he dropped 11 kills, and they only made it to like
11,
20.
Yeah,
like they were 20th place or something. Like they did not make it far. They dropped and died in the same location. Like he kept using their resurgences, kept getting kills, and yeah, he absolutely carried with like I think almost 3,000 or almost 4,000 points, something absurd like that.
Damage,
such a short amount of time. Damage, yeah, it might have been damage, right?
That's a lot of points for the kill.
Right, yeah, but yeah, it was really, really impressive, and yeah, we do have some. I've seen some really good shooters in the league. We've got QWERTY as well. QWERTY's a really, really good shooter. Saw him play Halo. It's the first. I think he was the only person I saw go on a Halo kill streak, which is much.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He was on a 11 kill streak, which was amazing. So there's some really, really good shooters in the league, and I'm excited to see who stands out here, because in Warzone, kind of easy to impress. The mechanics of that game make you look really, really cool when you get kills and drop shots and stuff. So I wonder if anybody here is going to stand out by the end of this game. If we're going to see anyone who's pretty adept at those shooters and shows it. So you've still got a little bit of time to go, still setting up. But yeah, when this one gets started, this is a really, really, really fun one to watch. So it looks like finding a server. So it's a little bit more time to set up. That's they're trying to load in right now, so it shouldn't be too much more time before we get into that game. You did ask me before DNF, I believe it was, who's standing out. I would say from a well-rounded, maybe not even just the most competitive games, but from like a well-rounded point of view. Gurn, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing a lot of different kinds of impressive play from him. So I think that like versatility is what's really standing out to me. Over like one person being really good at one kind of thing. I think the fact that he's just doing well this entire game is really standing out. And so we're going to have 2K coming up next.
Oh,
so 2K is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, you don't think so? You think this is going to be
a wash?
Enemies are dropping into the area.
We'll see. Then maybe we just save some time. Maybe we get a port. We haven't seen a lot of those. We've got, I think, we have 1 forfeit on the board so far in
And
the
I-
entire
look,
first half.
I could be wrong. Somebody on the Gorillaz could have been balling out, but the Gorillaz fourth player. Now Global can go and play a little bit of 2K, but they want vape in for this, and they just threw vape in for Call of Duty. Now you're about to see Black Diamond ball out. But all right, so there's just a little. I like this is the one game that you can really get a little bit of a warm up in
This man ran past the window. I jumped through the window and started.
for 2K.
It's a destiny, man.
Alright, so we have, you can tell who's like playing on their spruced up accounts. Who's playing on the standard. It's like 2 military guys and 2 dudes from science fiction movies. It's like, so,
No.
You know.
and then we'll drop and we'll see what happens here. If they go with what I
That's your call.
was talking
Like-
about, that hot drop
Yeah,
kind of
that's right.
style, or if they want to play for the long term and see how many people they can catch off guard.
Skins equals wins.
Skins equals win. It might be. We'll see. We'll actually be able to
they're
tell
dropping.
pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm following you.
They might be dropping second, or they might be actually getting followed. It looks like here. This
Come
is
this way.
a little tricky to see who we're watching, but
All right, is he able to
Trying to get to you,
find
dude.
anything?
Didn't get
Has
to
somebody already been there?
Nope, there's already one on me,
Yep.
yep, he's making that call.
and
out.
I'm pretty much dead here.
I'm coming to you.
All right, lots of movement. Oh, is he going to get a kill? Is he going to get a kill? And he got down.
That's
Yeah.
2 down already. That's rough. But yeah, like I said, they have that resurgence, so you know they didn't get any loot or anything yet. They don't have any kills, so here's the chance for the other side to take the advantage. Looks like that. It's a little different. Yeah.
It's like
Let you know
DZ.
as
Is
soon
he
as
able
we
to
find
get a
out.
kill? No, they're not able to get a kill.
See all the resurgences are dropping really quickly.
All right.
That aim down. Another entire squad at this point in white, so it might
I'm
actually
just landing at the
be
top
up to
of a
who
base
can
or a
get
building.
a foothold because they are really, really
Yeah, I'm right
contested in
behind
this
you.
area.
Yeah, dropping high and being like, we'll get a kill eventually.
You got a gun?
They're gonna have to find
Nope, I
some
just got a
kind of
pistol.
loot here
Nope.
as well. They're not really finding any good equipment.
Alright, I got a gun.
With, so
We've got 10 squads
try to
active in
get
the
some
field.
off guard is the key because at this point I would
I still don't have a gun.
People are better equipped than them.
yeah, and I don't. It's gonna be a lot more difficult to find.
Oh, but the guy.
because
Okay.
not
Sniper.
bad.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good way to start picking people off to
You
equip
just need,
yourself.
just
so,
need one
yeah,
at this point. How this is going.
just gave each other a friendly tactical crouch to say hello.
So they're not good. So.
All right, going down the spiral staircase.
Not the kind of equipment that they're wanting to find. They're finding very loosely beneficial equipment. Gonna have to throw some explosives here. It looks
Don't
like.
ping. Just remember.
Meanwhile, we've got
Yep, at 1890.
not a sniper, but a long range rifle.
Right behind you.
Is he able to get that kill? Is he able to get that kill? Oh, is he
He's
get?
gotta
Was
get
that
the kill,
fifth?
though. He has the kill.
Got gas moving in.
Kill might not have been stolen. Might have been his,
I need ammo.
I think it was his teammate. So
Down another one.
yeah, either one of them that gets the kills, they get the points for it. So.
And it looks like somebody
On me.
down.
Down though, so I think now he might be all alone.
Nice.
Oh, did he? Wait.
We're up.
Oh. So, okay. Let's see
Up
what
2 to
they
0.
have here. Ooh.
Shields didn't get the
And you've got 200
knockdown
points until
chase.
200 damage until the next point.
Alright.
I'm dropping near you.
And the person's behind him.
Shit.
Drew him for the old loop-de-loop.
It's gonna be really, it's hard when you keep using up your resurgences here at the beginning to get yourself equipped for anything further. So now, the more that they have to rely on resurgence, the harder it's gonna be to survive when it actually comes time to, you know, not just go for kills. But they got a few to start off, so they, you know, they're not sitting pointless anymore. Some damage coming out. Oh, and switched away. Loading.
Sí, porque tengo todos they're able to get killed. Am I in that cave? Yeah. You got a grenade. You got some kind of explosive.
Loadout drop headed your
Alright.
way.
And your shields up here. Do you have a favorite Call of Duty?
Yeah, shout out with it to the right.
Favorite Call of Duty, probably Modern Warfare 2.
Okay.
The original Modern Warfare
down. They're both down.
Yeah, it's cool seeing some of the weapons here too. How they. Ooh, we got
There's
some
a few.
serious team combat now. That's a
Oh.
lot of people to run into.
Was he able to get a
Not
kill?
down yet.
Easy, had to score, bro.
I believe he did get one down, but I didn't see anybody finish it. So I don't know if there's gonna be any.
And that's the downside. I want to say it was the Ravens game where we saw somebody get a lot of downs and then die, and then somebody came in and stole their kill.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, having your kill stolen by some other random person on the map is one thing, but having your kill stolen by somebody on the other UEL team, that's where it gets rough. Not only do you not get the point, but now you've handed one over to the other side as well, which is why sometimes you'll actually see strategy there that people use. It looks like in that get the most kills there on the right side is everybody sitting at 0 except for it looks like we have 1 kill on the board, and I'm curious who it is. Yep. So right now it looks like it's just that's 2 actually. So now there's 1 player sitting on 2 kill, 3 just got a 3rd kill, 4th. Okay, what's going on? There's no way this is.
I could use it.
Somebody's AFK.
Yeah. So there might be a little bit of a gap being created here.
Run to your right.
What in the world was that?
A little bit of mantle.
I went to your right. Yeah, 'cause they're right near us. They're just gonna poach.
It does look like we've gotten to the survivability portion of the game, but right now they're just gonna try to.
Oh.
Broke the shield.
My old shit though.
They might have been they've been spotted on the roof now, but that enemy might have been down. Not gonna get that shot off in time.
Missing a little bit here and there.
And the rough part about this as well is that
lead your shot.
barely missing, not leaving your shots. We're gonna go to them by just some pixels.
Yep.
Looks like teammate.
I'm on the way. That's the fuck, boy.
The zoom noise is coming out. Yeah, so the rough part about sniping here is that finishing those kills to get the actual points that you need to rack up for the actual UEL competition here is
difficult.
Really difficult. But when it's all you've got, you don't really place.
Oh shit!
So we're gonna see a
He's
couple
coming down.
more
He's coming down.
downs coming out here. As Resurgence is still in play.
I do, you know what I was thinking about? I do remember DZ being pretty decent at Call of Duty. Me and DZ were teammates at one point, and we did play Call of Duty quite a little bit together. Now that I remember it.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
I'd like to see more on the scoreboard here. It's definitely a low scoring. They've had trouble since right off the bat.
Trouble's the word.
Yeah.
What is that? Oh, that's a wind tunnel?
Looks like they are. He is sitting on the border of the lane here, so playing a little protectively now that they've grouped up. Yeah, he might have just been securing that position. Where to go?
Is his teammate able to finish it? There's a few people behind him.
Yeah, I can't tell if that particular.
There's one under us.
I didn't think I saw an assist
Drop on
off,
us?
so that might not have been finished.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Drop right and shield broken.
Hiya!
Is he able to?
Whoa! The revolver shots are gonna come out, and they're gonna get a kill here. They're gonna secure a kill. A very under-equipped fight turns into a kill and plenty of guns to work with. So, a very, very nice turnaround there.
Your squad mate's back on station.
And yeah, it's like we've got another chance to make
Yep,
a little
I'm here.
progress
I'm here.
with
I'm here with you.
these Resurgences
Squad mates redeploying. Well
right
done.
now. Trying to catch some of these parachuters.
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
Don't like people
Almost
like
done.
you.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me land on the ground and then you can shoot me.
Can I play the game, please? Yeah, so as we saw the message come up, the Resurgences are going to be all done soon. Circles coming in. They're Gonna
Just
have to
outside the
move in a
circle,
little
which way you
bit
want to
because
go?
They are still on the outside, but
Hold on.
And
I'm
pushing
looking at
into the
but
circle is
there
so
was someone
hard
in it.
because
So I'm
people are
trying to
already
see
inside. They're waiting for you to have to. You have to
we're
press
gonna go
into
behind
them.
us,
which is
essentially.
exactly what they're doing to this group right there on the
Correct.
outside. Nice shot, cracks the shields, but
Yeah,
that's a
we got
running
one.
target, so he's going to get away. This is a very four-way
He's gotta come out this
site
door.
that he's holding. Might be in smoke now, so possible more damage coming out.
Or death to that person.
Shots down here. Shield's broken. Somebody parachuting in.
Under you?
Come out. He might be on the inside now.
Kill. Down there,
Right.
L1.
Let's see. He's trying to search for these
He's low
kills.
right here.
All right. Did he get that first? Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and that's good. He finished the kill before he went down, so.
Oh man. I'm going.
Some more drifting.
Move to your
sounds.
left.
Yep, there's a guy over here to the left.
Yep.
Let's see. So we have these last
Wanna
two
check the
research.
score?
That was a good
Okay,
time
I
to
got
pick a
4
fight
right now.
because it's before
Wait,
the
who has
research
4
is
kills?
over,
One.
so.
I'm not counting all the points.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
will have to see at the end.
Yeah,
it's
we're
Vape
winning.
with
I got one right
kills.
below me.
Geez, Vape is doing his
There's one here.
thing. No wonder they opted to put him in.
Close weak, I'm pushing.
Two shots. Shit.
Let's see,
That's
5th
actually
place.
elimination now. So
They hit us hard that time.
yeah, it looks like we only had one play. It was a very low scoring
got 6
game,
points.
excluding Vape. So if that is
Yeah, we
Vape
won
like we
just
thought
based
it
off
was,
Vape,
that's going to
like-
be
A Gorillaz dub.
Yeah.
So 3 to 8. Bring
That would be
2K
3
up.
to 8 if that is who we thought it was. Yeah. Yeah, 3 to 8 going into 2K. Wow. Okay. Yeah, and there you go. So we're sitting at 3 to 8. 2 timeouts after the half for Phantoms and Gorillaz both. Phantoms have only used up 1 forfeit, and Gorillaz have used
0.
5. Sorry, used 0. Still have 5 sitting on the table.
I think
They're in a far better position to actually use them.
I think we see Black Diamond and Rory come in here.
Okay. All right, so heading into 2K, Black Diamond Rory is the prediction on the desk.
Global on the other side, and I don't know, Carnage, Global and Carnage, if I had to guess, maybe.
Okay.
But I definitely think you see Global in. Yeah, but Black Diamond definitely going in. I think he goes in with our dub. Preferably, I think they want either Dolo in with Black Diamond or DZ, but this is still good with who they have. All right, so about 90 minutes left, 5-point deficit. There's still avenues. They just have to win. They just have to win out from here, right? Like they can still lose technically, but it becomes infinitesimally harder with every loss that you take.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of wiggle room left. They might also want to hope that Gorillaz start using up some of those forfeits early on, because the closer this game gets, I think the less likely it's going to be that the Gorillaz are going to want to use up any forfeits. So, yeah, they'll just want to play the games, run the clock down if they're still holding a lead.
Because at this point, we're 2.5 hours in, and we've only gone through 11 games.
Yeah, right. And it would take 5 to find out.
So they need to win this game and then win the next, and then win the next. And
very, very little wiggle room left. I get it. Go pick Curry team, actually. And right into NHL. Very fun. Okay. Very, very fun. NHL is pretty much just a vertical version of FIFA. It's like the same game.
Did you catch the NHL the other night?
I did not. No, I don't watch it.
Oh, well. So, in the league, what happened was 5 seconds left to go. Somebody scored and ended up winning the game.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it was 0.5 seconds or something like that.
0.5 seconds. Wow. Okay. That's pretty cool. I feel like that's the most exciting thing I've heard of out of hockey in a long time. It's hard to make your sport exciting when everybody's punching each other all the time. Like, that's the fun part.
What about UFC?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is exactly. That's the fun part. So it's like the draw to NHL is people punching each other. So if they're not doing it, it becomes a little more difficult. Now, hockey is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, I feel like because the rink for hockey is a little bit smaller than like a field for soccer.
Okay,
that's
fair enough.
really the only difference. It's like soccer is such a large field that's
You're sitting there.
somebody being in scoring position is a lot more rare. All right. So we're gonna get Leonard and Abdul Jabbar against Curry and York
Don't worry, nobody's gonna say anything different if you mess it up.
He might. We're gonna get a missed shot there from doing this.
So I want to say, if I had to guess, I want to say Kawhi, and them is going to be the Phantoms. If I had to guess.
Okay. So Black Diamond and Glory. The other side we have.
Ooh, nice shot.
Start off 1-1. That's good. Even exchange. Nobody hit broken ahead at the beginning, but I mean that was kind of an easy cut in there to put it through.
All right.
Hard.
Oh, that was yep. Ooh.
So very easy to remember. The Phantoms with
Ghosts
are in white. So the dark blue and black.
So it looks like the Phantoms just tied it up. All right.
So I think we're going to see a lot of Curry on the outside of the key there. We're going to see a lot of attempts at three-point opportunities.
And that's what we saw a lot of when people were playing with 4v4. I think people are more hesitant now, but
a lot easier to stick to your man when there's only two people.
Yeah. Like, where's my guy? Oh, wait. This.
If you're ever saying "Where's my guy" in a 2v2, you've done something really wrong. Failed.
Check out the handles.
Man, that right in the perfect mark, and that's going to be a 6 lead now for Gorillaz, 2-point lead for Gorillaz at 6-4.
This is. I'm gonna be honest. I expected the Phantoms to be running away with this right now, but it looks like the girls are giving them all they can handle plus some.
It seems like Gorillaz, or sorry, not Gorillaz, the Phantoms are having a lot of unnecessary with their shooters right now. They get set in a position where a shot is doable but risky. Kind of like that one. It's close. Another point up there, and they'll be up by 7-5. So, like you said, not only will they take it away from you now, starting to play that game. But yeah, this one's going to be close. Maybe similarly to FIFA, but the entire time instead of just at the end. Good pick set there. Now I just got to get past this one man. They're going to send it outside, and then another 3-point or 2-point in this game. Outside. Leonard going to be. Doesn't push under the basket.
He's up against Curry. Like, that's a size. I think I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, he even had open movement right where
Get a good shot.
not. Yeah, it seems like the movement is either just always timed.
Oh, no. Okay.
That's a foul.
That was a great foul, yeah. Curry's doing a good job of moving around, not necessarily always staying behind the arc. And that would be easy.
The inside start to switch it up on them. That's nice.
Adapt to the defense that they're playing. Take what they're going to give you.
Right. It's like, yeah, Phantoms with the same thing here, and it's working for some right private net. They do have those players that can force themselves into the key, but it's not always working for them. That consistency of the passing game is working out better. That was nice. Solo five there. Who's defense set up on top? It really is the same thing that they can figure out that they're going to have Hawaii drive up the basket every single time.
I mean, they're not. It seems like they're not afraid to shoot, but it seems like they're a lot more hesitant to take those deep shots on the Phantoms, which is really surprising.
Which is super strange against with the matchup. It is strange that they would be worried about getting guarded. Abdul-Jabbar at the 3-point line.
Well, yeah,
we want him. So that's. I mean, I can see why they're driving that, but it's strange that they're not taking any of the opportunities. Now Now, lately, it's been a lot more consistent for both lead outfits by the league.
Yeah.
So, a 4-point lead is going to be the most that we've seen so far.
All right, so let's see if the Phantoms are able to cut into that. You can't have Curry play that type defense. Like,
there's a big setup,
and he goes
but
around
the other way.
Right, yeah.
So, word is that's going to be a steal. Jokic to the 3-point and
Missed
off
it.
the rim.
Get to go back out.
Back to the Phantoms. Going to get up through part of the net. That's good. Another 3-point shot is going to go off the rim there. Does not go out of bounds, so we might see he needs to drop back to the 3-point line. There.
And Kareem just needs to back him down. All right. I mean, one way or the other, you're going to have a size mismatch. And that's what we needed more of.
Yeah. And they gave him so much time. If he didn't take the shot, I would have been actually upset at this point. They give him so much time to work with because these are just not. Oh!
And they match it back. Kawhi out there trying to play like Vincent.
It's like a shooting rally at this point. Pick goes a little bit too deep. Doesn't cut off Curry, so we're going to have a Curry block from Kawhi, which is very interesting.
All right, but Kareem, just take it. Take the points I've given to you. And I mean, it's one good defensive possession away from being a tie game. Let's see if they can stick with their man. Reach and foul by Kawhi. That's cool.
I feel like it has been a little while since we've seen Jokic actually put in the work.
Oh, no, pass it out.
Point, and it's in again. The consistency on that is kind of insane. I'm starting to see why the Curry Jokic team was picked. Who needs defense if you're just going to switch? So only 3 points needed here for the Gorillaz. And on double coverage is going to just land it and put himself 1 point down from the win now.
And with the way they've been playing, the defenders have been playing defense, I can't see them stopping them this consistently.
They're using some pretty talented defensive players to just put in a offense, which is strange. Was back on?
No,
I don't believe
not.
he was. Yeah, he had 1 foot.
Oh man, what you got in that bag, bro? Let's see it.
Now you have to stick with your man. Stick with your man. Do not let them get the outlet pass.
And Jokic in the basket. Oh, over the back of the head. Gonna put it in. I believe there was a 5-point separation by the end of it. Very nice. So unexpected from us talking here before.
I honestly thought that this would have been a route, almost. Maybe not a route because Global's pretty decent. I just didn't expect the Phantoms to drop that. Not with Black Diamond in.
Yeah. It's looking really, really rough right now. Phantoms went on a singular streak of wins that lasted for about 3 games, and yeah, the Gorillaz just have a lot more steam at this point. I mean, we have Gorillaz won 4 in a row to start. Phantoms, besides their forfeit, got 3 wins in a row of games that were actually played out. And one of those was F1, which lasted for 7 seconds.
Might as well be a forfeit.
Might as well have just honestly been Yu-Gi-Oh! And Madden are the fully played out wins that they have, and now we're on another 4-win streak for the Gorillaz. So, oh man, yeah. So this is a 3-9 game right now. That's tough. When you have less than 90 minutes to go, that is a tough gap to close because you can't rely on winning every game at this point.
And at this point, luck. Like the will starts becoming a factor.
Really,
like at the
really
start,
does.
like you like, okay, well we can take the hits that we get here and there, but now you're completely relying upon the wheel rolling. Not only the games that you want, when you want them, because you don't necessarily want certain games back to back because then certain people will be out of rotation. So there's a lot that you really have to hope for here, and that starts off with a NHL win. And I imagine that we're going to see Vape come back in on the reset, and then we see who has to go in. Arbiter, Dad had Tony and Rebellion have to go in, and we're probably going to see Gurren, Smurf, and Vape. Vape is really close friends with one of with the rookie fourth player of the season last year in Pop Candle. And I want to say Pop was saying that he taught him NHL. I could be wrong. So
and there he is. So Vapes is going to go in here. He's going to be the only player not available for the next game on the side of the Gorillaz. Yep, exactly. I mean, we didn't have to really predict much. We knew the 3 who were going for the Phantoms. We knew 2 on the Gorillaz. It just came down to Vapes. So that's the 3v3 that we are going to see in NHL, and we're going to be playing.
Probably Tampa Bay Lightning.
Yeah, probably from what I've seen, that's what we get. So yeah, and we'll see if I do remember the last game that I sat in on. I don't think I was casting it, but when I sat in last week on one of the games, it was just completely normal hockey the whole time. None of the power pucks came out, so it was like just normal hockey the entire time.
He's like, man, this is boring.
I was like, oh, I have to actually like watch hockey. I haven't done that in a long time. So.
I remember when NHL was first put on, it was played traditionally, and the amount of people who did not understand hockey at all. There was so many icing, so many offsides. I think we had an offsides tracker, and it went well above 20. I can't remember what the number was.
Oh my gosh.
It was 5. It was
similar, and they don't even realize it until they start playing it. A lot of the rules will just like laugh over. Texas Chainsaw is one that honestly I'm even less familiar with that one than Dead by Daylight. I think most people are. Honestly.
Yeah, like I think there's people who understand it well, but I can't name many people who are more familiar with Texas Chainsaw than Dead by Daylight. Like a lot of people that like Texas Chainsaw like Dead by Daylight. So,
but not the other way around. Not every Dead by Daylight player plays Texas Chainsaw, but because Texas Chainsaw is more recent, it only came out in the past couple of years, right?
I feel like it came out like last year.
Right.
I could be wrong. Yeah.
So, last year it was. Okay, so yeah, because it was the what do you call that when it's like the unbalanced teams?
Asymmetrical.
Asymmetrical, right? Yeah, those like asymmetrical, team-based games are typically 1v4, 1v5, 1v3. This is 3v4. It's such a strange like style of game to just be like, you just get one less player. just one. We just took one away from you. So, but then I think people who understand the game know exactly why that is. I think you're a lot less underpowered as a survivor in that game. I think there's a lot more ability. All right, so here we go. We have 3 Tampa Bay versus Tampa Bay. We've got blue and white, and we'll let you know who's who.
So it looks like
you've got it right there. Go ahead.
Phantoms are blue, and so in terms of colors under them, Tony, that had Tony is orange, Rebellion is red, Arbor is purple. Now for the Lightning, for the Gorillaz Lightning, they're the white jerseys. Gurns is blue, Vape is green, Mers is yellow. So we'll be looking to see how well green does.
I think both teams hate the wall because they just keep shooting the puck into it. So let's see what happens here. Depending on whether or not this is a high-scoring game, we'll see maybe that power puck come out. But if this lasts for a while where they're just like taking shots at the goalie, we might not see that.
Well, the goalie also have like an exhaust type of function. So the more shots you end up taking on them, the easier the shots become to actually have a chance of landing. Okay. So they want to pass it out, or they want to keep it. Okay. So it goes back to the other side, but you don't allow them to have an easy go by setting it out right in front of them.
Yeah, something about these passes just are not going right. They're not going the way that they're wanting to. So we might see some skate up and shot, kind of like drive-by shots. Is they going to hold on to it again? They're just going to keep giving them chances to approach. They're going to have to take an offense at some point, that being the Phantoms. This time the Phantoms are not in their ghastly white color, but in the blue instead, so remember that. And And if they get possession here, a little crowded by the net, but they're going to try to set up an opening.
Yeah, the spacing is awful. They're not. The defenders are able to just clog the goal, and with so many people, and it makes it hard because eventually it's going to run into somebody. But
I think the problem here with the Gorillaz is their passing is they are really, really passing hard. So a lot of these passes are getting just past this. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of power going into these passes and these shots. It's making it really difficult for them. Okay, so it looks like with the exhaust meter that we were talking about, that actually came close there on the Phantoms goalkeeper side. They're running that exhaust on, so.
let's see what we have. Oh, okay, he's going to try to do a little wraparound.
Just yet another possession over the Gorillaz, but they once again don't really know what to do with it. So we're going to see an approach here from the Phantoms. He's
So
just
this
get
is
past
yellow, so this is Murns right there.
Try to get that stick in the air, which is a dangerous thing to do. But...
So if you're able to get, that'd be a little bit more deceptive with how you're playing.
Oh, and this is looking nice. Slap shot does not go in, but it does bounce off. But Gorillaz get possession of it, so they're going to take it the other way, and they go for a passing play. It does not go. Gets sent right back out. I don't know if he knew he had possession there in red, but
I mean, sometimes that happens where people just, what's the word I'm looking for? They're mashing, for lack of a better term. So when they get the puck on the goalie, now you can lock positions in this game where you're not switching. You just hit L3, and you can choose to play guard, center, whatnot, wing, right wing, left wing. So it doesn't look like they're locked to that, because otherwise, if I was locked, you wouldn't be going out on the goalie. Here we go with the second quarter. This might be one of those instances that whoever scores first ends up winning.
Honestly, and I had talked about earlier that if this, if we get down to the third period here and we're still not that many goals deep, we might never even see a bonus puck, like what I was talking about earlier. Might not see a 2-point puck come out. So here Gorillaz go for a distance shot. It heads up a little bit and just gets caught by the goalie. Sets it down. They're going to give him another chance, like they've been doing.
Oh yeah, if somebody's not moving. All right, so on a breakaway, let's see if they're not. I don't know why, but he wasn't going straight for it. He was kind of moving to the side, allowed the defender time to catch up to him. All right. Well, let's see. There's two people on him. They should be able to get that out there easily. All right, passing it up. They're all right there within vicinity of each other, which leads to these clusters. And let's see if he's able to. Nope. All right.
More shots from afar just aren't going to get anything. Sends the puck out for nothing. Another Gorillaz possession, but just a gentle shot to the goalkeeper. There was definitely an opening there for a shot to come out, but nothing went through. So Gorillaz are going to approach again. Somebody doesn't know which character they are. They're in the back corner.
All right.
So we finally get a score to come out.
Vape, I'm guessing, based on how they're.
Yeah, I believe somebody didn't know which character they were there, so it was kind of a 2v3 in that situation. They didn't have anybody on the defense to approach.
All right. So it looks like they're still back to pressing that issue. They're like, we're not going to let you get comfortable. We're going to keep pressing.
And a shot off the wall there once again.
All right, you're going to wrap around. Nope. All right, pass it up. Standing right in front of that goal with that puck there.
Somebody get the puck.
All right, they wasn't able to make the play that he wanted to. But it's back in possession of. Oh, that's another. Okay.
Very nice setups coming out. They're definitely setting up a lot better now here in the second period. So, getting that pass in towards the goal and then choosing a direction. And, doing pretty well on picking which direction to come from because it's got them 2 points at this point.
Maybe we do see the money puck.
We may see it happen. There's one regular puck left, and then we're, it might be comeback season. You never know. At that point, 2 money pucks go in for the Phantoms, and they would be up. Despite what happens on this one, so we'll see here how much closer the Phantoms can get. That's going to be a long shot for the Gorillaz.
All right, so Gorillaz been applying the pressure. They've been keeping it on their side for the most part. Unfortunately, the Phantoms haven't been able to capitalize off of that. Capitalize when they are able to get it down to their side. But with goalies have this fatigue system in this game, so you keep pressing them, and eventually it's going to go through. But
all right, we're gonna head into third period here. This is gonna
do or die.
Be the last 3 minutes of our game. We have Gorillaz up by 2, and we're on the last regular puck before we have 2 money pucks in a row. So we'll see if those come out for use. I'm curious if the Gorillaz keep trying to play offensively here.
What style would you play? How would you be approaching this right now?
I do think maybe they should play the offense more because those money pucks in the back are going to be really dangerous if they don't have a good lead. So, they can't get up by 4. It's not possible for them to do before these money pucks come out. So it's not like they can get a secure advantage. But if they can be up by 3, then they have a little bit of room to work with, especially since there's so limited time left. Such limited time left. So it's going to be another reset this time. Finally, and possession is given right away, so there might be a shot attempt here. Oh, Gorillaz lose possession, so lucky recovery there for Phantoms.
But the Gorillaz get it right back. All right. Yeah, it just right now just looks disorganized from the Phantom side.
They're trying to mount something there, but nothing comes of it. So I'm gonna pass it back to center ice. They're gonna
pass it out.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up on the sides. They don't really. The Gorillaz here are playing a really hard defense at the net.
All right, so they have about a minute and a half to hold off on. Yeah,
it looks like they just don't want any scoring to happen. I think they have an opportunity to score.
Take the opportunities that's given to you.
Right, but now it looks like they're all going to fall back straight to the goal and just try to get coverage so that there's no open angles. And that's what they do. Ooh, one gets on the inside, but too close to the goalkeeper, so that's going to be a recovery. About a minute 20 left, 80 seconds to go.
Vape been impressive for you?
That is...
Vape is green.
Did he get both?
I believe so.
Oh, then that is impressive because he's been the only one setting himself in position correctly. Interesting rebound off the wall.
They need to make a faster play off of it, but...
So we're going to move up the ice here. Frost, the goalkeeper had it too quick.
I think that other player being right in front of it really opens things up. I would not be surprised at this point for that to go on. But they kick it out. All right, you gotta play a little
chance. Does not get past the keeper, so with only half a minute remaining, the Phantoms are going to get another possession, another chance. And the only options at this point are for them to... there is no draw circumstance for the top draw.
No.
Right now I think there's no win circumstance either.
They gotta get 2 goals.
Yeah, that looks like it's gonna be out. And was that wasn't a hat trick?
If he scored again, it was a hat trick. But I don't.
Curious if that was him. We'll have to see all of the scoring from him. They try to make those crosses. The Phantoms are trying to make those crossing plays in front of the goal, but they're just putting too much power behind the passes and they're just going straight to the wall.
All right, and then that looks like that is game. So that's a Gorillaz victory.
Another Gorillaz victory. 9-3 now for the Gorillaz. Wow. Okay.
And what was the next game?
Our
Texas.
next game is going to be Texas Chainsaw. That's going to be an interesting one.
Have you played it?
No, and I've only seen it once.
Okay, so I mean, you pretty much get the gist. The four survivors are the three people in the family. The idea behind it is to either escape. I think if it goes down, I think it's one person that's left that gets out, goes to points. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me. So the goal is to, or maybe it's two, but either way, the goal is to get the people out. If you're a survivor, the goal for the killer is obviously to kill everybody. Some of the things that help is if you kill somebody, kill a survivor, or if you go around collecting blood, you can feed it to Grandpa. What Grandpa does is based on level, it's based on how much assistance you get with killing the rest of the survivors.
Okay. All right. So then maybe we can get, we'll do a rundown of features of the game because I think it is one of the less commonly played games on the wheel. It's a 3v4 asymmetrical game is really original, so it's a really cool thing to watch. But we'll, try to run down what the different features are, simple features of the game as we see them, maybe. So is it gonna be?
I think we're going to have to see Rebellion and Arbiter in just based on their prowess in Dead by Daylight. I feel like at least some of the skills translate over.
Yeah. Then I wonder who we're going to see on the family side.
Everybody but Hydro, maybe?
Okay. All right. Oh, man. So that's a 5-game win streak now for the Gorillaz. It's getting a little out of hand.
I mean, just a tad bit.
6 games and 66 minutes. Do you think? Oh, wait, that's a bad number. That's really unfortunate. I didn't even mean to say that. Wow, maybe that does spell doom for for this one. But we have 66 minutes left in the game. If we can. I mean, do you even think we can get 6 games in for the Phantoms to try and tie it up?
And here's where the issue becomes: is there's certain games you don't want just based on how much time, right? Like you probably don't want League of Legends, you probably don't want StarCraft. Those are 2 games that could eat up a chunk, even if you win. Though they eat up a chunk.
Pokemon.
Well, Pokemon could be quick.
It could be. That's true. But because it's so coachable, I feel like everybody's got somebody that could, manage Pokemon.
It will be Vape and Arbiter. I want to say. So we got Arbiter going in, RW going in, and Rebellion going in. Oh, they killed us.
Okay.
Nope.
So they're going to be Survivor because Dad has going in as well. And we see the 3 on the other side. So we've got Timeout Gorillaz, which is going to leave them with 1 left for the final hour.
And so the thing about it is, not the beginning. You have to first create your party. Have to have 4 people, and then they go to play, and then the other people go to play. They get the lobby code and join in. I could be getting those procedures mixed up. The reason that this game hasn't been played a lot in the league is the first week of the season. People weren't able to get into the lobby because they were doing it the wrong way. It wasn't played until the week after. But I wonder. Let's see whose setup is it. Phantom setup or Reap Gorillaz? I'm curious if they know even how to set the game up.
Yeah, because they did use a timeout, so there could be some trouble on that side. So, obviously, we'll leave Pokemon out of it because we both want to see that. Are there any games we haven't seen yet that you'd be interested to see these 2 teams play? I think, actually...
Yeah. Alright, so we'll see what the next game is.
Let's see if I have...
That's Grandpa.
That's Grandpa.
Smash.
Super Smash Bros. Okay,
Ooh.
very, very cool.
I know Global plays this, and ironically, he pays Terry in it. But I have no idea who on the Phantoms really plays a game like that. If anybody. It'll be good scouting information.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so he is going to go down the basement. being basement, kill some people. Rev that chainsaw up, try to get somebody down in one hit. He can do a lot of damage to like those little, not necessarily the doorways, but there's little cubbies. And she's making a lot of noise. Let's see if she's able to do that without getting killed. So she should be able to now pick a lot.
Just come behind me, Tom.
Let's see if she's able to get anything done here. Yep, and that should be a way. Now you gotta just move it to where that is, but you have to be careful because once you start getting to that point, you start making noise. And you have one person, at least one person up.
Alright, how we doing? Y'all see him yet?
Communication going from all the different spots to see who's making the most progress.
Yo, where's Grandpa in this map, bro?
Oh, yep, and collecting blood to feed the grandpa. That's not nasty at all.
Damn, Grandpa doesn't spawn here?
Grandpa needs it.
Still don't see anybody yet. The gate's open.
So I believe let's kill the family there.
No, the gate's open. Grandpa wakes up.
Yet. Which is, that's it. I mean, that's how you want to start as the survivors.
Like, oh, you can't see me. Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems like whoever's playing Leatherface here has kind of just been traversing the same area. You know, trying to stay in one consistent space so that when anybody does come through, make sure to catch. Ooh,
And then somebody there, if you're able to get them down, you gotta run away. Alright, they're almost there.
It probably gonna be.
Yep, and you can go feed blood to grandpa. Make him a bit stronger. Yep.
Alright, so
Don't
still to avoid detection.
Oh, let go.
So
He's
so
right
just
there.
called out that
He's on,
somebody had
Colony.
been taken out there, which was Rebellion.
Alright. And there's another person just
Yeah, this is not going well.
nope. So at
Two
this
from
point,
Leatherface
you have to escape and you have to do it without getting another person
When I
down.
asked if you were supposed to
And
open
there's somebody chasing. Are they
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
get away?
That's my bad.
No, you're not gonna be able
My
to just
fault.
outspeed the
I'm
killers.
coming the other way.
But you have to start
Are they
get
just
out
all
of their
down
line
there?
of sight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all still down here.
Alright.
Oh, okay, word. But he didn't get up yet, right?
And yep, it's gonna be hard to loop. So what is he doing now? You can and that helps versus some of the bigger killers, but versus killer like we see right here. That's
Ooh,
Yep.
and a very nice cut off on that route there.
jump him. Oh, yep, able to go around, catch him.
Trying to find you guys. I
Moving.
think I made like
So
2
she's not
left.
finished off yet. She's
I think it was to your right on that one.
Getting away here. It just seems like
Why you?
whoever that is getting a little bit more tripped up by the map than actually using the map to trip
Yeah,
up
right here.
People.
the family. So it's gonna be very difficult to get away. And I'm surprised that nobody, with Leatherface being down there, no one really is present. Nobody has cut her off yet.
Oh, yep.
Decent spot there to start getting away. So
I'm at one door.
some distance get made, and like you said, lose some line of sight. Takes a really long time to decide which.
Gotcha. If you make noise,
not that much distance.
I'll go where it is and I'll just cut off her path. I'll destroy the
Got
tunnel.
line of sight, a little bit distant. Okay, so
she's
this
not
is
by you?
Global that we're watching right now, and Rory is the one who's running away, making a very valiant attempt at getting away, but not actually getting anything done to further towards the escape.
Able to loop this.
I'm
Oh,
in
you're on the wrong side there. And it's able to get away. Oh, no.
Nope, got him terrain.
And that is another person dead. Is that game? Or is he just...
Yeah, if you kill all of them, then we're good.
Okay, there's one more. Imagine
Final
the pressure
guy's still down
being the
six.
final one.
Go,
I
Arbiter.
don't know where he's at.
And this is actually who
Hang
we saw
on.
at the beginning
He
build
might be
that
in
lock
spawn.
thing, so
Or hiding in, maybe hiding in,
Pacific Corner
that has me behind.
they might have a little bit of time here if they don't.
He might be
really
hiding
make
in like a
much
locker.
noise because
If we
doesn't
feed
look like
Grandpa,
they're onto him
we could
yet.
just waken him
This
and
is-
start.
With that chicken there, you gotta kill that chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, they do not
I'm
care
going
about
upstairs.
sound. They do not
just
care about
opened the
sound. You
door.
gotta.
Not now that they're
Shutting,
getting spotted out.
shutting
Absolutely
door.
not. No.
Unlock it.
Oh yeah, no. Oh my goodness, let's go.
They're very nice.
Oh,
Okay,
they-
so now we see why because they're so close to that escape.
All right, so let's look at
Oh,
point.
they won. Yeah, they won. Is it point based or kill based?
1,000 points
Oh, okay.
from Arbiter.
Smash Bros.
Hey,
next.
good job, Arbiter.
Very, very good job. Let's see. Is that an? I mean, that's if.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we're figuring out. I
That's
don't know
a
if
l-
there's any kind of division that has to be done on the different sides because it's asymmetrical.
Yeah.
Like Dead by Daylight, I believe you have to divide the score by half after adding it up. But, yeah, we'll see who it is. If it was just straight points alone, then
Arbiter.
I believe Arbiter, because of the 2,000 points,
Which is
with
a-
over 1,000 points from the rest of the teammates, that would be a win for them. Family
Yeah,
won because they
okay.
got the 3 kills, so that's a win.
If one other person was able to escape with Arbiter.
Wow.
I mean,
Another
but good.
Gorillaz
Hey,
win.
look, unfortunate they're not. Those wins aren't showing. But Arbiter's been doing a good job this game.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is strange because Phantoms seem to be a case of good players and maybe just not being put in the right positions to get
Yeah.
wins. I do feel like there are good players on the Phantoms. Like I don't see anybody who's been letting the team down. Like I can't point at anybody who I'm like, oh well.
Well, let
if
me
they had
point for
played
you.
something better. Yeah, right.
Joking.
As if.
But with the playoffs starting up in about 3 months, right? Assuming the Phantoms make it, assuming the Gorillaz make it, assuming they play again, it's gonna be a lot different because the Phantoms are gonna have a lot more time to gel, get used to it, right? Like at this point, you probably want to like Arbiter needs to probably teach his team how to play Dead by Daylight better, right? Because like you're a well-known killer, you know how to play the game. Pass that knowledge on, right? So that you're not the pressure isn't on you to be great at those games, right? Black Diamond, DZ pass on some of that sports knowledge to some of the people that don't play as much, right? Like Rebellion and Dad Hat, and Arbiter as much, right? It's just about growth, and you need to start seeing some of that collective growth from the Phantoms. They have that potential, but they're too real reliant at this point. They're too reliant on certain people being in because those certain people being in make them look great, but if those people aren't in, they just look awful.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean it's not even any specialty games that they've won here. It's even fighting games in which I would say I see a lineup on the Phantom side in which there are some fighting games that I think should be wins. Both of the ones that we've gotten so far were wins for the Gorillaz. So we'll see if we can pick up on Smash. This 5v5 gives a lot of room for good players to put in good work. So we got Forza coming up.
Okay, another racing game.
Team racing on that one, yeah. So that's,
Have we gotten auto racers?
auto racers?
All of the racers.
Oh, all of the racers?
We got CTR, we got Wreckfest, we got. Oh, we haven't got Need.
No, we haven't gotten Need for Speed.
That's
That's correct. Yeah. All right, so let's see. It's Samus A Link. That's very standard Nintendo right there. Okay, so it looks like on the side of the Gorillaz, we're gonna have
Gorilla.
We're gonna have Cloud, Incineroar, Toon Link, Kirby, and Terry from Smash. So, and then on the side of the Phantoms, we have Samus, Link, Mario. So this might be Nintendo 64. And we're going to get Young Link as well. So none of these people have played this game since Melee. And Cloud. Okay. Very interesting way to mix it up. But we do have That's actually a really interesting team because those characters that have been around since the N64 aren't known for nowadays being very popular. Now they're kind of like old and washed up kinds of characters. You'll see a Samus specialist every once in a while, or
I want to say we have. I mean, he's pretty decent with it. What is his name? Mr. OG on. Sorry, Mr. OG on the Ghost plays Samus. No, he plays Rob too. He can play a handful of characters.
Rob is very fun.
Rob will rob you of stock.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if this Samus is able to cheese off some stocks from this cloud.
Right, play some distance.
Oh, they're playing.
And on Final Destination, that'll be a little bit harder. Not a lot of, no platforms to traverse with, but it does look like this cloud doesn't know how to string anything together exactly.
You have to honestly grab these items. That's a big part if you're not great at the game.
Yeah, if you got these bees out. They're on the other side of the field. They're actually focused on him. Some bombs going to be dropped here, and we do have Limit ready, but Limit does go away after, you don't get a whole lot of time.
I'm curious to see what that item is, because if that's a +1 life, that would be fun for somebody to get in this game mode. He should be dead here.
Oh, very nice charge.
Very nice read. He just a batter swing.
Yep, he just waited for it. He knew the up B had already come out.
So Carnage with the first win. Let's see, Black Diamond.
Black Diamond on the Link as well. Very interesting. As a fighting game player, I'm surprised that he plays Link.
All right. And basic game plan: zone you jump in. I'm gonna hit you with my sword.
It looks like he wants to play. Okay, he's utilizing his equipment a bit, so that's good. I did think for a moment that he was just gonna try to play close range, but.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, you gotta use these items to your advantage. Ooh.
I can't believe how many projectiles he had out at once there. He had his own boomerang, he had a boomerang item, an arrow, and a bomb all out at the same time.
Hey, this is UEL Smash. You gotta use those items.
Yeah, absolutely. What's funny is most of those items came out of his own kit. They weren't even from the field. That's how strange of a player Link is. So we've got Incineroar here. We might see a lot of. He's gonna really want to close the gap and maybe pick up the controller. Oh, there he is. Looks like he's in. There's a little bomb chew on the ground, already destroyed. Yeah, this Incineroar is gonna want to close the gap here and use some
revenge.
Grapples, so,
yep, revenge. Get a lot of damage, which is real super scary about Incineroar. All right.
Slash off the capsule down. Find out what's inside.
Welcome.
Not using these items actually.
Neither side is really using the items. Let's see. Oh, you have all the pieces.
Pick up all the parts there.
You have so much. You have so much.
Bullet Bill is looking pretty.
And,
yeah,
I just say it.
Yeah, that Bullet Bill was sitting there. They were both a decently high %. I was definitely hoping we would see the gun get put together, but that's all right. You don't have to pick them up, I guess. You don't have to make it interesting. All right, so Black Diamond's gonna head out. We're gonna get Mario now. Mario versus Incineroar. This is gonna be this is a double grappler. See if we can get any aerial strings put together from this Mario here.
All right, so let's see. Yep. And not item. No item. Yeah.
Little weak on the recovery. That's all right.
That man's Gurren likes the teabag. Me personally. Me personally, I want to take that.
All right, so now what was the last one's coming out? So Young Link is the second to last.
Yink
coming out
as
Yink.
as the cool kids call it.
Do they really? Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
I've actually never heard that in my life. I'm serious.
I go to a lot of Smash. Well, I used to go to a lot of Smash tournaments.
That's pretty funny.
And Yink is one of the most privileged characters out there.
Get a little bit of throw, but not much distance.
Oh, nice. He waited for him to get up, and then he used the revenge. And if he gets hit by that, grab the Pokeball, grab the Pokeball, grab the Pokeball.
Dodging away from it. I think he really doesn't use items, but Pokeballs can be extremely useful. Got a hold of
Oh,
it.
what Pokemon is it?
Is
It's
Vulpix. Okay.
Oh, and it's,
Oh, you got him locked.
the fire saved him.
Gosh, he didn't get the distance. He drop kicked under him while he was being burnt and being lifted by the fire.
So I remember, because I have friends who specifically played this matchup against each other, that just randomly throwing out projectiles as young Link gets you killed because Incineroar can just feed off of that revenge. He should be dead here.
Very nice charge. Good patience.
Okay, Gurns, you're not that guy.
So we are now down the last member of.
Come on,
the
Arbiter.
Phantoms. So let's see if Arbiter is going to go absolutely crazy here
With
on
its
the cloud.
Hey, Arbiter's on cloud 9.
Yeah. Cloud is a huge character. He had a lot of potential for some of the highest level play, honestly, on that character. So.
Well, one of the best players in the world used Cloud, Fargo.
Yeah.
So all you gotta do is keep back airing, please. Keep back airing. That's if you're Cloud.
Yeah, probably good to get rid of that Fire Sword, honestly. That assist trophy can come in big for whoever gets it, though. He's racked up so much percent at this point, though.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard situation. I mean, good. Oh, good job by Arbiter.
Oh, he doesn't get.
Let's go. Let's go, Arbiter. Let's go, Arbiter.
Just had to stay alive.
Hey, teabag that.
All right, so coming out next.
Go ahead and teabag that, big dog.
Trying to remember who they had
Mars.
third. Oh, it's that Toon Link.
Tink.
I'm gonna be. I had to think about it for a second because whenever you try to shorten a name, you want to make sure you don't say something bad.
Come on, Arbiter. Let's clean it up. Clean it up, Arbiter.
So Toon Link is a pretty light character. So any of these charge attacks, or if he's able to get his limit online, he
That's
can just
a lot.
stack up a little bit of percentage here.
Also, the least used of the links.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
Oh, let's go,
Whoa,
Arbiter.
What a string. So now we're at the point where it's...
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! Oh, and he's tiny now. But he's putting out the shots.
Grab
There's a Pokeball. He doesn't grab it. I think he's confident in his finish here. But
Does he kill him? Does he kill him?
Toon Link with the down air spikes the sword into Cloud and launches him off. So that's gonna, and we're gonna get a stare.
But hey,
Very
Arbiter
nice
did a good
showing.
job there. He
Yes.
did what he was supposed to do.
Absolutely.
I don't think Arbiter should ever be your best match play, but then when you do get somebody who's good at the game, it allows it so that they don't have to rely purely on him.
Yeah.
But 3-11, so now we have Forza coming up. We already know who's gonna go in for the Gorillaz. Everybody has to go in.
5v5, right?
And then I think it's the same for the Phantoms because Rory, DZ, Rebellion Batty, Dolo, and I think Black Diamond's available as well. If I'm looking at this correctly.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's available. So actually, we know both teams.
Okay.
Yeah, we know both teams right off the bat. We're looking at them. So yeah, that Black Diamond, it's a silhouette. We don't have the picture of him in his New Jersey yet, but it is. We are gonna have him active. That light gray background means that he's still up.
And hopefully they were setting this up beforehand because this game is like Texas Chainsaw where people sometimes struggle setting it up.
Mm-hmm.
Which I do not. I despise getting when people get a computer game, PC game into Texas or computer game into Forza because then you don't get that extra little time. But right now we have Mers on PC 7, Carnage on 8. Global on 10, Gurns on 11, and Vape on 12. Now, on the opposite side, we have PC 6 is Rebellion, PC 5 is DZ, PC 3 is Dolo. So we're just waiting for those last two PC numbers, and then we'll be fully updated. Okay, so far, what you've seen from this overall match, do you think that it is more so a Gorillaz flexing their muscles, or you think it's more Phantom still trying to figure their way out?
I think it's a little bit of both because I think the Phantoms have potential to win more than this. In fact, I saw the Phantoms win more than this with only 4 players on the team.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact that there are some teams in the league in which they're able to take more games off of. I think in this game in particular, Gorillaz are showing that they're better than their record. You know, yeah, 1-2 does not say everything about this team. There are probably plenty of teams that they could go head to head with.
It's just a tough draw the first few games.
Yeah, definitely. It's yeah, they definitely have.
I mean, timeout. Wait, both teams only have one timeout. Did somebody just use one? It's a Gorilla setup.
Phantoms might have,
but it's also a Gorilla setup. So we have Dolo on PC2, RW on PC3, and Black Diamond on PC1.
Okay.
Oh, it must have, because there's no timeouts for
no
the
more
Phantom.
timeouts for the Phantoms, so we have a Phantoms timeout now.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yep, no more timeouts left. We are at around the 45-minute mark, so we'll see what happens from here.
Thankfully, all of the quote-unquote difficult games are set up already, or this is the last one. So those timeouts, like, it was, you're at the position where you weren't going to catch up regardless, right? Like, and it's unfortunate. We do like to see our competitive matches or matches that come out to the last minute. But with there being an 8-point gap and 45 minutes to go, you have to play every game in about 5 minutes. Minus setup timer, which is 2 to 4 minutes. It's becoming that point where it's that part of the night where it's like, okay, well, we know who's going to win the overall match, but you still want to see them do better, right? And that's not necessarily only doing better in their game. That's doing better by, like, setting your games up, not having these forfeits, these timeouts have to be called. Thankfully, they've only used one forfeit up to this point.
Yeah, there's still a lot of games to be played in the season, so you want to try to play as many games as you can here because you want experience against these other teams, like live, on the spot experience. So, yeah, you definitely still want to try to get as many in as you can. Yeah, it's a difficult situation there, and it definitely does look like Gorillaz are going to be taking this one. But I'm curious whether Phantoms are going to be able to show like a strong suit because we see how far ahead Gorillaz are in a lot of these games. So now it's time for us to see what are the Phantoms really good at. If something comes up on this board,
I think sports.
Anything sports. So,
but again,
2K, NHL, both have gone to Gorillaz.
But
FC, they lost all of them.
But okay,
so are you waiting on Rocket League?
No, God, no. No. Okay, so it's hard to. They're lineup dependent with those games, but when they have the proper lineup, I think that's their strongest category. I think that's where they build their leg on. So I think you get the people who aren't as familiar, right? Like you get the Rebellions, the Dad Hats, the Arbiters. I think Arbiter has the most experience out of those three, but I think you get them onto those sports games to the point that they're able to follow direction. So they're not just they're not just thinking about what they have to do and then following those directions. Like you want to be, okay, I need you to do this, and they can do it instantly. I do think sports is their strong suit, despite how this matchup played out.
Yeah. So I mean, FC was a close one. FC 24 was close. I think it ended 9-7.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's a high scoring game. You're bound to get out-goaled by 1 to 3 points. NHL, they had their less familiar players playing because it was coming right off the heels of 2K.
Yeah.
What's the excuse for 2K? Was that not their two strongest sports players?
I think you put in like Black Diamond. Just went in for DZ and Dolo went in for Call of Duty right before that.
Street Fighter 6.
So we are now watching from the perspective of Gurren, who's looked at like your person said, looks impressive. Now we got Rory right here. On that grass.
I always forget about
really
that.
off track. Just gonna put him pretty behind.
Yeah, you gotta take it. Probably have to slow down a little bit.
So we're looking at Vape in first right now. That third place that we're watching, that's RRW.
My controls are not in.
Check here. PC6 is Rebellion. So keep an eye on that. And PC5 being.
Alright.
Now we're looking here in last place. We've got Dolo right now in the back, but
the issue.
Kicker, yeah, not taking riffs. Yeah, here in first place still is Vape, taking scoring very well, taking the insides, definitely holding a good point here. I believe third place is minus 15 on him.
I mean, with event. Oh, I mean, the race just started, so it's kind of.
Yeah, it's pretty strange that gap's already been created.
I wonder if, though, this POV, if they attended it or if it was one of those things that are. Because I don't think I remember seeing that POV.
Yeah, so it looks. We may be getting a stop and reset here.
I think it might be a forfeit. It was, wait, was it three? Okay. Was it 312 or 3? Because there's multiple ways. Oh, game crash.
Okay, but I think it is supposed to be 311, so we'll get the. Let me see. No, 12. After Smash, it was 12. We just didn't get the update till Forza started. So it is a. Wait, is it really 11, 12 now? Whoa.
3 to 12, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 3 to 12. 1, 2. Wow.
So 2-5. And Rebellion, it looked like it's Rebellion and Black Diamond the only ones available after the reset. Anyways.
Yeah. And I mean, looking at the game, there's a couple that could have gone
either
way for sure. Like
Wreckfest
could have been a total turn. I mean, the Phantoms could have started hot. Phantoms could have taken Wreckfest.
FIFA,
if they would have played a little better at the beginning, I think.
It's 5 to 10 right now.
So yeah, right. That would be that's already 5-10 right there. We'd still be talking about like if they win every game straight, maybe they get back in this one. Call of Duty, not so much. It was a little bit carried away.
Yeah,
on that one. The fighting games, we didn't see anything too close. 2K could have.
Yeah,
it could have. So there's a couple there. I mean, you take granted that would have to be like literally all of those, but then you get. Well, I think you're in a 6-9 situation. Yeah. That's not 3 points in 50 minutes. So there's plenty of room for them to
grow and
right. Like they can turn into a competitive team against this. They are close. They are on the cusp because they are competing in a lot of these games.
And the good thing is if they're all getting better at the same time, even if it's just a little bit, those little bit adds up and then it makes the team that much better. Especially like Rebellion Baddie, Dolo, like they both rookies growing to their roles. They'll be better. They have a few other rookies on the Phantoms, but Arbiter just has to find out how he fits into the team. He's not a rookie, but it's his first year on the team, first season on the team. Black Diamond, got to get used to how he wants to operate here. But so we should be getting back up here in 30 seconds or so. But Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6. Yeah, I forgot. I was thinking
a new one.
I was thinking about Billy the Goat's favorite game, which is Street Fighter 5.
Obviously.
Don't choke me out, Billy. I know you hate Street Fighter 5.
Got a lot of new fighting games lately.
Street Fighter 5,
so.
Tekken
Street Fighter
8. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, MK1.
Mm-hmm. That's like the 3 really big ones.
Yeah, those are the big.
On the console online community.
I need another Soul Calibur game, though. That's what
That'd be fun, right? That'd be pretty fun. Yeah, Soul Calibur would be cool. We're probably not getting another Super Smash Bros. For the next decade.
Well, depends on what's announced because Pokemon's been following this timeline where they're like, oh yeah, every 3 years we need to introduce a new series. I don't think they're putting another one on the Switch.
Yeah, that's likely.
So if we might see like a
right. Yeah. Switch 2.
Yeah.
The Switch 2. All right, so here we go. We're back into it now.
Bro, oh my God.
Looks like Vape is going to take starting position again, so he's going to start this race in the lead.
Did we get the next wheel spin? Right. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm out of it.
You're good.
He just really does not like Street Fighter 6. He's just pushing it out of his movie.
Well,
Every
yeah,
time we talk
put
about
Street Fighter 5
Put
back
Street
on the
Fighter
wheel.
5 back on the wheel. I don't like this new paint splash Street Fighter.
If I wanted to watch art, I go to the museum.
All right, so in PC 10 in second place right here that we're watching, it's going to be global. So we've got global behind Vape right now, so they are in the top positions. And then in third place with PC 8, which is Carnage, and that's the top 3 spots belong to Gorillaz right now. Top 4, in fact.
Wow, so yeah, this looks like a clear, decisive Gorillaz victory. I wonder how many people on the Phantoms this might be their first time touching the game.
Oh yeah, that's interesting because it is all 5 of them. So
are we red?
I just took a turn at about angle.
That's right. It seems like so. PC 11 is in 5th right now, so that means there might be somebody from Phantoms that have snuck up into that top 5, but we'll see because we're watching PC 6, which is Rebellion.
Forfeit Phantom.
Oh, all right. So we just got forfeit Phantoms.
It might be incorrect setup, or maybe they used 2 of the same. Oh, they didn't send the lineup in.
Oh,
so normally if you don't send lineup in, that's just simply a timeout. But because they had to use the last timeout to set this game up,
right?
Oh wait. Yeah, they didn't put fully put their lineup in.
They didn't. Oh, I see. All right.
It's unfortunate, but we are now on to Street Fighter 6.
Did you just? You. Oh my goodness. All right, so we got a forfeit there from the Phantoms. Gorillaz are up by 10 points with 45 minutes left. I think Phantoms can bring it back. You know,
yeah. I've seen Global lose Street Fighter 6 before.
I'll tell you what. I just wrote Street Fighter 5 on my notes for the next game.
Who's not paying attention now?
Yeah, I'm paying too much attention to you is my problem. I need to start ignoring you.
You sound like my mother.
So, we got, so Street Fighter 6 coming up next. This is going to be 5v5. We're going to get the full lineup again from the side of the Gorillaz. That's a very, very easy distinction. And then from the Phantoms, what do you think we're going to get here? We're going to get Black Diamond. You're going to get Tony.
I think if you're talking about optimal, you have to have Black Diamond. You have to have DZ. And then after that is picking and choosing. Arbiter has shown that he has some competence in fighting games, so I think you put him in.
Okay.
Black. Did I say Black? I did.
You did.
Yeah. Those last slots are hard. Because Rebellion seems like the type that touches just about every type of game. I think, okay, so optimal lineup, I think you leave out Dolo, and I think you leave out Aura Dub.
Okay.
I think that's who you leave out. And that's just my guess based off of how I think people personally. Yes.
That's just so everybody knows what it says on the,
on the
screen.
He's in.
He's in, so it looks like they're actually going to leave out
Bad Hat and Dolo. Okay.
All right.
And then we know who's going in for the Gorillaz.
I don't know. Maybe we don't know who's going in for the Gorillaz. Let's see what happens. Maybe they'll
only put four people in.
So we'll see what happens here. But we've got 5v5 Street Fighter
6
coming up, and that's time for the setup. So we'll have it coming up here soon in a moment. Do you have a favorite character to watch in Street Fighter 6?
To watch?
Because I know who we see a lot of.
I think JP is really interesting to watch, but dear God, playing against JP is a nightmare. Yeah. So timeout
Gorillaz. All right, very good. Yeah, we see a lot of JP. It seems like some of the better players know how to play him, and then teach the people who don't how to play a horrible version of him, where they don't remember how to do anything from long range.
JP gives me headaches. JP gives me headaches. Oh my God, why does this man have a air command grab that side switches?
Yeah. I mean, hey, you don't design the game, right? You don't get to choose.
I get to choose not to play that game.
There you go. Just play Tekken.
Heck yeah. Let me be bad at Tekken.
You're bad at Tekken?
Yes.
That's allowed.
Well, yeah. Tekken 8 just came out. It's a bit of a transition. There's people who
There's people who are not bad at Tekken. Yeah, no, trust me, I believe you. I have played my friend in Tekken 8. He's yeah.
Your friend trying to join the league?
My friend lives in Maryland.
Okay. We get people from Pennsylvania.
What?
Yeah, we got somebody from California.
All right, make that make sense.
Playing. Yeah, he's on the Ravens. KIC. Probably won't see him till the playoff time. What part of Maryland does this friend live in?
I don't know. Let me. Do you want his address too live
yes,
on stream?
Please. Go ahead. Let's. I need his name, his address, his phone number, the name of his first dog.
Yeah, what school? What high school his parents went to?
No.
All right. So we're getting our first picks in. We have a Rashid on. We'll find out who blue team is. We got blue team is. So we're gonna have. Oh my. Okay. Well. That happened. There we go. Chun-Li. That's what I'm talking about. That's my favorite character in Street Fighter. She's so much fun to play. And then, I mean, as fun as JP is to play, I understand why people don't like him. Obviously,
he's cool to look at, but like then you play against him and it's like, here we go.
He's not fun to play against, but he is fun when you're playing him. You're like, wow, I'm really good at this game.
It's a Rashid versus a Zanbeef.
Yeah,
modern Zanbeef.
Yeah, two moderns. I see that most of the time.
Here comes, he's about to run at you and grab. Come on, Zangief. I know you want to do it. I mean, I need this. If that's what I need some zoning from that Rashid there.
Is he learning his combos right now?
Oh, he's learning his buttons probably.
Yeah, it looks like he is. Oh, right, because it's modern, so just buttons.
It does it for you.
Yeah.
Jump that. You gotta jump that, my boy.
Just enough room to get the.
All right, please, for the love of God. And he's in burnout now. Yeah, they're both certainly learning what buttons do what.
Yeah. Zangief has just. It's just interesting that he hasn't quite figured out. Nobody's told him yet how the grabs work. There are a lot of opportunities he's got here to just kind of go in on the open. Those tornadoes are. You can stand against the wall and just send these tornadoes out.
Yep, and there we go. That's a lot of damage. Do it again.
Yeah, really. It's slow. He's wrong in offense now, though.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not getting grabbed by that again. All right, come on, do it. Yep, and he's dead. He's dead.
Finish it. Whoever's coming.
Let's
next
go, Rory.
Does not have a ton of work to do. So.
And his Vape.
Vape, who's been really good at just about everything today. I believe Vape was the one who got the 4 kills in Call of Duty. Vape held the lead in Forza.
Oh, okay. And he was able to break that. Oh, nice. And he breaks that. Let's see. And he gets the grab. Is he going to do it again? Me, personally, I play like a buffoon right here and just keep grabbing.
Yeah, maybe he should have.
Roy did his job. And here we got Rebellion. Her family runs deep in the UEL. She is cousins with Qwerty and that whole clan.
Wait, was he lying to me or is
No.
True? Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then now I understand why she's good at video games.
Well, anyway, so we got the Chun-Li. Okay. Hey, at least she looks like she knows what she's doing.
Yeah,
this is the most promise I've really seen from her today.
Very nice. That'll close out that round.
Let's go, Chun-Li.
Nice.
Oh, no, modern.
I lied. Modern. Yeah. I forgot. There you go. Okay.
Lockdown now there. Lockdown about to cry out there. Lockdown, her dad, Lockdown's out there crying somewhere.
I didn't know she was goaded like that.
Hey.
I feel like I'm missing out on something. I just feel like I'm missing out on something. All right, so Chun-Li versus Ken. This is very classic.
Yep, Chun-Li versus Homeless Ken.
Versus Homeless Ken. Yeah, and if she does win this one, she's warmed up against the next one. So good.
All right, so let's see what she's able to do here. Ooh, nice.
Ooh, nice connect. Good chunk of damage. They're getting to the point where it's not fully recoverable, so definitely doing the part.
I mean, from what we've seen so far, the Phantoms are doing their job, right? They come in, kill somebody, and she's able to do it again. Ooh, nope. DP beat it. That she's. Oh no! What's going on?
Oh.
Oh.
I don't think she knew which level she was at for that one.
Is she? Oh no. Oh no! Oh! Wait. Oh, this is getting close. This is getting close.
Down to the last hit, and that's her second player taken down now.
Hey, let's go.
So we've got a Rebellion Street Fighter carry coming out here.
Hey, is she the best out of her family? The streets are asking.
So here we go against another Ken. She is warmed up defending against this. Don't let him Shoryuken, you know. Really open position to do so.
Oh wait. Oh, yep, hit him with the DP.
So
hey, she did her job.
Yeah,
let's go.
absolutely did her job. So now we're gonna get Black Diamond coming in.
Yo, Rebellion baddie, best rookie.
Hey, maybe.
The streets are asking.
We'll see. Let's see a little bit more.
All right, now Black Diamond, she did all the work for you.
Yeah, really put him in a really, really good position. Took out 2 on her own before Black Diamond even came in. So.
Hey, look at DZ in the spotlight. Hey.
I believe still 3 left on the side of Phantoms and only 2.
Yeah, I think they won that number exchange when Rebellion came in and did her job.
Yeah, put 2 down.
DJ.
And on Classic, so you're going to see this damage coming out a little bit quicker now from Black Diamond.
All right. Yep, and I mean, honestly, a lot of these people, this can, it seems like all you have to do is run up.
Oh,
yeah. When you get a hard knockdown, run up and block. Because he's going to DP you. Run up, block. Run up, block. Yep. And he's just going to do that. Oh, he might be dead here. He's dead. Is he? Yeah.
All right. So now I believe it's evened up.
DV was pretty good at Street Fighter V.
Okay.
He wasn't the best, but he was pretty good. So I imagine some of this is Marissa.
Okay, Marissa's
Talk about it. Talk about a character.
Okay.
Okay.
She's cool.
Yeah.
There we go, I dig it.
You got a neutral jump.
Yes.
Oh yeah, just punch him in the face.
Definitely looks like he knows what he's doing in comparison. So as long as he doesn't take too much damage, he's good. Gotta get the approach. Ooh, just gonna miss it. That was actually a really good counter in there. Gonna miss it again, and then gonna get countered again as well. This Ken is playing really, really well right now.
And then, yep. And if it was even health, then this would have been a much different match.
Yeah.
But Rebellion doing the most work right now.
All right, and so now we're going to have, is this global?
Yep.
Maybe trying to wrap it up for his team. He's the last leg, so he's got a little bit of work to put on this Marissa for sure, but not a full health bar. And we'll see how much he's left with if he's able to do that.
What? I'm just changing some buttons, but medium tip, medium punch on L1. cross up. All right. All right, able to block that. Just punish him for it. Not getting much damage on. He needs to get a little bit more, just so whoever he plays against next. All right, so it's Kimberly. It's Arbiter as Kimberly. Is Arbiter the best on the team at Street Fighter?
We're gonna find out for sure. I feel like we've seen enough from everybody to, we'll be able to judge now here at the end who the best players overall on the team are.
Let's see. Oh nope, not the command list. Is he going modern? All right, let's come on, close it out, Arbiter. Close it out.
Yeah, both of these
nice.
final players started with full health too.
Yeah,
so
nice deep, nice anti-air there. Nice, good job. Come on, Arbiter, close it out, close it out. All right. You have them in the corner here. Just trapping him where she's obnoxious about that. And nice anti-air there. Blocking the low. And it just seems like right now, Arbiter's not really able to get his offense started. He's getting put back into the corner. He's getting a lot of straight hits, and that should be dead.
His offense started really, really well, and then once they put him back on defense, he couldn't break out of it. He couldn't get anything rolling again, so. And a little bit of showboating, but.
Just a wee bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, he won. He won. He earned something.
All right, now Tekken 8's coming up, and we're going to see Black Diamond go in.
With Tony and Dolo. True.
Yep. So we're going to see Global back in there probably, and I don't know who else goes in there. Maybe Carnage, maybe Vape, maybe I don't know. But I think we're going to. I don't know. I keep saying that we're going to see great things out of the Phantoms, like in terms of winning a game, and then every time I say that, I jinx them. So
a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to see some interesting gameplay.
Yeah.
How about that? We're going to see something.
We're going to see two teams play a game. So coming up on Tekken, do you see a lot of difference between in the main fighters, right? Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken. Are the people who are good at fighting games on certain teams, are they good at all of them, or is it just like the ones they play, they pick and choose?
So it's interesting. So we have players like Scarlet, right? Scarlet Rift, he's on the what's the name of that team? The Reapers. And he hates anime fighting games. He hates those games with passion. He's okay at some of them, but a lot of better fighting games aren't the anime fighting games. And then you have people who, I'm gonna say it, TK Badmoon, right? TK Badmoon, I haven't seen a fighting game that he's bad at yet.
Okay.
Rookie, so we'll see how he develops as he goes along. And then you have certain fighters who are good at certain fighting games, and then they're bad at other ones. And then it's also we have a lot of people. Oh, Steve, yeah, that's Black Diamond over there. But we have a lot of people who aren't acclimating to the other ones. Oh, great, StarCraft.
That might be a bit. We'll see what happens. They might choose to play that one,
but so we see a lot of them don't adjust as easily to the new ones. Because a lot of that's legacy knowledge and such.
Like you said, Black Diamond.
He played Steve in Tekken 7, so like natural transition. King is a very big grappler character. Yep, and then he's using the simple. Oh wait, did he pause? I think he paused. I think he was mashing. Or maybe it was button check warm up. I don't know. But yeah, King, very simple, very powerful character. Yeah, it was a button check.
Gotcha. All right, so now we're setting up for the real.
Yeah. I'm good. Second. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, heat. New system in Tekken. With when you're in heat, you do chip damage. You get access to a special move. Certain moves become. Ooh, yeah. Certain moves become, what's the word I'm looking for? Easier to do. And they have different properties. Certain moves have different properties. He's even going to heat him, but that doesn't matter because he's dead.
Not soon enough.
And look, you see Global's eyes. He was just like. Alright, Power Crush there. Power Crush is essentially an armor move. Gets beat out by low. Alright, goes into heat. Goes back in the heat. And it's, yeah.
So that'll be a 3-0 Black Diamond there.
Expeditiously.
Yeah. Now he's just got 2 more players to go through. They got to get somebody up against him who could actually put up a fight. That Steve just puts out so much damage at a time, even from the very start. So
let's see. Global has Murns in. Let's see who Murns is going.
The next battle.
He is going Jack 8.
Okay.
Jack 8, if I'm not mistaken, just got nerfed his back 1-2.
Round 1.
Alright. Let's see. Yep. Able to catch that. Let's see. Are we going to get 7 golden letters? Are we going to get... Yep, 7 golden letters and a perfect. You see? He's like, that's my boss right there. Oh, yeah. Up against the wall. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's some stupid Jack stuff. And is he dead here? Yep. He's like, no perfect.
Not
though.
a perfect. He's not going to 3-round perfect him. Going to connect on that first hit, so he's got the very first win of this matchup.
And there goes the grab. Tech those. And this is to carry to the wall. And
nice
then
carry too.
going low. Yep. And he just, yeah.
Yeah, because the timing on that carry is not like completely consistent, so you actually have to have a rhythm on that one. That was really nice.
All right, here comes Global Figure. People might call him Father Figure. Let's see what he brings to the table.
People?
Me.
There we go. So yeah, it looks like he's going to set up the sticks as well.
Oh wait, I think he plays Reina.
Okay.
I think so. Reina is a Mishima. You hear that last name a lot with Tekken. She is the illegitimate daughter of Heihachi.
Not to be confused with Panda.
Yeah. But so she has electric as all of them do. But when she's in heat, so do you understand the difficulty behind electric? It's,
I don't think I do.
It's what's called a just frame, meaning you have to hit it at exactly the perfect timing. There's no room for error. But when she's in heat, she gets those perfect. So the difference is electrics on block, not perfect, are -10 or -9. Perfect ones are +4.
Okay.
Frame. So like there's a
Okay.
there's a big gap there, and you can get more optimal damage off of them.
Very nice.
Yeah, 100% on the Phantom.
Wow. It's a 100% vote for the Phantoms to win this one.
She is Reina, new character. One of people are saying the most difficult character Tekken has ever introduced.
Wow.
Once she's a Mishima, so there comes the electric, but then the stances. So that's yet to be determined because maybe there's some simple things you can do later on, but she's a very fun character, very disrespectful character.
Disrespectful.
Yeah. If he gets a windscreen, you'll see what I mean.
Oh.
Certain windscreens, she has the other person bow to her, or like you're on the knees and bow to her. So like, yeah.
That's awesome.
Alright, so let's see what grab. Yep. Yep, low there. He's like, I don't want to get perfect 1-1 combo. Alright, so he's in heat now, so what is he gonna do? Hell sweep. Alright, so let's see. No electrics out of yet. Power crush. And then he goes to grab. And she is out of here. Alright.
Two more rounds for Black Diamond.
Alright, 1-1-2. A lot of jab strings there. Alright, got him up against the wall. That's not where you want to be. And doing a lot of fake. Yep. And Global's.
Global's putting up the best fight of his team, but
it's still not enough. And
the
two grab. Alright, yep. And he's going to get carried to the wall. Oh, nope. Doesn't get carried. Goes into heat. Let's see. Any electrics? Are we going to see some electric? Nope. Oh, nice duck there. Alright, so let's see. And that should be death. Oh, no, he dropped it. Alright. Let's see what happens here.
Oh,
hop kick. Hop kick. What's the hop kick at?
Grab's denied.
Oh, wait. What?
Very, very close. But Black Diamond is able to take 9 rounds of Tekken in a row against 3 different players.
Yeah, let's go, Black Diamond.
That is a awesome, perfect sweep from.
And
Black
now
Diamond.
we get to go to StarCraft.
Do we though? I mean, we'll see. Let's see if we go to StarCraft. We'll see what happens.
I can't see the fans playing this because I don't know anybody on the team that particularly plays it. I think we get for the for the Gorillaz. I think they get the reset and then they put Global Figure in. But yeah, I mean, interesting game. Good showing by the Phantoms in certain aspects. I mean, just a little bit of work here and there, and then this is a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean they have like
the pieces.
This Tekken is kind of what I was talking about, where they're going to show us a couple things they're really good at. If they can get Black Diamond on Tekken, I don't know if anybody wins that game against them. Just because of a player, not because the team is fantastic at something, but because you have a player who's super hard to shut down.
I won't say. I think there's teams that have multiple players that could. I think when you say that, you have to think the Cobras, you have to think the Reapers, you have to think the bots. Which the bots have 2 players, top 20 online in their respective characters. So there's certainly mountains to climb, but I think it's something to build off of.
Yeah.
If Black Diamond gets some of the other people on his team on Tekken, it's all about teaching the rest of your team some of these games that you're really good at.
Right, and it looks like right now the Phantoms don't have that kind of setup.
Not yet.
They don't. Yeah, it looks like if you can get the right person on the right game, you'll be fine. But if you can't, nobody else really has the foundation to make a win happen.
And then even then, the right person on the right game doesn't guarantee you'll win, which is why you need that depth, and so you don't get caught out of rotation as much. All right, so yep, StarCraft being forfeited probably by the Phantom.
Yeah, get a forfeit from the Phantoms there.
Yeah, could have told you that was.
Yeah.
MK1.
MK1 right back. So that's going to be 3 fighters back to back to back.
I mean, StarCraft was there. I mean, they were fighting for their lives.
That we actually played, yeah. They were fighting for their lives. Yeah. So, wow. So MK1 coming out. So we had Street Fighter 6 went to the Gorillaz. Tekken went to the Phantoms. Now we're going to get MK. Actually, is Smash under the fighting category?
Yes.
This is 4 in a row. We're playing 4 fighting games in a row. Smash went to the Gorillaz. Oh, no, I'm sorry, because we did have Forza technically, but it ended in a forfeit. So, Smash went to the Gorillaz. Street Fighter went to the Gorillaz. Tekken went to the Phantoms, and MK1. We'll see if they can tie it up on fighters. Maybe Maybe with MK1.
Have something to plant their flag in, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess it depends on who's available. Yeah. And if they put global in they put global in for StarCraft, he's not available for MK.
Mm.
Which is who they will want for, if I would imagine, right? Maybe Gurren is decent at it. And I mean, other people on the team are showing some promise in some of these fighters, so we'll have to see how that exactly plays out.
About 1 minute left in setup. We've got less than half an hour, it looks like, to go. Maybe some time added on, but it won't be much. So we've got about half an hour to go here. Obviously, Gorillaz up
forfeit.
Another Phantom's forfeit. MK.
Do they want a specific game?
Yeah, I know. It's like they just want to play something in particular. And we get
Guilty Gear Strive. Wait, what fighting game have we not gotten? DBZ Fighter.
Games. We haven't gotten. Why do we have so many fighting games?
It's how I feel when League of Legends rolls up.
We've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fighting games already, and there's still another one on there.
In the second half?
In the second half, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of those. 2 of them at the beginning, right before the end of the first half.
Guilty Gear. So we're going to be able to get global figure in here. Black Diamond on the other side. And DBZ's not bad if he's available.
Wow. Yeah, this is... I mean, Phantoms want to at least take like a 5th game. Like, to come out here and not even take a 5th game off the Gorillaz, that would be a little rough. You got to really... They got to start finding like a game or two or a genre maybe to practice. Maybe not something like shooters, right, where they're all so different to each other. But I don't know. Maybe take like
Racer.
Yeah, racing games or sports games where it's kind of like
I feel
your
like
player's highlighted. You press a certain button to shoot at a goal or a net.
I feel like their sports it's not they're not the best sports team in the league. But I don't think
they're
so.
fine.
I think you start getting other people onto the sports. You get everybody on a baseline with sports games. You start having them develop some of their strengths, and then you just work your way from there.
We're going into no.
Not
all right,
fourth.
so now we're gonna get the actual. No, don't you dare say four. Even though it's a fighting game, but we're getting the button checks and stuff. So we are going to play Guilty Gear. We are gonna have a 3v3 here. We'll find out the lineups in a moment. Oh man, Guilty Gear. This one's tough. This one's fun. All I know about this game is Dolphin. I like the Dolphin.
Please,
May, right? May is
No, you're a horrible person.
No, I'm a good person. I've never played the game. Oh, there's a bed. I like the bed.
Bedman?
Fight as a bed. Yeah.
My guy. That's who I play.
I want to play that guy, but isn't he a DLC character?
Yes.
I'm not buying the DLC. I don't even have the game yet. So we got Guilty Gear coming up, and what the bed protects some like little girl character.
Yeah. So
like that?
so I didn't play the game, the DLC before this, but the Bedman was like an actual person, and it got killed by Robo Kai, and then that spirit is incarnated in the bed or something
like that.
And it's protecting that little girl Delilah.
Yeah. Is she a fighter? Or is she like part of the character somehow or something?
No, like she literally has no impact on the game.
Does she stand in the back? Is that what she does?
She moves
like
around a little bit. Yeah.
She's there somewhere, I know, but the bed is the one you play at.
Yeah,
I always wanted to play that one. Then I found out it was DLC. I was like, I'm not buying the DLC for this game.
I've been through a few characters. I played Giovanna, the wolf chick. Then I played Testament, the scythe with the scythe and the blood scythe. And then Bedman came out, and I was like, that character feels spiritually like me.
The spirit of the Bedman.
Yeah. So we're getting global. We'll get globals and vape and Merv. Who are we seeing on the other side?
Yeah, looks like Black Diamond's the only one who's
Arbiter
out right now. So Arbiter,
Dad Hat.
Black Diamond might not be out actually.
Rebellion.
Okay, in Rebellion. I'll be interested after seeing Street Fighter. And
Wait,
seeing
what?
that-
Oh, maybe they're granting out who's available.
Oh, because of StarCraft. StarCraft was 4v4, right?
So we put in.
So we'll see.
Man,
yeah.
who would do something like that? Who would just forfeit games like that at the end of the game? All right, so we have DV. No?
Playing. All right. So
Kai
we have two
Keith versus
Kais
Kai
going up
Keith
against each
Day.
other. Yeah, this will be easy.
So probably Arbiter.
Is that Pokemon? Oh, they better play. Oh, they better play. Are you kidding me? Tell them they're not eligible. So we'll find out which side is which here.
All right.
So Gorillaz are player 2, which I believe the sides are swapped right now.
Yeah,
They just
so
are white.
with
Sure.
the beige is a lot of sliding, a lot of just mashing buttons going on here. Alright, counter hit there, not able to get anything off of it. Yep, if do anything, just keep spamming projectiles.
Oh, wow, they hurt you.
Go for the grab.
And it looks like Kai also, he's got like a bit of vertical movement in the air, which is really nice for side sword.
Mers versus Arbiter, so what we but it's so hard because going from playing against somebody who's not familiar with the game to playing somebody who's familiar, like people who aren't necessarily great at the game aren't gonna respect your buttons.
Yeah.
So like, they're gonna be mashing on everything. So. Alright.
There he is again.
It's electric. You got it. Alright. So doing a good job of jumping over those projectiles and getting the punish. I'm not seeing any grab. I would need to see a grab. All this blocking going on. Got the wall break. And ooh, one touch. You're one touch. You're one touch. You're one touch. All right. And you're one touch now. Yeah, so that's Arbiter.
So
Come on, Arbiter.
Mers
Come on.
Go down to Arbiter there.
And yeah,
who are we gonna get
you
coming in?
see Vape running.
Yeah. Alright, Vape's in against Arbiter, gonna get his button set up.
Let's see who's Vape. I feel like Vape plays Potemkin, but I could be wrong. That seems like, from what I've seen from Vape, Potemkin is the play here. But
I think most players play Potemkin just to do some heavy spam. Oh, all right.
Ooh, wow, that's.
So we'll see if maybe he's got a better handle on his character.
Faust is, so they have different character archetypes, and Faust, I want to say, is called unique.
Oh my god, look at him.
Let's see if we see some of the unique.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, going for a spin. Hey. That's the GOAT right there.
That's a lot of reach on
Yeah.
whatever that back. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah, I mean, Arbiter's done a really good job of.
How did you get an afro?
And yeah. Welcome to Guilty Gear Strive.
He's starting with a lot of damage.
All right. Is Arbiter able to clear this up? All right, so he just right there gonna come from above. You have a DP, nice burst. You have a DP, you can just he keeps pressing on you. He comes from above. DP, DP. And he's able to.
One life each now.
Come on, Arbiter, I need you to clean this up. All right. I mean, the other person seems like they're getting a handle on.
What is this character's insane. So much. This character's so come out with this one.
Yeah, he figured out the buttons that he liked.
Yeah, definitely. Damn, he's coming in and closing it out, actually. Closed this gap a little bit.
Got 55 seconds. Use all of it. If he blocks this, you're dead. Yep.
Wasn't able to spring in.
And
Takes a low kick.
there goes
Vape.
Vape, able to close it out. And here comes the Naga.
So now does Vape keep the lost life? Does that stay
Yes.
with him? So he only has one life to go. Black Diamond's going to come in. And there was definitely a difference between Black Diamond on Street Fighter 6 and on Tekken. You could like really tell which one he plays and which one he doesn't. What about Guilty Gear? Is this one of his or no?
Yeah, he's
This
pretty
is one.
good. He's
Okay.
gonna play Nagoriyuki, Black Vampire Samurai.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I've seen him play this one. Then
Yeah.
I've seen this one. Yeah. Very cool.
And then I think if DZ's in, he plays Nagoriyuki. So like it's a family thing. No, it's okay.
Nice.
All right.
Get these controllers swapped over. He said I don't play with a pink controller.
I'm a man. I play with a
Camo controller.
deer hunting season.
It's deer hunting season. And Outback steak.
So looks like Black Diamond is just setting up his controls. Global's probably giving him some tips on how to deal with this character because Global probably wants to play as little people as possible.
Yeah, definitely would be nice if he only had to go against Black Diamond with like one life. But
Well, I mean, there's somebody else after Black Diamond too.
yeah, we'll see about that.
Nagoriyuki versus
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead, duel one.
yeah, this is a different type
So this
of.
is what it looks like when you know how to play Guilty. Very nice screens.
All right, nice and one touch.
I think the controller might have been out of his hand before the round ended.
He was like, you know what, you got this.
Oh, what is they're exchanging some more?
Some pleasantries. He's like, I saw what you did to me in Tekken. This is not about to happen again.
global a little bit more into this game is
Yes.
going to be okay. So because he did all right in Tekken, it was clear he knows what he's doing. He just came up against
So
a really
bad
difficult
guy.
opponent.
Yeah, so bad guy. So he's about to just
So
boonga.
bad guy. What a name.
Just because I'm bad, just because you're a bad guy does not mean you're a bad guy. Wreck-It Ralph.
All right. Wreck-It Ralph. When are they adding him to Guilty Gear?
I'm sure there's a mod somewhere.
So see this might. This is kind of like a rehash of our Tekken. This is how it so.
Yeah. Nice grab there. Yep, DT. Yep. But wow, Black Diamond doing a pretty good job. Get the RC there, Roman canceling. Yeah, not a minute. But oh man, Black Diamond doing his work. That nice grab. Oh, he with the DT.
And there he goes. Okay.
Wow.
So he was able to finish it, but it was a close one. We'll see. This one might come down to one life on each side of it. Although it does look like Black Diamond might have found a little bit of a stride. Started to pick up on the playstyle a little bit now.
Drive, yeah.
See, I thought of the joke, and I didn't say it.
It's funny because me and Zach both thought about Zach that started it first. All right. Get some espresso.
So yeah.
But these grabs that Black Diamond's able to get off, and if he's able to finish it, nice burst. Oh, he popped. He should be dead here.
Yeah. Yep, so it's going to come down to that final life from each of them. So this is it. This one right here is going to be the decider. We might have well do some stuff with the guys in 1v1.
I mean, there's still somebody after Black Diamond, so. And then he keeps getting him with these grabs, too.
So he's got a little bit of a lead right now, but...
Grab, yep. He is 2 grabs away, a hit on the grab, but he has to make the most out of these situations that he's getting, these disadvantage situations. Here comes a grab. Yep, grab break, and this, oh, and he whiffed the grab.
Wasn't able to string
and for the
together a
first time he was
finish.
able to punish. Oh yeah.
Wow. So with 2 lives, the job has to be done. So just 1 life here on Global's end, and let's see if Tony can close it. Gonna have 2 lives to do it with. So, but I mean, considering the showing that we just saw, it's gonna be a really tough task.
So here's my thinking. Here's my thing. Dad had Tony would have had to go into the lab and like play this game a lot, because I don't think I've really seen much from him from Guilty Gear. So who is he playing? Ramlathar. Oh no. Okay, so Elfelt Valentine is gonna be global.
Okay.
He has a record, which means you just keep pressing the button. He can keep doing the same move over and over again. There's a gap to punish it, or if you have a DP, you can use it to punish it. But if he doesn't know it,
right.
Also, the 2 characters are sisters.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society.
Not just because Valentine's Day is coming up.
Blaze the beast.
Though they should drop a skin for them on that day.
Heaven or hell.
He's a pop rocker. Oh.
Casual conversation. Go to a concert
versus FL. Duel 1. Let's rock.
They checking buttons.
Yeah.
That's a great thing about Guilty Gear, with how the league works, is that if you pause the game, it wasn't by accident, because you have to hold that thing down.
Gotcha. This will be it. This will be the decider, and
let's see if he. Yep, he's gonna keep doing that. All right. Our dad has splitting up a fight. And that's going to. Yep.
close it. Yeah, that was a lot more heavy-handed than his fight against Black
Yeah.
Knight. So, let's see. It's here, but inside.
Yeah. And that right there, you can just keep doing over and over again. If he so chooses. Right there. Gun, as anarchists would like to say, gun is always plus.
All right. So taking out 4 of the 6 lives on the side of the Phantoms, Global's going to take it for the Gorillaz on his last life.
All right, and there's only a minute left.
The minute left. They better hurry up and get the Pokemon. Well, they might add some time. We've had timeouts and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah.
We might have a little time.
Wow.
I don't want to talk to anybody. They didn't play Pokemon. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to talk to anybody.
All right, so play of the game today.
Play of the game?
Player.
Oh, player of the game? Oh, man, that's tough. Player of the game. So a couple of people I'm looking at. Gurren, Global, even Vape, honestly, did really well. I'm going to have to say Global, just off of the fact that he was coaching and assisting all of the players through all the different games.
Mhm.
So not only when he played was he a really big part of the fight against pounding the Phantoms down in almost every game. But yeah, he was really, really big in assisting all of his teammates as well to make sure that they could get the job done. And it's clear they hold some kind of heavy leadership on that team. It's like so obvious. So
we already know what the next game would have been.
Next game would have been Pokemon, but after that we would have got
UFC,
which who cares because it's not Pokemon. So, yeah, that's really upsetting. I mean, we could do it just for fun. See what teams they brought, maybe, and talk about it.
All right. Much to the chagrin of both of us, we won't see it played.
I'll cry about it later.
Yeah.
We'll take it up with the head honchos.
We'll do a scrim outside.
Yeah. So we'll get set. We're gonna have the Gorillaz in here soon. We'll get them in for an interview. They will probably have a lot of fun. They're probably really happy right now. And here they come.
Here comes Father Figure.
All right.
Followed by Murs. We got Ice Spice here. Hey.
Checking. Testing. 1, 2,
This
3.
one's not
Does the
working,
mic
I
work?
think, so.
Can y'all hear
That
me?
one's not working, so we
Y'all
got the
hear
one
me?
with you. Yeah. All right.
Hello.
All right, great game so far from y'all today. What are your highlights for you personally?
Mic closer.
Oh, sorry.
You got it. There you
So,
go.
against the Phantoms, we knew, we didn't even know, Black Diamond and DZ, we knew, it was scary what Black Diamond was in. Black Diamond and Rory. He was like, Really, we was playing the FF 2K, but we played it out, but it worked in our favor. We got the dub, and it was good. I think that game was really, a highlight, because it was a game we was about FF against the Phantoms, but we played it out, and we actually got the dub. Good.
All right. Let's talk about that Wreckfest. That Wreckfest, that was a amazing game. Close. You?
I don't think I've ever seen a player carry a game of Wreckfest before, but you managed to do it. Yeah, I think you guys turned off the mic. It's on? Is the light on? It died. Give him the headset. There we go. Bring him in.
Oh, so they tried anybody else, any other team would have lost a 1 before, but Gorillaz, hey, I would invest in Gorillaz stock. We going up, boy. We going up. We going up.
Very cool. All right, so you guys are 2-2 now. What games are you guys looking forward to for the rest of the season? Yeah, your matches. Yeah.
Sorry. Our next match is against the Trolls. We're looking forward to that. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. You know, that's our rivalry game, So it's like, we're planning to get it done. Babe, want to say something?
Look, what I'm looking forward to is playing the Cobras because I want to play my boy Pop in 2K.
Ooh, all right. There you go. All right. Well, they're dead.
I heard, though, that when, not to throw shade, but a lot of people were saying, if Easy and Black Diamond played, they're going to be 20 times, the team's going to be 20 times better, which they are, but as y'all can see. But shout out to them, though. They played their game. They did their thing. You know, it was really definitely a fun game. You know, respect to the fandoms. I wish them good luck for the rest of the season. But, you know, we had to show out. We had to prove, this is the squad right here. This is the squad.
All right. Well, great game, guys. 17-4. That's fantastic. You guys are 2-2 now. Good luck on the rest of the season. Hopefully turning that into a winning record, and we will see you guys around. So thank you to everybody who tuned in. Tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Cobras versus Wolves.
Cobras and Wolves we got tomorrow.
And if you can show up to the venue because it's gonna be interesting, fun game.
Absolutely. So thank you for everybody who tuned in, and we will see you tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Peace out.